What's up, all? How's everyone doing? What's up, Lizzie? You are first. Congratulations. Big W, Lizzie. Hey, what's up? How's it going, HRIS? How's it going, 404s? What's up, Leon? How's everyone doing? Hope we're doing well on this fine, what is it? A goddamn, like, Tuesday? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I hope everyone's doing well. Hey, KO, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. But I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a good one. Hope no one's having a bad one. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Try to get this in front of as many people as we possibly can. That's our goal. We're trying to get it, trying to spread the good word, get it in front of as many people as possible. I should be multi-platform streaming within the next couple of days. Girl, thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's awesome. But yeah. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Oh yeah, the fit today, of course, is look at this. Look at that shirt. It's thrifted. It has the American flag and Jesus and some verses that I don't think I've ever read before. But hey, how's it going? What's up, Helen? How's it going? Rachel, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I think I already said this one. I only got like 4.5 hours of sleep, so I'm going to be loopy. But bear with me, bear with me. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument that does not involve personal experience. Which other platform are you streaming on? Thinking about YouTube and Twitch. Thinking about multi-streaming there. Seems good. Seems productive. And with that, we'll go to the very first guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Chip?
Hey, what's up, Ian?
Yeah, how old are you?
37.
Okay, and what religion?
The Bible.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? Virginia, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, mine would be scripture alone.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, scripture alone, scripture alone. And killer question. What makes that scripture true?
Well, I think that it's God breathed.
Oh, yeah. So itself. Okay. Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working? I just can't seem to figure it out.
I have no idea, man.
You have no
I think
idea.
it
Wait,
needs
so
to
you
be
have you
plugged.
have no idea when my
I
power
think it
strip isn't
needs to be
working?
plugged into the wall.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be plugged into something other than itself. Similarly, just saying like in scripture it says that God did this doesn't actually prove that that's true. You need to demonstrate that the Bible is true by plugging it into something other than itself. You need to give external evidence.
Yeah, I just, I think that God Himself is the creator of everything, and that He gave us His Holy Bible to be able to know Him and know His creation.
And what's the
And
argument for that? Why is that true?
well, I mean, I think the actual possibility of this world becoming what it is infinitely not. It's not on the side of that it came from stardust, like what you believe.
Oh, and but you're saying that what's far more probable is that God said abracadabra and then the world poofed into existence. That's your hypothesis. Have we ever observed God doing magic before?
Well, have you ever observed the planet coming into an existence?
Yeah, I mean, we observe the phenomena that brought the planet into existence all the time. It's called gravity. We could observe it right now. Look at that.
You've observed a planet coming into
We've
existence.
observed the phenomena that brings planets into existence. We observe it all the time. It's called
Have
gravity.
Have you observed a ape turning into a man?
I mean, we observe evolution all of the time. Have you
Yeah,
observed God? Wait. So, have
on a
you
nano
observed God
level.
saying abracadabra and then creating everything?
Well,
Because
yeah, I
I've all
believe.
of
I
my
believe. All I'm
stuff.
saying is, you want me to prove it, but you hadn't proved
Yeah, which
anything that
which
you
of
don't
my
haven't proved
beliefs would you
anything
like
that
proof for?
stardust, how we came from stardust, Ian.
Yeah, so that's just going to be true based on the Big Bang, that there's a mountain of evidence for,
The Big
specifically
Bang Theory?
also the way that the solar system came into existence all around the same time, seems to indicate that we did in fact come from stardust. Hate to break it to you.
Prove to me your Big Bang theory.
Yeah,
Theory.
let's do it. So the Big Bang is going to be true, or the overwhelmingly best fit for three pieces of evidence. One,
But
the
it's not
universe used to
true.
be.
It's not true,
Shh,
Ian. It's a
wait,
theory.
wait. Do you want the proof? I think
Sure,
I
sure.
bet you were probably
Sorry.
hoping that I didn't have any, which is why you felt the
No,
need to
sure. I'm
pipe
I'm
up as soon
listening.
as it turns
I,
out that I do have evidence. So let's go through
I'm
the
listening.
evidence. So the first piece of evidence is that the universe used to be extremely small. This is indicated by the cosmic microwave background radiation, indicating that the universe used to be roughly the size of a human, 10 to the negative 20 seconds after t0. So the universe used to be tiny. It's obviously much bigger than the size of a person, insofar as there's like all these people, which that's our second piece of data, that the universe expanded to a much larger size. And then finally, the universe is still expanding according to our best physics. So the universe was small, got bigger, and is continuing to get bigger, which would seem to indicate that the Big Bang is evidentially supported. So that's my evidence for believing in the Big Bang. So what's your evidence for God said abracadabra?
Well, Ian, let me just respond to what you said, and
Yeah,
then I'll
I
give
bet
you.
you probably do want to avoid answering the evidential question.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. I just want to respond to what you said, Ian.
Hmm.
You said, I think what you all just said was a misinterpretation of what's called data, and that happens all the time. So
What's the misinterpretation?
where scientists misinterpret data, because you've never seen any of this happen. You've never seen stardust become into a planet.
You didn't see your car get built, and nevertheless you drive it every day. It's possible that it
No,
has like an
we do have
some
video
something that's
evidence of
gonna
car
like
getting
blow it
built.
up eventually. So
No,
yeah,
we
wait,
do
wait. So
have
you
video
so you rely
evidence
on
of
you
cars
rely
being
not on
built.
firsthand experience, but on evidence. So similarly, I gave you the evidence that the universe rapidly expanded, i.e., the fact that it used to be small, got a lot bigger, and is like still expanding according to physicists. So that's
Yeah,
my evidence,
Ian,
but
I would
I'm
just say
still
that you
really
have
interested
great
in your
faith.
evidence.
You
But
have
it seems
great
like you
faith.
probably want to keep dodging the question about giving your evidence. I would want to dodge it too if I believed in a Bronze Age
Ian,
fairy tale.
I think you have great faith that you somehow became an existence from stardust, and that your great grandfather was an ape.
I
I
think
think
you
you
have
have a lot
great
of faith in that.
confusion about the word faith. Faith refers to a belief in the absence of evidence. Unfortunately for your worldview, I have evidence for both the Big Bang and for evolution, mountains of it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
can
See,
we wait,
Ian,
wait before? So
instigating
let's not be a
Ian,
dodging Daniel. Can I
instigating
just get the
Ian.
evidence for your worldview? AG, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Big WAG in the comment section. Why does God hate dinosaurs?
Yeah, my apologetics comes from scripture alone. I believe that
Yeah, so go ahead and prove scripture.
scripture.
Yeah, go ahead and prove scripture.
I don't believe that I can somehow convince you. Like, I don't believe in free will. I believe that God has ordained everything in his sovereign decree, and that
Okay.
we are living in his providential will.
Yeah, that puts you in like a really bad place in terms of the problem of evil. And I mean, I could just
In
run like the
evil?
affirmative problem of evil argument against you.
Sure, let's do
But
that, Ian.
why would I do that when you still haven't proven a single damn thing? What's your evidence?
No, sure, let's prove how God's evil, Ian.
No, wait, I
Go ahead.
understand why you want to get away from the part where you provide evidence, but I'm still curious as to what your evidence is,
Well,
because you were really grilling me on what my evidence was for the Big Bang. So I'm
for the
just curious
Stardust
on what your evidence is that God said abracadabra.
for the Stardust and Ape story. Yeah, listen, Ian. What I just told you just a while ago. I don't know if you didn't catch it, but what I told you was
Yeah,
is
is that
that
you don't have any. Yeah,
my
I'm still. It's. I'm
apologetic
gonna keep on
answer to
asking for
you.
it. Yeah.
I know. I'm giving it to you. Ready? You ready? My answer to you is that I don't have to convince you of it.
Hmm.
My direct understanding of how everything came from existence is from Holy Scripture, from a holy
Okay.
God, from a all-powerful, all-knowing being that made everything.
Now, Chip, I got a question for you.
Sure.
If the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
If the flood happened,
Yeah, if the
well, you know
flood
the
happened, how did the
creator,
kangaroos get to Australia?
the creator who created and spoke things into existence
Yeah, but if they
also
all
has.
died in the
Hold on a
flood,
second, Ian. Hold on a second, Ian.
how'd they get from Mount Ararat to Australia?
Well, I mean, the same way that the world became in existence is that he
Oh,
spoke it.
God said Alakazam. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
wait.
mean,
So if God was just
wouldn't you
going
use that
to
same reasoning? Wouldn't you use that
if
same
God was
reasoning?
just going to magic all of the problems away, what was the point of the flood? Why didn't he just say Alakazam from the get-go and set the
Yeah,
world to the way
I'll
he
answer
wanted
that
it
for
to
you,
be?
Ian. I'll
Yeah,
answer
go
that for
for
you,
it.
Ian. The Christian viewpoint of what the flood is a foreshadowing of the baptism to come, which is in Christ alone, in his work on the cross alone.
That's really nice. So are you just saying that the flood's a metaphor?
No, I think that it really happened, and
Gotcha.
I think that the world without a savior is destruction,
hmm
and I
hmm
think that the baptism was a foreshadowing of the true baptism to come,
hmm
which
hmm
happened through the cross,
hmm
which is
hmm
a new making of the heart.
Gotcha. So let me just make sure I have your story straight, so I'm not straw manning
Sure,
you. So
sure,
in the
instigating
beginning,
in.
God said abracadabra, and then the world poofed out of nothing. And then right after that, God said alakazam, and then humans appeared, and then he changed his mind. He felt some regret, so he said bippity boppity boop, and then created this like great flood. But of course, because he still wanted the kangaroos in Australia, he said alakazam again, and then created the kangaroos back in Australia. Is that roughly an approximation of your order of events here?
No, no, Ian.
Gotcha. Wait. So which
That's
one? What part am I missing?
well,
Help me bridge the gap.
the part where you disrespectfully um, made an argument towards that God is some mystical being. That part, buddy.
Oh, so it does what's the physical mechanism by which God does this? Which law of physics does he invoke? Because if he's not invoking a law of physics, then what he's doing is magic.
No,
That's
it's
just what
not
magic
magic.
means.
It's
Do you
not
want to are you
magic.
interested in
Just
looking
because
up
your
a
tiny
definition of
brain
magic?
just because your tiny brain can't comprehend, God is a energy being. He is an all powerful, and he can disperse his energy into whatever he wants because he is way way more capable than what you are, Ian. See,
Gotcha. So
your
essentially
perspective.
what you're
No,
saying
your
is that
humanistic
God's
perspective.
power of influencing the course of events is supernatural and mysterious.
I wouldn't say it's mysterious. I think that he can make anything from himself.
Oh, if it's okay, sure. But if it's not mysterious, then could you just like cite me the mechanism, cite me the law of physics that God is using
Well,
to do
Ian,
all this?
there's things here on Earth that we don't understand.
That's nice. Wait, but that doesn't answer my question. Would you mind
No,
citing me the law of physics that
I'm
God
just giving
used?
you a
If God's not using
comparable
magic,
of the
if
same
God's
logic.
using natural things as opposed to supernatural things, could you just go ahead and cite me the law of physics that God used
I'm just giving you
to
a
poof
comparable.
kangaroos out of nothing?
Yeah, I'm just using a comparable so that you may understand that just because you can't understand it doesn't mean that it's magic, Ian.
Oh, wait, so if I can't
We can
understand it, does
logically
that
and
mean that
rationally know that, right?
perhaps it's mysterious?
No, I never said that.
Oh,
Not
wait, so what do we
understanding
what
something,
can you give me a
not
definition of mysterious
understanding
then?
something
Maybe we
is
just
just
don't
some.
understand each other.
It's just the ability not to comprehend.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, so mysterious just means the ability to not comprehend something. So do we
You,
comprehend God's power?
you're using the
Wait, it's a
vocabulary
yes or
word
no question,
mysterious.
my dude. It's a yes or no question.
Well, I'm Chip
Do we
Jones, bro.
do
Chip
we
Jones.
comprehend God's power? Is it mysterious or is it not mysterious?
Just because you can't comprehend it, Ian,
Oh,
doesn't
I'm just
mean
asking, is it
that it's
mysterious or is it not
mysterious.
mysterious?
I mean, I guess it's a little mysterious,
Okay,
Ian.
gotcha. So then God's powers, textbook fit the definition of magic. The power of apparently influencing the course of events by using mysterious or supernatural forces. So when I tell you God said abracadabra, I do that because God is using magic. The what you're
Ian,
describing doesn't actually exist. It's like unicorns, which the Bible also mentions. Fun
Ian,
fact.
Ian, just because like you see a UFO, right, and that may be mysterious, right? Just because it's unidentified, flying object doesn't mean that like there isn't it doesn't have an ability to think and you just don't know it. Like you don't
That's
you're
nice,
trying to
but that's
assume
that's a
something that
secondary point. As long as we agree that God uses magic by the definition of magic, as long as you and I can both agree that God said abracadabra in your worldview,
well, I
then
don't think
that's
he said
totally fine.
abracadabra, but you know,
Yeah, but it's like the spirit of it, right? That what he's using is not some
Ian,
phenomena
you
that we
can't
see
find
very often.
injustice in God, Ian.
You're putting a black box in, and then what's the
There's
basis
no
for
black
this?
box, Ian.
It's God. God does what he wants. God said bippity boppity boop, and then there was
Right.
light. So,
But
do you have any
you're good
evidence for the existence of magic?
but you're good with the theory of how the world came in existence, right? You're good with stardust came from nothing and somehow
No, that's
stardust
not.
came
That's not what I believe.
star
You believe that Stardust came from
stardust
nothing. That's what
stardust
you believe. That's
absolutely
not what
turned
I
into what
believe.
you are today. That's
Yeah,
what you
wait. So I
believe
don't think
in.
I think that Stardust eventually formed the Earth and
That
formed
you
everyone
were
on the Earth, but I don't think the Stardust came from nowhere. That's what
that
you
you were
believe. Actually,
fizz
that's quite
lying in the
literally bar for
ocean
bar your belief.
and then you
You
became
think
an
that
ape
God said
and
alakazam
then
and
you
then it just
somehow
poofed
grew
into
up and then
existence.
Ian showed up.
So I think that this Stardust, this energy, has always existed, and the universe has always existed. That there has always
Hmm.
been this stuff, which means that there is no point where this stuff just popped into existence randomly. That's what you believe. That's not what I believe.
No, Ian, I think that the creator is eternal. He's always existed.
Yeah, but
You're
was there any
just missing
matter
the creator
before?
part,
So
Ian.
what did the matter that God poofed into existence come from anywhere, or was it just like through the will of God?
It's always existed in him, Ian.
Oh wait, so God's made of atoms?
God is life. He is
But is God
everything.
made of atoms?
He is everything.
Oh wait, so you
He
think you
created
you actually
atoms,
you actually
Ian.
don't believe in Christianity. You believe in something called pantheism. Sorry, took me a second to think of it. You're actually doing heresy by saying that God
No,
is
Ian.
atoms.
No.
Wait, so if I had enough of the right atoms, could I build my own God? Which
What?
atoms exactly is God made of?
What did you say?
Which atoms is God made of exactly?
Is this really where your conversation has led us?
Yeah, I'm interested. What atoms is because you think that God is made of atoms, so I'm just wondering if I had all the right atoms, could I just make my own God? Would that be
Yeah.
something that I'm capable of doing?
So, does the Big Bang, does he come over for Thanksgiving?
Oh, the Big Bang is an event. It's not a conscious
Does,
entity. The only person
do you
between the two
invite
of
him
us who
over for
believes in a
Christmas every
conscious
once in a
entity
while?
is you.
Do you send him a postcard of where your life has
Yeah, I
become?
just explained this. I think you might be just a bit too dense. So,
Yeah,
I mean, if you'd like, I just don't think that you're cut out for the cosmology argument. It seems like you don't have a
right.
good grasp of science. But if you're interested, we can
Yeah, no,
totally
I
discuss
admire
a
your faith.
philosophical argument.
I admire your faith, actually, Ian.
Yeah, so
You've got
faith
a
is
lot
a
of faith,
belief in the
buddy.
absence of evidence. Would you like to provide me the thing that I believe in without evidence?
But sure, let's move it. Let's
Wait,
move
wait,
on
wait,
to
wait.
whatever
Yeah,
you're
you
gonna.
would want to move past that. Yeah, good. Yeah, good boy. Moving
Okay,
past that one quickly. Dexter,
thank you.
thank you so much for the 5-cent subscriptions. Appreciate it. Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to provide evidence, but let's do the problem of evil.
Sure.
If God's all good, why did he give us the anatomy for cancer?
For cancer,
Yeah.
I think that when man fell, the setup in the garden. Do you remember that, Ian?
Oh yeah, I'm aware that that's what you believe, but
The setup in the garden.
yeah, I understand that that's what you
Do most
believe.
Christians believe that there was a setup in the garden?
Do I believe that there was a setup in the
No,
garden?
no, you're not a Christian. I'm asking, do most Christians believe that there was a setup in the garden?
The intelligent ones are going to say no. The intelligent ones are going to say that that's a metaphor. But if you're
Well, I'll get
not
some that
very
intelligent.
intelligent, you'll probably
Nope.
think that it was a literal event that actually happened.
No, I think it was a literal event, but I don't think most Christians think it was an actual setup.
I'm not really sure what you mean by setup, and I'm also
Well,
not
that
too sure why you're
that,
discussing the plausibility of your story with someone who doesn't believe in it. I'm not, your specific interpretation of the Adam and Eve story is of no concern to me,
right,
especially in the ways that it like contrasts with other Christians. I just couldn't care less. So how do you
right.
explain the fact that dinosaurs had cancer and existed 66 million years before humans did?
Well, after sin was introduced, then everything was fallible. Once
Gotcha.
everything
So,
came out of the perfection realm. Hmm.
gotcha. So, 66 million years before humans. Is that before humans or after humans?
And did you use your little
Can I
dating?
get a can I
Did
get
you use
a
your little
can I get
date?
a before or an after? Can I just get a dichotomous answer to
Did
my dichotomous
Did you use
question?
your dating measuring technique for
I
that?
did. I did. Yes.
And what did that thing tell you, Ian?
Yeah, 66 million years is what the dating technique told
And
me. Do you have a
and Ian,
critique?
do you think that that is
Could you even
fallible, Ian?
summarize the way the process works?
Ian, do you think that that's fallible?
Depends what you mean by fallible.
What do you think could be
Error is
wrong
built
before,
into it.
Ian? That's what I mean
So it
exactly.
doesn't give you an exact measurement. It's going to
Right.
be precisely accurate
Precisely.
to
Yeah.
a within a specific range of error. But as
Yeah,
soon as,
unless
but that's
somebody
that's
reads
the
it
cool
wrong,
thing about
right?
science is that you repeat the method as many times as you need to until the results are just overwhelmingly probable. So it's not like we have one dinosaur bone that dates to hundreds of billions of years ago. We have tons of
Are you
dinosaur
taking in
bones that date to this
consideration?
exact same
Are you
the
taking
exact same
in
place.
consideration environmental factors that could have
Such
happened,
as what?
such as a massive flood?
Oh, a massive flood. Okay, wait,
Yeah,
wait. So I have a,
you missed that one, dude.
I got a question for
You
you.
missed that whole
So in
thing.
this massive flood, I'm gonna hit you with something that whichever apologist you're listening to never fucking prepared you for. Um,
Okay, let's do it.
what happened to all the heat from all of that
The
radioactive
steam,
decay?
the steam.
No, the heat that would have translated to 1 times 10 to the 30th hydrogen bombs across all surfaces of the Earth. What happened to that heat? 1
Um,
times 10 to the 30th. 1 times
were
10
you
followed by
were
30
you there, Ian?
zeros. Yeah, this is how many hydrogen bombs would have been released. The heat equivalent of that many hydrogen
Yeah, the
bombs
heat and the
is what you have
steam.
to
Yeah.
account for.
Hmm. No, I understand that, Ian, but you weren't there to see that, Ian.
Yeah, wait, so I'm just
And you're
asking
also
you. Well, first
leaving
of
out
all,
the
it didn't
God
happen. But
factor
second of all, I'm asking you, what happened to all
that
that heat?
ordained.
What? How did that happen?
You're also leaving out the God factor that ordained the
Oh,
flood and
God said
controlled it.
abracadabra again.
Yeah.
Oh, why didn't I just think about that?
But see, Ian,
God said
Ian,
alakazam.
if you had a videotape this thing, and then you brought it up here, and then you put it on a projector in your one bedroom apartment right behind you, and then you showed us, then we could all see this.
I'll see what.
Well, you see the actual like the evidence that you have, Ian. You just have
Yeah.
you
Wait.
have
So let's go
theories of
through.
what you think might have happened, Ian.
So I'm just curious. So I'll lay out the process whereby we uranium lead date stuff, and I'm just curious which part of this, which step doesn't logically follow, which part of the
Sure,
facts do you contest?
sure, Ian.
Yeah. So do you contest that zircon forms in the absence of lead? That zircon does not form with lead?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Do you contest the fact that zircon forms without lead?
Honestly, Ian, I'd
You have
have to
no
really
idea.
I'd have
You've
to
never
really
heard
look
of
into that.
zircon
What
a day in your life.
I'd have to really look into that, Ian. But I mean,
Gotcha. Wait, so I'll just lay out the
that doesn't. Hold on
process.
a second.
So maybe we can teach you something. So the way that
Sure,
dating
Ian.
things works is that we get zircon crystals. They form in the absence of lead, which means any of the lead present in them comes from radioactive decay. What they do form with is uranium and thorium. These things decay down into lead. So with this formation, we just count up the number of uranium atoms and we apply a formula in comparison to the number of lead atoms, and we know that all the lead came from the uranium atoms. And then with the half-lives, we're able to calculate the date of these zircon crystals,
Yeah,
and
Ian.
the
No
date
matter
of the
how
oldest
many
ones
books you
are
read,
4.5
Ian.
billion years old.
No matter how many books you read or
You
whatever
have no
vocabulary
critique of
words
that.
you
You
want
probably didn't. Wait. Could you summarize back
No,
to me what
no,
I just
no,
told you?
no matter how many books
Would you
you
be
read or
interested
the
in
big
summarizing back to
vocabulary
me what I
words you
just
think
told
you've
to you, or did
memorized
it
in front
go
of a mirror
over
one
your
day,
head, or were you not listening?
that you memorized somehow
Yeah, books.
in
Reading
your
books
mirror.
are good, actually. I like reading books.
Yeah,
Do you have any
you
substantive
still
objection
weren't
to any of what I
there.
just
This is
said?
speculation,
Do you have a
Ian.
wait? Which
This
part
is
of this is
speculation
speculation?
of
Which
you,
which part
Ian,
of this?
and
Which
this
part
is
of that is
data
speculation?
that
I don't think you know
scientists
what
bring
speculation
together, and you
means.
don't know.
Yeah, wait. Which part of that? Which part of the process that I just explained to you is speculation? Because all of that is
The
just a
entire
demonstrable
thing, Adam, because
fact.
you don't know any of the
Gotcha. Wait.
you
So,
don't know any of the
okay,
factors that brought this
yeah. So
together.
then maybe you could explain how is it possible that lead forms in these zircon crystals in which it couldn't possibly form because the structure is too small for the lead atoms to exist? How is it possible for lead to exist in a place where it's not possible for lead to exist? Would you like to explain that?
Those are all theories that make you sleep better at
No,
night,
it's
Ian.
this is just a well documented scientific fact. If you want to talk about theories that help you
Yeah.
sleep at night, you literally believe in a Bronze Age fairy tale that say it's okay to own other people as farming equipment.
What?
Yeah, you believe in a book that says that slavery is chill. Did you not know that?
No, I've read Leviticus.
Yeah, gotcha. So you believe
Yeah.
in a Bronze Age fairy tale that says that you can own other people as farming equipment.
No, Ian, what I believe is that Levitical law, the understanding that we can never fulfill all the holy, perfect laws of God, and my understanding is that that's why Christ was unalived on the cross. Hold on a second, Ian. Well, that's why
You're
Christ was
paranoid.
hold on a second. That's why Christ was unalived on the cross, and that's why it pleased God's righteous will to do so.
Gotcha. Was
That's
God
why.
right? Wait, so it was the commanding slavery was pleasing to God? If God is pleased by slavery, then God's a sick fuck. So do you
No,
think
I
God
never
was
said
right
that.
when he
I never
said
said that,
that
Ian.
you can own other people as slaves?
What's that?
Do you think God was right when he said that you can own other people as slaves when he told the Israelites that? Was that okay?
I
Would you give that
I
your
don't
big
I
like
don't
Chip
I don't
Jones rubber
I don't
stamp of
believe.
approval?
Listen, Chip Jones, right? I don't. Chip Jones does not promote slavery.
Yeah. So why do you
Yeah.
follow a God who does?
What I'm telling you, Ian, is that slavery has been around for a very long time.
I didn't fucking ask. God had no problem
Yeah. Well, I
saying
just told
no
you.
shellfish. So I just got a question for you. Which one's worse, eating shellfish or owning people as slaves?
I would probably say the slavery.
Yeah, so then why did God say
Yeah.
no shellfish but didn't say no slaves?
Well, the dietary laws, right? The dietary laws were in place for God's people.
Gotcha, but why
Ian,
did God
you're
say
missing. You're
so
no
so
no. But
God
listen,
had no
Ian, you're
problem.
missing the
Why
big
why
point
didn't
of what's
God
going
put the
on here,
moral
Ian.
laws in place for his people? Why didn't he put the basic human
Right? No, I
decency
understand.
laws in place for his people? Why didn't he put the
No, what
anti-slavery
the
laws in place for his
right?
people?
No, I get it, Ian. The big understanding here, Ian, is that without God, without a holy God, you are absolute destruction, and that's
You
what
have
you
no
wave your fist at
answer.
every day.
You have no
That's what you
answer.
wave your fist
Why
at
would
every.
God say no shrimp, but he wouldn't say no slaves if slavery is worse than eating shrimp?
Sorry, buddy, I had a phone call there.
Gotcha. Why would God say no shrimp instead of no slaves when owning slaves is much, much worse than eating shrimp? Why would God do that?
Yeah, Ian, you can sit there and try to critique it. The priesthood, the judges in Israel, the kings in Israel, the sacrificial system in Israel was all put in place to point towards the foreshadowing of the Christ to come.
That's so nice. Wait,
You
so
do understand
would
that, right?
God ever give an
The
unjust
understanding
law? Would God ever
the
give an unjust
understanding
law? Yes or no?
no,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
no,
So every
Ian.
law that God gave was just. So you think it was just when God said that you can own slaves. So you think that Israelites owning other people as property was just.
Listen, Ian,
Yes or no?
I don't approve of slavery, if that's what you're
So
asking.
then you disagree with God?
I mean, do you want me to condemn slavery? Is
Do
that
you
what you want
disagree
me to
with
do?
God? I just want to know, do you disagree with God?
I think that in a very sinful world and a very barbaric world, which was the time that the Israelites were in, in a barbaric society of different kingdoms and war and slavery, Ian, I think that that was part of the time. Do I condemn it? No. Do I
Yeah,
condemn it?
so was
Yes.
eating
Is that
shellfish,
what you're
but God
asking,
said
Ian?
no
I
shellfish.
don't know how
Wait,
else
wait,
to
so
answer any of these
because
questions for you, Ian.
shellfish was also a part of the culture at the time, but God said no shellfish. So even if slavery was a part of the culture at the time, which seems plausible, why wouldn't God say no slaves? If he has no problem saying no shellfish, why not no slaves?
Listen, Ian, you'll have to ask him
You
when
have
you
no
get there.
answer. Wait, do you want to? How about you pray for him?
See,
Take 30.
this is
Pray
Ian.
to him and see if you can get back to us with an answer. Because I'm fucking
Ian, the old
curious.
Ian, the old age question of why do bad things happen to good people? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking why would God say slavery is okay? That's not the question.
why do bad things
You
happen to
want
good
to you
people?
want to
There
answer
is
a
no good
question that I'm
people,
not
Ian.
asking.
No one is
I'm not
there.
asking you that question. You're an
There is
NPC and you're
nobody.
trying to go down your dialogue tree because
No,
this is
you're
all who
asking.
trained you
No,
is preparing you
no,
for.
Ian.
This is not what I'm asking you. That's not true.
No, Ian. What you're asking is you're trying to find an injustice in God, and you can't find one, Ian,
I
because there
can.
is no
Slavery
one
is
that
the
is good on this
injustice.
earth.
It's
No,
slavery. I
there is
found it.
not
It's
one.
slavery. I found one really easily.
There is no injustice in God.
But is there an
There
injustice
is
in
no
slavery?
injustice in God.
Is there an injustice in slavery?
Yeah, there's there's an
Gotcha. Wait. So then,
injustice in slavery.
if
Yes.
there is an injustice in slavery, is there an injustice in giving a law that is pro-slavery?
Not for God.
Oh. So you just need to resort to special pleading. So God can't be unjust because He's
There is
God.
no
He's
special
God. That's what
pleading,
God
Ian.
does. He's God. So God
There's
could
no
give like
special
a
pleading,
pro-grape
Ian.
law. God could pass down the pro-grape law, and you'd say, "Well, that's not unjust." You know, He's God. It's God. That's what God does.
Yeah, no, Ian. Are you a sinner, Ian?
That's so sad. You should feel pathetic having to get blown out that
I
hard,
don't. Are
torn
you
in
a
half on the thing you care most about in
are
the
you a
world,
sinner,
and
Ian?
all you have to say is, "Are you a sinner, Ian?" That's so
It's a
sad.
simple question.
I
It's a
almost
simple
broke into
question.
tears for you just now. Sin's not real, big dog. Grimlock, thank you so much
Big
for the
dog,
six
yes it
dollars
is.
66 on Cash App. Hail Grimlock, hail 666, and a big hail Satan. I appreciate you, Grimlock.
Ian, so you're saying you're not a sinner?
That's not what the fuck I said. Those words didn't come out of
Well,
my
I'm
mouth.
asking you, Ian.
I'm
I'm
telling you,
asking
sin's
you,
not
are you a
real.
sinner? Yes
I
or no?
reject the question. Sin's not
Yes or
real.
no?
Sin's not real.
Are you a lawbreaker?
Did Santa bring you gifts? Yes or no?
Santa has not brought me gifts.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Then
Santa
I'm not a
hasn't.
sinner because sin's not real.
Can you define what sin is?
Yeah, sin is just stuff that goes against the will of God. But of course, since the will of God is non-existent, nothing goes against this non-existent will of God.
So, what is your moral, like, what is your morals based
Bro,
on?
buddy, I didn't pivot to tag. That's so pathetic. Come on.
Well, listen, Ian, we're having a conversation, man.
Yeah,
Don't be an
you got blown
instigating
out
Ian.
so hard.
Don't be an instigating
I don't think you
Ian.
have the boots for that hike. Can't even lie to you.
I've got boots on, Ian. I'm ready.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, everyone's morality is subjective,
Where's
including your gods, especially your gods. Because your morality is always just going to come back to what your God says. God's a subject, so your morality is subjective. Everyone says.
No, I'm asking you where you get
Yeah,
your
wait. So
morals
we have
Ian.
the same morality. Both of us believe in
Well,
subjective
dodge the
morality.
question, Ian. Come on.
Yeah,
put your
wait.
boots on,
I'm
Ian.
explaining it to you. There's no dodge here. I gave you the answer. Maybe it went over your head.
No,
So
it didn't.
I believe in
Where do you
subjective
get your
morality,
morals
as
from,
do
Ian?
you, as does everybody.
No, where do you get the standard of your morality? Does it change
Based
every
on
day,
my
Ian?
personal preferences. You get your standard for morality based on God's preferences. But fortunately, my standard for morality is much better than God because God prefers slavery, whereas I don't.
Yeah, no, Ian, yours change every day.
No, they
You don't
don't.
have you don't
I've been
have
against
yeah, they
slavery
do.
today, been against slavery yesterday, been
You
against
don't
slavery the
have
day
they
before.
could change tomorrow, Ian, because for
They totally could, but
everything
it's
is random
severely
for you.
unlikely. That's true of your morality as well. I don't know if you
Everything's
know that.
random for you, right?
Oh, not at all. Wait,
What?
you think I wake up each morning and I roll the dice to see what moral beliefs I hold?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you do, Ian.
And do you think that saying that makes you seem good faith? Do you think that anyone believes you when you say that?
No, you just wrong because you have nothing to you have no standard of morality.
Of course I do. It's my own personal preferences, as is everyone's. Your standard is God's
But that can
preferences. My
change.
standard is
That
my
can change,
preferences.
Ian.
Tyler, thank you
It's
so much
random,
for the
remember?
$6.66
Everything
on Cash App. Hail, Tyler. Hail, 666, and a big hail, Satan. As could yours.
everything is random. Ian, you came from
It's
Stardust.
not
You don't have
random.
anything for sure.
I
Yes.
don't know how to
Yes, it
explain this
is.
to you. My morality's not random. I don't wake up in the morning and roll dice.
You
I don't
came
think
from
you know what the word
Stardust,
random
remember?
means. What do you think
Yeah, I
random
do.
means?
Random? You don't know what random is?
I'm asking you because it seems like you don't know what random is.
Random is it just there's no sovereignty over it. It's not being told what to do. It's just doing.
That's oh my god. You think random? Wait. So do you think rocks are random because nobody's telling them what to do?
Yeah, see, Ian, in my worldview, there's not a maverick molecule.
Wait. Do you think
There's
do
not
you
a
think
random
rocks?
molecule.
Do you think rocks are random? Do you think God's random because no one's telling him what to do?
No, God is only good.
Yeah, but do you think God is random
He's
because
not
no one's
random.
telling him what to do?
If he was random, then no, he only exists to be good.
Yeah, wait.
He's
So
the
what
definition
you
of
said?
good.
What you said is randomness is when nobody is like overseeing you. Nobody oversees God. So under your definition of random, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life, by the way, under your definition of random, God's random. So actually, your morality is
No,
random.
God's not random, you idiot. God's not random.
He literally fits your definition of random. I think you're
No, he
just too
doesn't,
stupid to
because
realize.
he can't do anything other than good.
Wait, but your definition of random specifically, because what you're gesturing at is the true definition of random, which is not
No,
deterministic.
that's your world
So
belief.
wait,
That's your world. What you're
because
describing is your world
so
belief,
you're
Ian.
yes or no, your definition of random is so when someone doesn't have authority over you.
No, when you have but no other choice but to do that.
Random is when you have but no other choice but
Yeah,
to do that.
Ian,
So the marker is random. The marker randomly fell. It had no choice other than to fall, so the marker randomly fell. Also, that's completely different than your first definition. Grimlock, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Grimlock. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. I appreciate that, Grimlock. Chip, do you want to come back? Big W, Grimlock, in that comment section. You got to return to the app. Chip Jones, return to the app immediately. Damn. Bro got torn in half. We got a running Randy over here. I accept your surrender, Chip. Don't you worry. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older, but I'd love to see you there. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't meet that criteria, don't request to join. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Let's get it going. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping that follow as well. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up? How's it going?
I ain't gonna lie, you a straight bitch. You shut your whole ass up, nigga. I'll slap the shit out you, nigga.
Oh yeah? Wait,
You
so
a
I
bitch.
understand you'll slap the shit out of me, but will you give me an argument for why God is real?
Nah, I just wanted to come in here and let you know that you a bitch,
Gotcha.
nigga.
Most hinged Christian, by the way. Just wanted to come up here to threaten violence. That's pretty chill.
Shut up,
Do you
bitch.
think? Wait.
You
Who would
bitch,
Jesus
nigga.
slap the shit out of?
You a bitch.
Yeah? You think Jesus would slap the shit out of me if he were here right now? Make sure you're double tapping that on that screen, sharing it with your friends as we go to the next guest. Damn, that was pretty pathetic. What's up? How's it going?
What's up, Ian?
Hey,
I'm glad I
how's
got
it
to
going?
join. I promise I'll be respectful, bro. I'm not gonna be like the other ones here.
Okay.
I like your debates, man. My biggest question was for you, because, and sorry, I just woke up, so sorry if my voice sounds a bit weird, but I was wondering, like, I feel like you're always arguing with these people as if they were fundamentalists, Like, what if, like, you go back to the very beginning, you know, not necessarily talking about Christianity or the Catholic religion, wouldn't there be also proof that it could be proof that there is a God? Because in the end of the day, how can you prove God is not real as well? You know, when
Oh,
you
I'm
go
so
back,
sorry. Wait, and what religion do you believe in?
I'm personally a Catholic, but
Oh, okay. So the way I can know that your God isn't real is because your book doesn't conform to any part of reality. It gets science wrong constantly. All of it's like, or not all of it, but like, it says that the Earth is flat, says that unicorns exist, says that the Earth is older than the sun. It makes a million wrong scientific claims that you and I both know are nonsense. Also, God's a moral monster in your book. So that's how I'm pretty confident that your God doesn't exist.
no, Ian, I understand what you mean by that. But for example, like when I went to Catholic school and I was studying religion, right? We were taught that all the stuff that's in the Bible when they're teaching these, you know, what they say the Earth is flat, for example, and all these. It's not be to be taken literally, right? These are like stories and lessons for you to be taking, you know, it's exactly like, well, yeah, not to be taken literally. Like they're usually, stories and lessons for you to be like taught and to, you know, make the world a better place or whatever like that. But going back
Gotcha.
to
So
God not
when
being
it
real,
says that the Earth is older than the sun, what lesson is supposed to be derived from that?
well, you have to give me the full quote. You're taking something out of
That's
context.
just Genesis 1.
From the very first, okay, the very first quote of the Bible says Genesis 1. But going back to God not being real, because that's the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Let's go, because the Bible can say many things, and you can get people to understand. I don't agree. That's a personal opinion. But the fact of God not being real, how can God not be real? When wouldn't there be something to create what we all have and what everything exists from going back to the very
No,
beginning?
time can't be created, which means that God can't exist because the universe is space-time, which means that the universe can't be created, which means that a creator of the universe can't possibly exist. The universe must instead have always existed.
So you think the Big Bang Theory then?
I believe in an infinite universe. I think it goes back infinitely. The Big Bang is just one expansion of the like field of space-time that we happen to reside on. But no, I think that it goes back even farther than the Big Bang. In fact, infinitely farther than the Big Bang.
Yeah, how can you even prove that theory then? Like who
Yeah,
started?
via the quantum eternity theorem, which is indicated by the Schrodinger's equations in quantum mechanics. That's how I can prove that the universe is eternal. It indicates that the universe has always existed and has always been changing.
I don't know. And oh my god, people in the comments are hating on me. Okay, I'm just like, you know, the reason why I'm like, I ask these questions because I had these questions when I was in religious school, for example, and that's like that. And even though when I asked those questions to atheists and all that, they weren't able to respond because like you can keep going back and back and back and back to like, you know, the multiple universe theory and all of these things. But
Yeah, wait, but you're talking to me. What's your critique of my worldview?
my critique, like me not agreeing with you.
Yeah, which part of that do you reject?
In all honesty, Ian, I don't think I'm educated enough to be able to like debate you. I feel like you would know more than me. I just wanted to have a conversation with you. In all honesty,
Okay, well, is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Because that's my justification that God can't create space time, which means that he can't exist.
no, I'm okay. But thank you for your time, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on up here.
No worries. Have a good one.
Yeah, you as well. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing with your friends, dropping that follow as well. What's up? How's it going, Trap?
What's good with it, man? You talking about? You said God isn't real.
Yeah.
Why do you say that, brother? Why?
Yeah, what God do you
Talk to
believe
me.
in?
Who? I believe in Jesus Christ Himself.
Yeah, so the reason why your God isn't real is because your book is
It's
full
only
of
one God.
nonsense.
It's only one God. It's only one God.
Well, actually, you believe in three gods. You believe
it's
in
only
the
one
Father,
God.
the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So you believe in three
Only
gods, but
one-
that's neither
it's
here
only
nor
one
there.
God. It's only one
Oh,
God.
okay, wait, gotcha. Wait, so I'm a person, you're a person, Danny's a person. We would have three persons. Jesus is God, the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. We would have three gods.
How is that making that three gods? It's only one God, bruh.
1, 2, 3.
It's only one God.
Oh,
It's
okay,
only
wait. I'm
one
so
God.
sorry. The
It's only
Father,
one God.
the
What are you
Son,
talking
the Holy
about, bruh?
Spirit. It doesn't seem like just one God. It
How
seems
is
like
that
three of
not one?
them.
Nigga, are you dumb? Are you
How
dumb?
is this not one?
You're fucking
How is
slow,
this
you
not
dumbass,
one?
nigga. Nigga,
You're
Jesus
confused
is
as to how
God.
this isn't
Jesus
one?
is God. Nigga, you
You think
dumbass,
wait,
nigga.
you think
dumb
that
as shit,
I'm
boy.
holding up
Jesus
one
is
finger
God,
right
nigga.
now?
You
Are you
dumbass, nigga.
confused?
Nigga,
I think you're a
Jesus
bit. I think
is
you're a bit
God,
confused.
nigga.
I think your
Jesus
worldview got
is
torn in
God, boy.
half,
You
and now
looking
you've
stupid as hell on
resorted to
fucking TikTok live
insults
talking about God
because
is
you got
real,
torn
you
in half.
dumbass nigga. God is coming soon, bro. And you better open up your
Okay,
eyes, nigga. You better
okay.
open up your eyes, bro,
Yeah,
because he's
that's
coming
nice.
very
That's
soon.
nice.
He's coming very
Do you
soon.
have do you have any more arguments that you want to try, or do you want to keep on
Bro, I'm not arguing
just
with you,
fucking
bro. I'm
melting
just telling you the
down?
truth. I'm telling you the truth. God
Oh,
is
prove
real.
it. Wait, prove that it's the truth. Go for it.
Huh? How is it the truth? Are you living right now? Did you wake up this morning?
Yeah, I did wake up this morning. What does it mean
God
that
woke you
God's
up
real?
this
Go for
morning.
it.
Thank God for waking you up this morning, okay?
I didn't thank
For
God. I
waking you
thanked
up.
Richard
Thank
Dawkins. I
God for
thanked
waking you
science.
up
I was
this
like,
morning.
thanks, science.
Thank
Fuck, I'm
God for
awake
waking you up
again.
this morning, bruh. Thank God for waking you
Thank
up
Bill
this morning.
Nye. I'm
You
so
said what?
grateful to Bill Nye for waking me up this morning.
Nigga, Bill 9, nigga. You honestly believe the Big Bang, my nigga? You
I
honestly
do.
believe that shit?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is an overwhelming
believe
amount
the
of
Big
evidence
Bang.
for
You
it.
believe the Big Bang, honestly.
Trap. I got
You believe
a
the Big
question for
Bang, my
you.
nigga.
Trap.
You
I
believe-
got a question for you. Do you really
listening.
believe
I'm
that God said abracadabra and then the universe just
That's not
appeared?
how it was. That's not how it was.
Oh, wait.
In
So
the
what's
Bible,
so
it
God
says, in
said,
the
"Let there
Bible,
be
it
light," and then it
says,
just
in the
poofed into
Bible,
existence.
hey, fuck, nigga, listen to me, bitch. In the Bible, it says God created the heavens and the earth. Did it not say that? Yes or no? And that shit happened. That's when he created the
No, but
waters.
that didn't
That's when
happen.
he
You're still
created
trying
the
to
stars.
establish. You're still
That's
trying
when
to
he
prove that
created the
that
sun.
happened.
That's when
You
he
still got to
created the
prove
moon.
that
That's
that
when he created
happened.
all the
Wait,
animals.
Trap.
And
Why
then
does it get
that's why
wrong?
you
The
living
order
to
of the
this
sun and
day.
the earth.
That's why you living
Trap.
to this
Wait.
day,
I don't
bro.
know.
That's why
Okay,
you living.
that's fine. We'll just get rid of him. That's fine. I think he's having a bit of a temper tantrum. Probably doesn't even realize that he got kicked. Cameron, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Cameron. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that. Big W, Cameron. If you're enjoying the debate so far, make sure you're dropping that follow. And if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Don't believe in those, not going to talk to you. But thank you all so much. Appreciate it. What's up, Jazz? How's it going? Jazz?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 30. Yeah,
And,
sorry,
what
I'm on a walk
religion?
right now if you can't hear me. I'm just like you. I'm an atheist.
Okay, I'm only
And
looking
I
to
just wanted
debate.
to, I'm just stopping by to show some support.
Hey, well, I love you and I appreciate that. Let's get a big W guest in that comment section, but I'm only looking to debate. So if you're only request to join if you're 18 or older, opposition only. What's up? How's it going?
Hey, dude, you were just such a smug faggot, and you're gonna go to
Oh, that's not very demure.
Faggot,
That's
nigger,
not very
faggot,
cutesy.
nigger, faggot.
Who would Jesus say the N-word to? All right. Let's get it. Who's up next? Who's the next victim? Hey, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, do you think that you're making your position look good?
I'm not in any position.
Yeah, wait, so what religion are you?
I'm not religious.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Says you're a recent guest, so that seems unlikely. I think what's more likely is that you saw how viciously the last guests got torn in half, and you decided to troll because you didn't want that to be you. What's up, David? How's it going?
You're a piece of shit.
Okay, that's really nice. Yeah, we're really getting the intelligent Christians. Wait, so do you have an argument for why God is real?
How isn't he real?
Oh, well, first of all, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born? Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, we got a fucking 16-year-old Andy over here. Yeah, good one. Can't find the correct metaphysical beliefs. Can't do basic math. Make sure you double tap it on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How's it going, man?
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 19.
And what religion?
I am Christianity.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So more of this is just, I'm hearing a lot of the Christianities that are coming on here are the Catholics, and they're being really disrespectful, which I don't see as a Christianity thing. But in my opinion, from what I've learned, I just believe in Christianity more of the fact on because if you think about it from the beginning, like that one guy was stating, the world was created. I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory because I don't believe that it was just two atoms smacking against each other creating a world.
You and me both, bestie.
I just don't understand how that would make a sense in this world. I feel
Yeah, I
like
don't believe in that. I don't believe that two atoms smack together either. That's just not what the Big Bang says. It
or
says that the
whatever it
universe
was,
rapidly expanded, which is true. The
whatever
universe
the
did
Big Bang
rapidly
theory
expand
is.
because it used to be a lot smaller. It's a lot bigger than it used to be, and it continues to expand. So the fact that the universe expanded rapidly is just true.
Well, whatever the Big Bang theory is, I don't believe in that. I believe in Christianity. I believe that God is a real person, and when you state that there's three gods, there isn't three gods.
Yeah,
God
wait.
is the
I'm just. I don't
creator.
want you to like rattle off as many points as you can. Let's stick to one point. Wait. So
The point is right
you said that
here,
you don't believe in the Big Bang, but you couldn't even summarize it. So I just want to clarify. You don't believe in a theory that you don't even know?
because the Big Bang theory isn't real. The real
Oh,
thing is
what actually
Christianity.
happened was God said abracadabra, and then everything appeared. It poofed into existence.
It's not technically how it worked. I don't know how you. When you read the Bible, when you teach yourself about the Bible, whatever you did to learn as much as you could about the Bible, so you could come on here and debate people who actually have read the Bible and learned more about it than you have, you're just stating points that just don't make sense to the people because you're
Gotcha. Wait,
reading
so
off.
which part of that do you probably reject that God uses magic, don't you? I can just read you a definition of magic, and we can discover whether or not this fits exactly what God did. So magic is the power of apparently influencing the course of events by using mysterious or supernatural forces. Did God influence the course of events by using mysterious or supernatural forces?
No. What do you
Oh,
call?
so
What do you
wait.
call God?
So God
What do
used natural forces. So which law of physics did God use to create the universe?
what do people call God? That's what I'm trying to
Wait.
understand.
I just
What
want
do
to know
people
which
call
law of
God?
physics did God use to create the universe? Because if you reject that God is supernatural, I just want to know which natural law of the universe did God use to create the universe?
It is a supernatural thing.
Oh, gotcha. So
God is
then,
the
wait. So then,
creator.
did God
God is the
influence the
creator.
course of events by using supernatural forces? Did God do that?
Yes, he's a creator. He
Gotcha.
created
Oh,
the
so the
world.
opposite of the answer you just gave. So then God uses magic. God said abracadabra, and then everything appeared.
It's not magic though. It's a supernatural thing that God
It
had created
it
the world.
literally fits the
He is the
definition. I'll read the
creator.
definition. Maybe you just didn't hear it. I'll read the
And then
definition of magic for you
when you're
again.
reading in the
The
Bible,
power of apparently influencing the
reading in the
course of
Bible,
events
when you're
by
reading,
using mysterious or supernatural forces.
see, this is why nobody likes to debate with you because you talk over people and you try to
Yeah,
get
because
your
I'm too
points
fucking
out
good at it.
instead of
Because
other people.
listen, if I wanted to hear people cry, I'd go to a
I'm not
place where
crying
people
though.
cry.
Nobody
I'd
cries
go
when
to
they're
a
talking to
funeral.
you. They're trying to get their point across. Well, you're trying to get your point across, but
Listen,
you don't
I
let us
understand
get
that
our.
you've been like reduced to tears, but I'm just looking
You
for like
do not
basic
let
answers to
us
my
get
basic
our point across.
questions.
That's what I'm trying to say. If you
Listen,
were to
I'm not
sit
really
there and let
interested in
us
like the
get
meta
our point
commentary.
across,
Do you have an argument for why God is real? I don't really care.
yes, I have a lot of points on why God is
Yeah,
real.
let's hear him. Why is God real?
Okay, first of all, I'm talking about that three God thing that you were stating, right? You
Gotcha.
said that
Let's
there's
run
three
through it. So
gods.
I'm a person, you're a
God
person,
is the
Danny's a
creator.
person. Three people.
God is the creator. Jesus Christ is the Son that was sent on earth to
Yeah.
die for our sins.
Uh-huh.
That's not a God. That's not a God. That's
Oh,
God's
that's
Son.
blasphemy. You're going to hell. If Christianity is true, you're going to hell. Jesus,
How is
if you don't
that?
think
How is
Jesus
that going to
Christ is
hell?
God, you're going to hell.
How is that? How would I go to
Because
hell for
it
saying that
says in
Jesus
John
Christ
explicitly
is
that
God's
Jesus is
Son?
God.
Jesus
That is,
Christ.
his name is in the fucking name of the religion.
Jesus Christ is God's Son. God is the creator of the earth.
What do you think
Jesus
the
Christ
Trinity
was sent
is?
here to die for our sins.
Wait,
so
wait.
that we
What do you
would
think the
go
what
to
do you think the
heaven.
one thing that they all are in the Trinity is? So it's three in one. What's the one thing referred to? What is that one thing?
You just don't let people get our point.
I want an
Across. That's what
answer.
it
What's the
is.
one thing?
You're ridiculous, dude. You're funny.
You have no
It's
idea.
funny.
You don't even know your own religion. That's embarrassing.
How is that? How do I not know my own
Because wait. So
religion?
what's
There's
the one thing? So the Trinity's three in one. What's the one thing?
there is one God. There is a Jesus Christ. There is the Holy Spirit which lives in us. That's not three gods. There's one God. There's a Jesus Christ, which is the Son, who died for our sins, and then there is the Holy Spirit
So
who
wait,
lives in
wait.
our body.
So there's only one. Wait. So why is it three in one instead of one in one? If the one refers to being God, why is there three in one instead of one in one? If you only think the Father is God.
Oh my God, dude, you are ridiculous.
You have
Because
no, you don't even know your own religion.
no, I
How
do. I
it
have
must feel
been.
really bad to get washed on your own religion by an atheist who learned all of this stuff like just a couple of months ago.
You learned this a couple months ago.
Yeah.
You learned about stuff that does not make sense. That's what you're trying to state. You're
Yeah,
trying.
I did. Yeah, to better
You're
expose
stating that
ways
you.
in which it doesn't
So
make
you
sense.
read the
Correct.
entire
Yeah,
Bible.
unfortunately, lots of people believe in it. Yeah.
You read the entire Bible, right?
No, fuck no. I don't have that kind of time.
So you just sat there and you picked bits and pieces off of it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
come on
I
here
just sat
and
down,
debate
found all the
with
bad
people.
faith verses that make Christians look bad. I just organized them into a Google Doc. So instead of reflecting on my beliefs, I could just throw bad faith verses at people. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah.
See, here's the thing. When people, from what I've noticed, right, there's people that have came on here and they were just disrespectful. They were rude. They said some things to you. And then there's people like me who came on here trying to be respectful to you. But what you do is when I start proving points or telling my side on why I believe in Christianity, you start talking over me and then saying that you're just destroying me. Talking over somebody
True,
is
I
not
am.
destroying somebody.
True.
That's not destroying somebody.
True. Yeah, you're getting
Destroying somebody
bulldozed. Yeah.
is basically proving
You're
your
getting.
point,
I
and
don't
then
know.
my point just being gone because it
Listen,
doesn't matter.
I don't know what you think crying is going to do for you. I don't care. I don't think the audience cares either. So if you have an argument, I'd love to hear an argument. But if it's just more crying, I don't know. I bet there's like a pacifier at your local Target that would be great for you. I just don't care. I'm not going to take debate advice from someone who's done terrible in this debate. Sorry. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Got a running Randy, though. I accept your surrender, bud. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping that follow as well. If you never want to miss a debate, Cash App is just allegedly in. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Pete. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. With that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Miller Time? Miller Time, are you there? Can I help you? Yeah, I can. How's it going? How old are
I
you?
just got one question. If this
Yeah, what's
says
up?
God isn't real, but your bio says you hate God, how are you hating
Yeah.
something that isn't real, doesn't exist?
Yeah, it's this is the struggle of text communication. The bio is ironic. It's because everyone tells me that, like, they ask me, why do you hate God? And I have to explain to them, I actually don't hate God. God's not real.
That's kind of contradicting, don't you think?
It's kind of ironic. Do you know what irony is?
I'm just wondering.
If you want to talk about contradictions, let's talk about your worldview. Do you think that slavery is wrong?
Slavery doesn't exist anymore, so why are we speaking
That's
about
not
slavery?
true. But do you think slavery is wrong? Slavery does exist, first off. But do you think slavery is wrong?
Yeah, sure, slavery is wrong.
Yeah, wait, so if slavery is wrong, do you think God was wrong when he said that you can do slavery?
God said you can do slavery?
Yeah, in Leviticus. You haven't read your own book.
All right, what's the verse?
Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves.
Okay, God created you with free will to do whatever you want to do.
It's literally him saying that you
all
can do
equal.
this.
God created us all equally, then what will we have? He could just control us and make us just all be the same. He
Gotcha,
gave
wait, so
free
you
will.
think that God was not wrong when he said that you can own slaves. Is that correct?
He gave you free will. That's a bad thing, yeah. Just like school
So if it's
shooters, that's a bad. Wait, just like a school shooter is a bad thing. I mean, but you get free will. You can do whatever you want to do, but you still have to answer for your doings. You have to answer for everything you do.
You don't have to answer for your doings because God said that it's totally chill to own slaves. He literally said you can go and own slaves, just don't own each other as slaves. I think you're a bit confused. But if you want to talk about school shootings, do you agree that school shootings are bad because they kill kids and killing kids is bad? Oh, we got another runner. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Way too fucking easy. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. But if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Make sure you're dropping that follow so you never miss a debate in the future. What's up? How's it going?
I don't have a disagree. I just want to say
You are not 18 or older. You got to be 18 or older. That is unfortunately the stipulation. You got to be 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, I can't talk to you. You go do. Fallen on out of here, and with that, we'll go to the next guest. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Elliot?
You alright?
Yeah, how's it going? How old are you? Okay, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. All right, on to the next one. If you're in that guest request box, Daniel, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hell yeah. W Daniel, W666, and a big W Satan. What's up, Monopoly?
What's going on, big dog?
Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
35.
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Creation. You know, we can't come from nothing.
Yeah, I don't think we came from nothing. So what's the evidence that we were created by God saying abracadabra?
Well, you're asking for a miracle coming from the Big Bang, right?
No, in no way. Because the Big Bang just uses the laws of physics, whereas miracles are supernatural. I only believe in the natural things. I don't believe in the supernatural things. That's what you believe in.
So how did the Big Bang happen, in your opinion?
The Big Bang happened because of quantum fluctuations, is what the best evidence suggests.
Okay. So just hear me out on this. So you're using the most relevant or recent scientific knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you rewind time, the most relevant and knowledge back in the day, people thought the Earth was flat, right?
And do you think that this is an argument against science? No, because science, when science gets the answer wrong, it changes and revises its opinion to get the answer right. Whereas when your religion gets something wrong, like the fact that it says that the earth is flat, like the fact that it says that you can own people as property, like the fact that it says that the earth is older than the sun, like the fact that it says that unicorns exist. When your religion gets things wrong, it's stuck wrong forever. Whereas when science gets things wrong, it updates itself to become correct. So that's the difference between your worldview and mine, is that my worldview will be correct, whereas yours is always wrong.
Well, no, you can't be correct if you're always updating it.
No, because you just update it and get it to the correct stance.
No, you get it to the most correct of what you think it is, right?
Yeah, wait, so science functions based on evidence. Why would I prefer a Bronze Age fairy tale that says that you can own humans as property as opposed to science, which functions based on evidence? Why would I ever prefer your nonsense to evidence?
What's wrong with slavery?
Slavery is wrong because it's dehumanizing. It devalues the individual. It prevents them from actually flourishing. What's wrong with slavery to you?
Depends on the type of slavery.
Yeah, let's talk about chattel, like owning a person as a possession. What's wrong with owning a person as a possession? And also, which slavery are you okay with?
Shadow slavery.
You're okay with chattel slavery?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you're just a sick fuck then.
I mean, you could have your own opinion, but
yeah. So wait, which people would you like to own?
You.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, and do you think that this makes your position look reasonable or hinged at all? Least unhinged Christian, by the way. So wait, why? So which? Because you're fine with chattel slavery. So which form of slavery do you think is wrong?
The type of slavery that's going on today.
What type of slavery do you think is going on today?
Well, there's SEX slaves, right? That are like innocent little children are being.
Yeah. Do you know what that type of slavery falls under?
What's that?
Chattel slavery. That's a type of chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is when you own someone as a possession.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, there's subset categories.
So wait, because you said that you're in favor of chattel slavery, like a fucking lunatic. Most loving Christian, by the way. Who do you think Jesus would own as a slave if he came back today?
You.
Oh yeah, you think? Was Jesus really big into slavery?
You got to tell me. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, because you haven't read your own fucking book. Yeah, of course.
I'm telling you, no. That's the Old Testament you're referring to where they had slaves.
Yeah, but you seemingly want slaves right now, so saying it's the Old Testament doesn't really work when you're crazy enough to say that you want slaves right now, like a fucking lunatic.
Hey, I'm just trolling you, man. I'm just trolling
Yeah,
you.
gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Wait, so do you agree that it's the same God?
Yeah.
Okay, was God right when he said that you can own slaves?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that it's right for the Israelites to have owned slaves?
Correct.
Gotcha. Well, you're just fucking crazy. I mean, that's what you get when you talk to Christians. They ask you how you ground your source of morality, but here they are advocating for literal slavery. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, and with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. What's up?
What up?
Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And what religion?
God. I'm a Christian.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
You.
Oh yeah, what about me? Is it fool says there is no God? Is it that one?
Nah, it's because you have so much hate in your heart. Why don't you want to accept that God is real?
There's no hate in my heart.
Okay, but what's so bad about
love
God
always
being real?
wins, friend.
Okay, what's bad about God being real?
Nothing's bad about God being well. I mean, actually, there is something bad about God being real. Because he's a sick fuck.
So why are you on here?
Just because?
That?
Wait. What's wrong with like a fairy who just solves all your problems being real?
You're a hurtful human being. You need God.
What?
You're a hurtful human being.
Oh, that's really nice. Wait, but I don't really care about your commentary about my debates. You've done terribly in this debate. Why would I ever take debate advice from you?
Because you need God. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Wait, prove it. No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You're on TikTok. You're on TikTok trying to get money, making fun of God. How sad are you?
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. I love it. I love making fun of God. God's a sick fuck. I'm actually quite happy. These conversations make me quite happy.
That's how you know God is real.
I'm gonna look back at this stream, see myself tearing you in half, and I'm gonna smile. It's gonna bring a big old smile to my face.
That's how you know God is real.
Because I smile from tearing you in half. Is that how I know God's real?
If there's bad, if there's bad, there's good.
Yeah, wait. So do you think God is bad?
No, God is good.
But I thought if there was good, then there's bad, and if there's bad, then there's good.
There is.
Oh, gotcha.
The devil is bad.
But God
the
is
devil
good,
is
but not bad.
Satan
is
bad.
True.
God is good.
Yeah,
true.
But so wait, was there did
How
God
is it not
create
true?
Satan?
So is God bad?
Yeah. Wait, I'll break it down for you if you want to break it
bad?
down for just a second. Are you interested in hearing how it's true?
Is God
because
bad?
Before God made Satan, Satan didn't exist, so there was only goodness, i.e., God existed and was all good. I think you're just a bit confused.
So is God good or is God bad?
God doesn't exist.
And why do you think that?
Because of all the grotesque suffering in the world, because of the earthquakes, the fact that the sun gives us cancer, the existence of something like malaria. So when you die, where
do you think you're going?
Nobody knows, but great pivot away from the point. Yeah, you probably do want to run away from that point.
We go to heaven or we go to hell.
Yeah, you probably don't have an answer to my reasons why I don't believe in God. Yeah, you're probably a bit too simple for that.
What's the reason?
I just gave it to you. Wait, were you even listening, or were you just prepping your next question?
You said because of the bad things that happen on Earth. There's bad things that happen and good, like I said.
Yeah, wait. So why did the bad things need to include kids with cancer? Why couldn't we have a world with no kids with cancer?
Cancer was created.
That's so nice.
God didn't create cancer. God didn't create cancer.
Wait, so who created cancer?
The government.
Oh, so then why do we have dinosaurs with cancer? We have dinosaur bones that have cancer.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do.
You seen the dinosaurs? You saw the dinosaurs?
You can literally see the fucking bone with bone cancer.
Just like you were arguing
66 million years ago.
The dinosaurs?
The bone has bone cancer. Wait, are you interested in seeing the bone? Call me. Thank you so much for the dinosaur. Appreciate the hell out of you. Why the fuck does God hate dinosaurs so much?
Dinosaurs aren't real. What are you talking about?
What do you think the bones are?
They're giants.
Wait, so which giants had a skull that was shaped like T-Rex?
The one named Eon.
Oh yeah, wait, which giant had those like tiny little hands and like those little claws?
The four-eyed dinosaur. That doesn't
Christina, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. Don't tell God. God fucking hates the dinosaurs. That's a great non-answer. Do you actually want to engage with the question, or do you want to keep running?
Straight to hell.
Oh, that's nice. Hell's not a real place. I'm not too worried about that.
It is a real place, just like
yeah, you're going straight to non-existence with the rest of us.
You know how I know.
Make the most of your life. Stop wasting your time with this fucking fairy tale.
Weak rage bait. Get out of here.
Oh yeah, I think it's pretty strong rage bait. Actually, it got you upset.
No, I'm reading the comments, Brody. I'm not even.
Yeah,
I don't
wait.
even
If you
care. I
if
only
you want
came
to
in
talk
here
to
'cause
the
I seen
comments,
about
I'd be happy to send you back down there.
4 eyes.
That's fucking pathetic.
Yo, mama. Your mama's pathetic.
Oh, there's no way that you're 18
Your
or
mama's
older.
pathetic.
There's no way that you're 18 or older. Because in 18, there's no way that you can go through our fucking public education system. India, thank you so much. There's no way you can go through our public education system and come out of it where the only insult that you could possibly say is your mama. Because that's fucking pathetic. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen though, sharing it with your friends, and with that we can go to the next guest. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. Just keep on sharing it with your friends, doing all that good shit. Damn, this person's not joining. If you want to join the community, as many already have, and you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. What's up, Luis? How's it going?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
Doing well. How old?
30.
Okay, what religion?
Christian.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I think just the various amounts of religions that believe in a God in one way or another. It's not just Christians, obviously, that believe in God. So for so many people to have that belief of an almighty superior kind of makes you think like there has to be a God, right? Maybe not necessarily a Christian God, but a God of some kind, right?
No, 96% of Thai people, for example, don't believe in a God. What happened there?
I said most people, obviously, they can make exceptions, right? Like you would be one of an exception. You don't believe in God, but the vast
Chevy, thank you so much for the 10-cent subscriptions. Do you think Thai people are like just stupid, or like what's the deal?
Yeah, I never said that. You're saying
yeah,
that.
wait. So you're saying that because lots of people believe in God, that means that God must exist. This is just an appeal to majority fallacy. Lots of people thought that the Earth was flat. That doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. So do you have an actual point?
No, I'm saying there's a lot of different types of religions. That is my point. That there are lots of people. I would assume that the majority of people have some sort of belief in God. I think the non-believers are the exception. It's not the norm, correct?
If lots of people believe something, does that mean that it's true?
I would say if the vast majority of the world believes in a God, I would say it's true. I would argue yes.
Yeah, wait, so if the vast majority of people thought that you should be euthanized, does that mean that it's true that you should be euthanized?
If there are valid reasons, then yeah, it probably should be euthanized.
No. Wait, because there aren't valid reasons for God's existence. So I'm just asking, if the vast majority of people believe that you should be euthanized, then would you agree to get euthanized?
I don't see how that has anything to do with the argument, but sure.
Yeah,
man.
because you're just appealing to the if the vast majority of people believe something, that means it's true. That's your argument.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, gotcha. Wait, so if the vast majority of people believe that the sky was red, would that mean that the sky is red?
You're just throwing like curveball shit. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking.
It's literally the exact same argument. If you don't get that, then I think you're just confused.
We're talking about God, man. Like.
Yeah, wait, you know what an analogy is?
In very different ways, man. Like there's people who believe in different gods, right?
It is literally just your argument. You're saying that if the majority of people believe something to be true, then that means that it is true. The majority of people thought that the Earth was flat, but it's not true that the Earth is flat, which means that it can't be true that if the majority of people believe something that it's true.
Right. Then why did people just automatically assume there was a God? It's just like
they didn't.
What?
For the vast majority of human history, what they believed in was something called animism. They believed that nature was God, or that there were just like nature spirits or whatever, that there was like spirits animating the river, there were spirits animating like the trees, that all this stuff was just spirits. They didn't believe in gods for the vast majority of human history.
So wouldn't that be some sort of belief in the supernatural though?
Yeah.
Okay,
Belief in the supernatural just helps you cope with the harshness of reality. People believe in God because they don't want to accept the fact that one day they're going to die. People believe in God because there's things that they can't explain, or they don't want to educate themselves on deep enough to actually come to the correct understanding of it. That's why people believe in God, not because there actually is anything supernatural. Could you demonstrate to me the existence of something supernatural?
No, just life, man. In general, that's supernatural.
I think life's natural. Why would I think that life is supernatural?
I mean, just how everything is so perfect in human anatomy, like how everything just works in perfection.
Gotcha. Wait, so do you think it's perfect that 85% of our DNA is completely useless?
Yeah, It's functional enough for us to
yeah.
work, right? Like,
Yeah, wait, so, but it would be better, and it would be better for our cells specifically if we were missing 85% of our DNA, because then it would just have the functional stuff, whereas your cells need to expend resources and take 30 times longer actually replicating themselves because of all this extra useless bullshit. So, do you think that it's preferable that our cells spend more time on worthless tasks or less time on worthless tasks? Which one do you think is more perfect?
even with all those useless cells, as you mentioned, we still function pretty good.
Wait,
right?
I'm sorry, that's not an answer to my question. Do you think cells would be more perfect doing useless tasks or less perfect doing useless tasks?
Less perfect, I guess.
Yeah, awesome. So then you agree that they're less perfect because they have to spend all this time on useless tasks. So the anatomy is not perfect. I'm glad we came to that conclusion together.
Well, at least perfect to the extent that we are existent and functional human beings, right?
They cause our existence, but they're nowhere close to perfect. They could be made much better if you got rid of 85% of our DNA. The fact that they work is not a testament to how well DNA works, but rather a testament to evolution as a process for creating beings like this. It's a big tinkering process, and it creates lots of waste, like all the useless DNA in our cells, but still we exist. So it's not a testament to anything supernatural, but rather a testament to the process of evolution, a natural process.
Okay.
Okay, so can you point me to so now that you've been folded on that one, can you give me a natural thing, a supernatural thing in the world?
Supernatural thing in the world. Well, you said personal experiences don't count. So
yeah, I'm not interested in personal experience.
Personal experience. But just a lot of people, like, how would you explain, for example, like evangelicals per se, right? And that they start speaking in tongues and doing stuff like that. That somewhat seems supernatural when you agree.
Yeah, anyone can make random sounds with their mouth. That doesn't prove anything.
But
there's these rituals in literally every religion.
Mm-hmm. So even any sort of ritual, you would consider it just people being consumed by emotion? Is that what you would say?
Yeah, unironically, quite literally, yeah. There's a type of epilepsy that causes people to be more likely to engage in religious practices because all of your religious beliefs and practices comes from a feeling in the right temporal lobe. This underlies all of the religious experiences that actually exist. This is heightened in people who have epilepsy, which means that they're much more likely to be religious, not because the religions are true, but just because a part of their brain is fucked up.
Okay. Well, so would you agree that the majority, that a lot of humans are inclined to trying to get that sense of supernatural feeling through religious practices?
Yeah, I totally agree. People cope in a wide variety of ways, but that doesn't mean that their cope is true, but it just speaks to the desire for them to cope. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, that is, I stand on my belief, and I don't think we can go back and forth, man. And I think you have your points and I have my points, but
okay, wait, but you're Christian, is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I would incline more towards Christianity than.
Gotcha. Wait, so do you think that slavery is wrong?
Yeah, I think slavery is wrong.
Gotcha. So do you think God was wrong when he said that you could own slaves in Leviticus?
I can't. I mean, I'm not gonna be blasphemous and say God is wrong. I don't know, man. God knows.
But do you think God was right when he said that owning slaves is good?
I'm not gonna have an opinion on God's decision.
You're agnostic on a law regarding slavery. You're not sure whether that law regarding slavery was right or wrong. You have no idea.
I mean, from a human's perspective, I would say that is wrong. However, I am not God to tell him that he is wrong or right, man. So I'm
asking you about your perspective. So would you say that God is wrong when he said that you can own people as farming equipment? Was that wrong or was that right?
I would say that, in my personal opinion, that is wrong.
Okay, so if God does something, is it right?
No, what does he do? Depending on what he does, I guess.
Is everything that God does right?
That's everything that God does right. I mean, he has his reasons. So who am I to say why or why not, you know?
Yes or no? So everything he does is right? Yes?
Everything serves a purpose, I would say.
Yeah, gotcha. So then you would say that it's right that God said that you can own people as slaves.
I personally don't believe in owning slaves, but I am no one to say whether God is wrong or right. He has his reasons why he might have, why that would have existed. However, I can't say whether he is right or wrong. But in my opinion, it is wrong to have slaves.
Gotcha. Wait, so I'll just draw you a picture so we can infer this together. So we got this circle in it, and in this circle, I'm going to draw a dot. So this circle represents all the things that God does. The dot represents saying that it's okay to own slaves. Are you following along so far? Pete, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So do you agree that everything in this circle is right?
Sure.
Gotcha. So let's just go ahead and shade the circle. So you agree that everything in the shaded region is right?
Sure.
So you agree that slavery, God saying that it's okay to own slaves, is right?
Like I told you, I don't think that having slaves, or
it's right in front of you.
But I mean, God has his reasons, man. Who am I to tell him whether
it's
he was
right
wrong
in front
or
of you? Just say it. It's what you believe. Say it. Say that you think God was right when he said that you can own slaves.
I don't believe in owning slaves, man. But I'm not gonna say whether he's right or wrong. I'm pretty sure things were different back in the Old Testament. And by the way, modern day Christians don't live by the Old Testament, so that kind of invalid to bring that up, honestly.
Oh, but it's the same God, isn't it? I mean, they're all, Jesus is God. Therefore, this is Jesus saying that it's okay to own slaves.
But I do believe earlier you said that how science evolves, right? That you said science always, when they are wrong, then they change their perspectives. I think
when new evidence comes out indicating that science is wrong, they update their perspectives to be in line with the best available evidence, unlike religion, which has listed a billion scientifically incorrect facts but can't update itself, so it will always be wrong, whereas science is always in the process of becoming more right.
So would you agree that Christians are capable of doing that? Perhaps maybe in the past they believed in slavery, but as they've evolved as human beings, then they've said, you know what, slavery is wrong and it is not within the teachings of Jesus Christ. And they say, well, you know what, let's get rid of slavery. It's not correct.
It certainly is within the teachings of Jesus Christ insofar as Jesus is God and God's commanded that you can own slaves. So I'm not sure how that's not in the teachings of Jesus Christ, unless, of course, you want to reject the Trinity.
Well, my argument is that as the same as science has evolved, I believe Christians have evolved too. I mean, back in the day, Christians weren't even allowed to drink, and a lot of modern day Christians do drink. There's even homosexuals in Christian churches as well accepted. So it has
Damn,
evolved.
those poor souls. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to help you. So do you want to accept that Jesus did say that you can own slaves, or do you want to reject the Trinity? Which one's it going to be?
I don't think Jesus ever said we could own slaves.
Gotcha. Is Jesus God?
According to the Bible, yes.
Yeah, and did God say that you can own slaves?
Yes.
Okay, so then Jesus said that you can own slaves.
Perhaps times evolved, man. I don't know.
Gotcha. Wait, but you acknowledge that Jesus said that you can own slaves, so owning slaves is within your teaching. It's within your tradition.
It's not.
It is. We just, if you don't understand logic, I really just can't help you.
Like I said, my logic is that the same way that science evolves, I believe that Christians have evolved as well.
All right. Well, I probably just can't discuss this with you unless you accept like just basic precepts of logic. Absent that, there's really nothing to discuss. But if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't have that, I'm not going to talk to you. And with that, we'll go to the very first guest or the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. If you want to join the community, if you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. Only join if you're 18 or older, though. But we talk politics, religion, philosophy. I notify you every time I go live. What's up, Mike? How's it going?
Good.
You're not 18 or older. You got to be 18 or older. Sound like a fetus getting aborted. On to the next one. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, though. Let's try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 22.
And what religion?
I would say Christian, but I choose to have more of a relationship with God rather than believe in a religion, which is, obviously a lot of things. Like you said, slavery is a really bad issue in the Bible. And I believe as a Christian, having a relationship with God really, like, for example, when you have a relationship with your parents.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, I'm so sorry. I don't need the analogy. Can I just get your strongest argument that God actually exists that doesn't involve personal experience?
Yeah, I would have to side with the other kid that said you.
Oh, is it just going to be the fool says there is no God, or what is it?
No, just because you're here and, there's a lot of hate in your heart and,
There could be a lot of hate in my heart without God existing.
I'm sorry, say that again. You kind of broke up.
There can be a lot of hate in my heart without God existing, and that's not true. Love always wins. There's lots of love in my heart, and I just love the truth so much that I beat people over the head with it every single day.
No, yeah, for sure. You're really good at, communicating and, getting your point across, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're good. It takes me I want to say, like, I want to get to a point. What's your biggest reason as to why God isn't real?
Your God specifically, because he's a moral monster, because he's a sick fuck, because he killed 42 kids with bears in Second Kings. Why would God ever kill 42 kids with bears?
So speaking on the fact of evolution, like, you know how
Oh yeah, you probably would want to move past that point, wouldn't you?
No, I'm connecting it. So as far as like evolution, I believe that's very prominent because just as you believe that humans have evolved, I believe that Christians have evolved, just like this other guy was saying. As far as, you know, the beliefs of the Old Testament compared to the beliefs of the New Testament, we try to really side all the Old Testament beliefs, and this is me personally too. You know, try to side all the Old Testament beliefs and leave them in the Old Testament, taking
That's
key
so
points
nice.
such as like the birth of Christ and stuff like that.
Did God
And we move on
evolve?
to- Go ahead.
Did God evolve?
I'm sorry. No, God has always been and always will
Oh,
be.
gotcha.
right?
Wait, so it's the
that's a
same
hard
God
concept
today.
to kind of grasp
Mhm.
about the existence of God and how he was existed and where he's came from and stuff like that.
Gotcha, but I
It's
just want to be
not
clear. So
something-
the
real
God,
quick, real
the
quick,
God
I'm
you
sorry.
believe in
Real quick,
today
let me
is the
finish,
same
real
God
quick.
who mauled
Yeah, let me
42
finish real
kids to
quick.
death with bears.
No,
Is
real
that
quick, let me
correct?
finish.
So you
Yeah,
believe in
can
a
I
God
finish
who
my point
mauled
real quick?
42 kids to
You
death
mind
with
if I
bears?
finish my point real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, thank you, bro. So I was saying, it's hard for us to grasp the idea of how God was created, and it wasn't really the sense of that God was created, and I don't think our minds are really capable of understanding the like, you know, the idea of where God came from and why he does what he does and why he's always right, why he's always wrong, whatever the case may be. You know, it's really hard to grasp that. And I still, as a Christian, me being a Christian, you know, practically my whole life, you know, dealing with the side of I've been where you at, you know, I didn't believe God was real for a while. But you know, things turn around, and I know you don't want to hear about personal experiences. Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
oh
I got
yeah. It's just gonna
put
be
A
the
on there.
exact same
Put
question.
A on there.
Oh no, I'm not. No, this is only for the other ones, for the audience, to keep them engaged during that yap session. So the question is just going to be the same one that I asked you. So just to be clear, because God never changes, you now currently believe in a God who said that slavery is okay and mauled 42 kids to death with bears.
No, I don't believe that slaves are okay in any way possible. I don't believe that. You know, honestly, my idea and philosophy for why God said slaves were okay was because slaves were considered like workers, you know, in a sense. Like
what the
like
fuck?
it'd be a different word for it, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I guess you can think of slavery that way if you're a sick fuck. You're welcome to think of slaves as just workers.
Translations and how many translations there have been in the Bible will also corrupt the Bible.
What do you
in a
what do
very
you think,
serious way.
What would you how would you describe it when you own somebody else as a possession? What is that? What do we call that?
That's as a possession as a slave.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
Bible says in every translation, these people you can own as possessions, as property. You can give them to your children.
well,
You can
you
beat them
know,
with a rod. Can you beat your
again-
workers with a rod, or is beating people with a rod more of a thing you do to slaves?
You said beating people with a rod?
Yeah, in Exodus it says that you can beat your slaves with a rod. You think that slaves are just another type of worker.
Okay.
So is beating someone with a rod, is that a thing that you do to workers, or is that a thing you do to slaves?
It's something I don't believe in because the Old Testament is not something that I live my life by. Or
Gotcha.
that
Was
I-
God wrong when he said that you could do it?
If God, I'm sorry, say that again.
Was God wrong when he said that you could own slaves and beat them with a rod? Was God wrong when he said that you could do that?
Well, no, you have to also understand that.
So God wasn't
man-
wrong when he said that you can own slaves?
Man wrote the Bible, right?
Oh, then why would I believe it?
Right. So did man write the Bible? Is my question. Do you believe?
Yeah,
it?
they did. They
Right?
invented fictional
They had to,
characters.
right?
Yeah.
Because God literally can't. I mean, you know, writing a book and then giving it to us. You know, man would have to write it, right?
Oh yeah, sure. So then, if man wrote the Bible, why would I believe any of it?
Well, because there was a lot of things that were taken out of the Bible to, you know, satisfy up and coming generations, and so there's things that are lost.
Gotcha. So
that-
even less credibility. So men wrote it, and also it's been altered.
Yeah, I don't believe
so
that the
why would I
Bible's
believe in this book
I
that
don't
men wrote and
I
was
don't believe that
altered?
the Bible is fully like, you know, compact as it used to be and how it's supposed to be. But God has obviously allowed this Bible to be in our generation, our day and age, for us to try to understand it. And yeah, it's still, you know, honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with you, I don't know why he said, you know, about slaves in the Old Testament, but I don't live by that doctrine.
Yeah, wait, but do you think God was wrong when he said that you can own slaves?
I would never say that God is wrong, and I would.
So you would
never
say that God
back
was
on
that it's just. It was just when God said that you can own slaves.
No, like I said, I don't believe
then
that
God was
anything
not
that God
just?
does. So, like I was just explaining here, I don't understand fully, and I don't think us as human beings are meant to really understand fully God's intentions and why he does stuff and why he says stuff. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay, I'll just draw you a diagram then, because there seems to be some confusion.
No, I know your diagram. You're gonna
Yeah. So then, just because you know what it is, isn't gonna help you out
at all.
It does make if it doesn't make sense, it probably just went over your head.
I mean, everybody in the comments is saying.
Yeah,
it's
let's
stupid every
wait.
time you
So
put the boob on
the
screen.
circle, the big circle is going to be all the things that God did.
It's a boob.
In this dot in the circle of all the things that God did. This dot refers to him saying that it's chill to own slaves. Are you following along so far? Does the diagram make sense?
No, we do not live by old.
God, wait, but is that's not the
doctrine,
question. I didn't ask you, are you still living by the Hebrew Bible? What I asked you is, does the diagram make sense?
It looks like a boob to me. Yes.
That's nice. Get your mind out of the gutter. Maybe you gotta be plucking your own eye out. All right. So do you agree that everything in this circle is just? That everything God does is just?
I believe, yeah, everything he does is.
Gotcha. So let's just shade in to demonstrate all the things that are just.
Sorry?
Gotcha. So you agree that everything that's shaded in is just?
Everything that's shaded in is just. I'm not going to answer your questions about.
Yeah, you probably don't want to answer that one. It does tear your entire worldview in half. Yeah, you probably would want to dodge that question. So do you reject the verse in the Bible where it says that everything God does is just? Do you reject that
I don't
verse?
believe in Old Testament doctrine. So.
But I'm just asking you. Wait, but do you think God is all just? Do you think everything he does is just?
He does everything with purpose. Yeah.
But is he all just? Is everything that he does just?
He is all good. Correct.
Gotcha. So you agree? So you agree that everything that's
I believe if you don't mind putting the diagram down for 1 minute.
No, I'm gonna, because the diagram's still important, and I'm still gonna force you to say that you think God saying that slavery is okay was good.
I believe that man is the cause.
So wait, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lower the diagram, and I in fact have a question about it.
Atmosphere being corrupted, and that's why the sun is affecting so many children. Because of the fall, the fall of man and Adam and Eve. It was the problem that was bringing everything and everybody to start, sinning, and it caused so many things in our food, in our.
Sounds good. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Chill. Wait. So do you agree that everything in the diagram, every shaded part of the diagram, is good?
Okay. Run me through the diagram again.
In the diagram that's shaded is good. I
said, run me through the diagram again, because I have short-term memory loss.
So the circle refers to all the things that God did. The little dot right here refers to God saying that it's okay to own slaves, and the shading is everything that's good.
Right. So, like I said, when I said that he does everything with purpose.
You said that everything he does is
not
good.
Understanding the purpose, how would I be able to answer that question if I don't
understand? You said that everything he does is good. You can just have faith that it was good. You don't need to understand. You can just have faith.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So do you have faith that it was good for God to say that you should own slaves?
Okay. So what do you expect your viewers or
I expect it, yes.
You're debating to do after you ask them such a question that you literally can't answer?
Dodge like a coward, which is what you're doing right now.
If you don't say yes or no, then you're looked at terribly. Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
you are looked at terribly. Yeah, you're going to be looked at terribly unless you answer the question. I expect you to dodge like a coward, which is what you're doing, it seems.
No, I'm just trying to talk to you about other different points, and you're talking
and
about
I understand why you would not want to talk about this point. It does look really bad for you talking about this point. Yeah.
listen, I love you, brother, and Jesus loves you too, regardless.
Gotcha. That's nice. Jesus is
I'm
dead,
honestly,
so he can't love
if you
me.
want my honest answer, I'm not going to answer your question.
I know you're not going to answer my question.
And
It's
if you
because
don't
you're a
want to
coward, you're
continue
an
the debate, it's
invertebrate, you don't have a
completely. And if you
backbone.
don't want to continue the debate, it's completely fine. But I just want to.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I
So
just
just to be
want to let you
clear,
know.
just to
I
be
just
clear,
want to
Baby
let you
Cruz
know.
is running from
Hey,
the
brother,
question because
brother.
he cannot answer
Hey, I
it. We
just
got a
want to let
dodging
you know, though.
Daniel.
Hey, I just want to let you know that regardless of anything that's going on in your life, I love you. Jesus loves you. And I promise you that he is not disappointed in you. He still loves you. He'll take you back with open arms any moment you decide to. And I'm not going to tell you that
Thanks,
you're
man.
going to go
That's
to
what I
hell.
really
I'm not
needed
going
to
to tell
hear.
you any of
Thanks.
that. I'm
I
not
think
going
I'm
to tell
ready
you
to
any of
become
that.
Christian
I
after that
love your
one.
videos. I love your lives. I love everything that you do. I love the way you talk to people. And it cracks me up every time you say something, back to Christians. Even though I'm Christian, I don't take it in any hateful way. But I just want to let you know that it's all love. And I love what you're doing and just keep doing it. But, allow God to work in your heart if you ever come down to that. But don't let me push you. You know what I'm saying? Just
Yeah, that's
I
so
love you, bro.
nice. Yeah. I do accept your surrender on this point. Was there anything else you
Sure.
wanted to talk about, or should I move on to the next guest?
You can move on. Have a great day. God bless you, brother.
Yeah, you as well. God bless you as well. All right, I forgot to shout out all the gifters, so let me just go through that quick. Grimlock, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Grimlock. Hail, 666, and a big hail, Satan. Tracy, thank you so much for the $6.66. Hail, Tracy. Hail, 666, and a big hail, Satan. Let's check out the Ethene, thank you so much for the $6.66. Hail, Ethene. Hail, 666, and a big hail, Satan. I appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 150K. If you never want to miss these debates in the future, make sure you're dropping that follow so you never ever do. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. If you want to join the server, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Consider joining if you're 18 or older. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, Sam, I don't know if you want to stick around for this one. I'm on a fucking warpath. I didn't get enough sleep, and I'm just like blood sports debating everyone. Oh my god, dude, I'm tearing people in half. I have so much fucking energy.
I want to join because I
good.
never see you this high energy. I want to be here for this. With your
Yeah,
permission.
it's great. It's awesome. It's gonna be a chill old time. Hey, what's up, Jay? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man? How you feeling, brother?
Hey, doing well, doing well. How old are you?
I am 35.
And what religion?
Christian.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? Go for it.
Well, let me ask you a question. Where do you get your morals from?
Not tag already.
Come on, brother.
I'm not really interested in the tag debate. I mean, I could just say, that's fine. Actually, no, I am interested in the tag debate. I love it. I get my morals subjectively, as do you, because my morals come from my subjectivity, my preferences, and your morals come from God's subjectivity, God's preferences. So my morals are identical to yours, except mine are much better because I think slavery is bad, whereas God thinks slavery is fine.
Well, I think that's where you got it messed up. God doesn't think slavery is fine. When he was talking, and that's talk about Hebrew indentured servitude. And the reason why, and he talks about the countrymen that are not allowed.
I'm afraid that's blatantly incorrect, Bestie.
No,
I'm afraid
no.
that's blatantly incorrect. I'm sorry.
You want to go back to what you were repeating?
Yeah, wait. So I just want to. So
Are you
can
in
you
Leviticus,
beat?
Leviticus,
Can you
or are
beat your indentured servants? Is that a thing that you can do to indentured servants? Could you beat them with a rod?
Well, you probably could to keep them in correction, but you have to
Why would you
understand
need to beat an indentured servitude
Well,
into
hold on, hold
correction?
on.
What do you think indentured servitude is?
Well, indentured servitude is this: the fact that their countrymen, the people who were poor, they sold themselves into slavery to get the money for the family, to take care of whatever business they had to. That they became property of the people. Those people then sold.
So the fuck is we beating them for?
Well, you're fucking beating them because they don't listen. That's why.
They're there to pay off a debt.
They're there to pay off the debt, and when they pay off the debt, it's for a lifetime.
Do you think God was right? Do you think? Oh, so first of all, that's not what indentured servitude is. Indentured servitude is where it's just where you do work, but you don't get paid in exchange for something else. That's all indentured servitude is. But do you think? Wait. Oh, shush. Do you think God was? Do you think God was right? Do you think God was right when he said that you can beat your slave with a rod? Do you think God was right?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, wait, so you're in favor of slave
Just like
beating
it's
with
okay
rod.
to beat your just okay to beat your children too.
It's not okay to beat your children. Why the fuck would you think that? Damn, somebody needs to get this. Someone called Child Protective Services. That's fucking crazy.
Please get CPS on the line.
And
Oh,
the thing
God.
about it is because the rod is not going to kill your kids. So see, my
So
the
it's
kid will
fine
grow
as
up
long
to
as
be
they
just like
survive?
you two guys. If they
Do you
don't
think
get
it's fine?
beat,
Do you
they'll
think
be
it's
like you two?
Wait, do you think it's fine to make your kid touch a hot stove because it's not going to kill him?
Absolutely.
Child Protective Services. I have someone to report. Do you think this makes your position look good?
hope you do. I
Wait,
hope
do you think
you
this
do.
makes your morality look good? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, you get me your morality from probably Darwin or something, you know.
No, good try. I get my morality from philosophy. I'm a threshold
which is
deontologist.
made by man, which is by
Yeah,
man,
it was.
Right? So you
Yeah,
read, you read
which is
man
much
books.
better ethics
Just
than
like you
yours.
say my Bible is a man-made book, right? Well, the Bible
Your morality is terrible.
Inspiration from God. That's how.
Yeah, I wish God could have inspired it better.
If you believe things that men wrote, then why won't you believe that if men wrote a Bible, why wouldn't you believe that?
Because I believe certain things that men wrote. I believe certain men when
No,
they
you
write.
take
I don't
what you
believe all
wanna
men when
take
they
out of
write.
something.
If a man writes into a book and says grape is fine, actually, that doesn't mean that I think grape is fine. Actually, it still needs to pass by my moral intuitions, and my moral intuitions tell me that child abuse is bad. Actually,
Well, what
I wish
makes
yours
good and
did
bad?
too.
What makes good and bad?
What makes good and bad is
What
just
makes good
personal
and bad?
preference.
Who
It's
said-
literally just an expression of your personal preference. That's true of your belief as well. You literally think that it's God's preference.
So why would you think so? If what you think that I said was bad,
I don't prefer it. It's fucked
may
up.
not- all right,
making
you may
your
not
making your
prefer.
kids touch a hot stove is crazy.
if your kids touch a hot stove, they'll learn not to touch it again.
If you force your kid to touch a hot
Oh, no,
stove, then
nobody
you're a sick
forces
fuck.
Kids to touch hot
You're
stoves,
evil.
my friend. Nobody forces kids to touch hot stoves.
But
if
I
they touch
asked
a hot
you.
stove,
I
they won't
asked
touch
you.
it
Would it be
again.
all right to force your kid to touch a hot stove because it doesn't kill them? Yeah, you probably should
I'm
change your
sorry,
answer.
I
You
may have
looked crazy
misheard,
earlier.
But, you know, but I don't believe sparing the rod is going to be, you know, against.
Yeah,
anyone.
but is it because your standard is literally just as long as it doesn't kill them? So do you think that it's fine to force your kid to touch a hot stove?
To force them? Why would I force my kid to touch a hot
For
stove?
discipline, do you think that that's fine?
I mean, what did they do?
Who knows? I mean, what do they do that justifies you beating their ass with a rod?
Touch a hot stove. That makes
What,
sense.
what justifies beating them with a rod?
I
Makes
don't.
no
This is a
sense.
very easy no. I
What
don't
justifies
understand.
beating them with a rod?
What justifies to get them in order?
Yeah. So let's just say that
Make
you
your
get them
ways
to touch the
straight.
hot
Make
stove to get them in
Make
order.
your kids' ways straight, because when they grow up, they'll go back and they'll stay in that same path.
Yeah,
Your-
same
your
is
parents
true about
probably
making them
never
touch a
did.
hot
That's why
stove.
you're
If you
here
make
saying
them, if
God
you make
isn't
your kids
real.
touch a hot stove, they'll
And you
never
got that
forget
young
it.
lady on there doing the same thing.
If you make your kids touch that hot stove, they'll never forget it. They'll be grateful.
Yes, because I tell you, at the end of your life, when you stand in front of God,
It's fucking crazy.
you're not. Listen, you're not gonna talk that way. That's for certain.
No, I will talk this way. In fact, I hope I hope my insults are even better. I hope they're even more piercing. I hope I make people like you look even crazier than you already look, which is impressive because you look fucking insane.
Yeah, I may or look or sound.
Sound, look, it's the
Okay,
same
look,
thing
no, it's
in this
not the same thing.
context.
One
In this
with your
context,
eyes,
it is
one
the same.
with
I'm
your
not really interested in getting like fucking victimized by this grammar Nazi. So, do you have any like substantive points, or do you want to keep on talking about how you think child abuse is
there any other
fine?
points that you're making? I mean, I've given my point. I mean, I think it's highly valid, and
Yeah, I think that you look
you're
fucking
trying to
crazy
spit
saying that
some
you can
Old
make your kids
Testament
touch a hot
stuff,
stove. I
which
think that's
is
insane.
You may not even know the meaning of. You
I
don't
think
even
that
know
it's.
the meaning of the Old Testament stuff.
Oh wait.
And
So I do
and-
know
and for the other
know
people,
that
Old
beating people with
Testament's
rods is bad. I do know that
Why?
beating people with rods is bad.
And I do know this: letting your kids do what they want, so when they grow up to be people like you, that's bad also.
Oh, I bet listen, only one of
Right?
us has gotten torn in half in this
Think
debate.
about that.
I'd much rather my kids to grow up like me than like you.
No,
God,
no, no.
if my kids ever lost a debate as hard as you're losing this debate, I'd fucking end it, dude. I'd end it.
No, all
My
you do
kids
is
are
repeat,
gonna
like,
grow
the
up to be
opposite.
more logical
Which
and
anybody
smarter
can
than
do.
you are.
Like, really, I'm probably wasting my time because it also says, don't throw my pearls before swine.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that expression too, and yet here you are.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I still have you up here because it's tearing you in half is like quite entertaining. So if you want to keep on talking about how you're
really that great
completely
at it, my friend.
wait, if you want to wait, so if you want to keep on
please
talking
ask
about
a
how you're
question?
completely morally bankrupt, then we can do that.
Please ask a question. Pretty
Yeah, go
please,
for
with a
it.
cherry on top. Okay, lovely. So you consider yourself a godly man, right?
Absolutely.
A Christianly man. Okay. Why is your following list full of a bunch of models with barely any clothes on, sir?
Following me?
No, your following list.
I was just on that trend. I just followed back.
you were just on that.
There are
You were
a
just on
lot of
that.
half-naked women in your following list, Westy.
I care.
Just on that trend.
That's a little. That's not very godly of you, is it? That
Sure it
seems
is.
a little.
Just on
Oh,
that.
is
Just on
it?
that.
Sure it is.
How so?
Eviscerating the
I
chicken
don't do
trend.
anything with those women.
I mean, you say so, but
You're just
there
an
are-
accuser
there are a
of the
lot
brethren. That's
I have
you know,
nothing
that's,
to accuse
Wait,
you
do
of.
we want to go through the following list?
Anyone can go.
Wait,
through
Jay,
the
how
following list
about
and
we go
look
through the
at it.
following list and you walk us through for each one of them what you were thinking?
wasn't thinking anything. Follow back.
Wait, do you think? Wait. I bet all these people
Look
have
how many people
lots
I'm
of followers.
following. Look how
Do
many
any of these people
following
follow
me.
you back?
Think about that. What is it? I'm sorry.
Do any of these people follow you back?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How many followers you at? No, you're following way more than follow you.
I know, I follow like 4,000 people, and I've got like what?
Wait, Sam,
2,900?
do these models have like big followings? What's the deal?
Dude, I have
Let's find
clue.
out.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Where do you do you
I love how
confess
you're
to
losing-
God
I
for
love
all
how
your
you're
vile
losing the debate.
crimes?
You're looking at what followers I have.
Yeah, because you're a
It
sick,
makes no
ungodly
difference,
man,
dude.
Jay.
I don't care about the followers.
I'm not gonna take spiritual
What
advice
they
from
are,
you,
what
Jay.
they've done.
You're a vile
One of them is named
masturbator.
Cute Demon, which is just
I used
so...
to be a vile masturbator.
Why would I want
used
to?
to
Why would I want to?
masturbate like
I don't want you to be my
22 times,
entryway
bro.
into Christianity.
Dude, I've hit 29 times in one day. I was a violent masturbator.
The fuck is wrong with you? You're probably still hitting 29 times, given your following list.
No, I don't do that no more, brother.
Yeah, then why are they still on your following list?
Such a good
I
question.
don't masturbate from them. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so what do they do for you?
They don't do anything for me.
Then why are you following them?
Because I was just building up followers. I don't know. I just hit follow back. People
That's
follow me,
crazy
I
work.
follow
I'm
them,
not
follow
gonna lie.
back. That's all.
Gotcha. Wait, so for some reason that doesn't seem to happen to me all too much. I
Dude,
don't
that
just get
has
random.
nothing to do with
I
the
don't get
argument we're
random
having.
models
Hey, how's
following
that
me
girl down there
for
in that
whatever
corner?
reason.
How was that girl that you have on there with?
How old is she?
Yeah. Yeah, how old is she?
Like 19, 20?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I mean, like we're not fucking if that's what you're asking.
Oh, if you are, I mean, I don't care.
Are we talking about me right now?
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, you could have just directly asked me. I'm not a fucking furniture piece. What the fuck?
I couldn't tell. Really.
A simple.
You
how,
couldn't
oh,
tell?
No, she's got a little small screen, my brother.
What does that mean?
Yeah, you can just direct questions at people.
What the fuck? What the fuck is
come
wrong
on,
with
come
you?
on with the argument. What do
That's
you got?
such a weird thing
Yeah,
to
wait.
say.
So the argument is that forcing your kids to touch a hot stove is bad. Actually, that's the argument.
That's the forcing my kids to touch a hot stove.
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, touch it for 3 milliseconds. I don't know. Whatever. It has nothing
Forcing
to
your
do with
kids to touch a
real.
hot stove for any number of milliseconds is bad.
If my kid needs an ass whipping, I'm gonna whip his ass. I mean,
Yeah, and
that's
if your
point
kid
blank.
needs to be forced to touch a hot stove, you're gonna force him to touch a hot stove,
No,
like a
I mean, I
fucking
don't feel
psychopath.
the need to really make my kids touch a hot stove, but I'm just telling
It's discipline.
You
It's for
that
you got to keep
if
them in order.
My morals come from the Bible. Your morals come from where?
Your Bible says that you can own people as farming equipment. Your Bible talks about killing kids over and over and over
My Bible
again.
also tells me that yes, if I own those people, which is in Hebrew, that as long as I'm not.
Do you
Whatever.
think owning people is okay?
Oh, geez, whiz! You people are something else.
Who
Do
the
I
fuck
think
is you
owning
No
people is
answer. Wait, why
okay?
would you
It
dodge
was a
that
very
question? That's
simple
crazy.
Still slaves to this day.
Do you think?
What I'm
And do you
talking-
think?
the
Are you
slaves he's
chilling with
talking
that?
About
Are you chilling
the
with that?
people
Do you think
that
that's
are
fire?
indentured servitudes. They are also. And
Do
when they
you
go into
think
indentured
owning
servitude, they're
people as
also called
property is
slaves.
okay? Do you think
Absolutely.
owning people as property is okay?
That's not the argument.
Do you
That's
think
not the
owning
argument.
people with
Owning
property
people
is
property
okay?
is okay.
Do
Are
you
we talking
think owning
about-
people as
are we
property and
talking
possessions is
about,
okay?
2,000 years ago?
I don't
3,000
care what the
years ago? What are you
context
talking
is.
about
Do you
now?
think
Now?
in any context
Wait, was
it's
God-
okay to own people?
Was God right when God said that you can own other people? Was God right?
Well, that's what they sold themselves to get out of whatever they were getting out of.
No, that's not true. That's only true of the Hebrew ones.
It
But
absolutely
in,
is.
in
You need
25,
to read a little
44
bit
through
better. You need to
46,
read a little bit more.
in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, it
What does
says
that
that you can
say?
own from the nations around you. Now, are the nations around them Hebrew?
Only the countrymen around you. Not
Yeah,
the
wait, and are those
Israelites.
people Hebrew?
You're not allowed to ever own an Israelite because those are God's
Yes, yeah, exactly.
allowed to
Wait,
own
so
the other
so
ones.
was God
Now, if
right
you
when he
read
said
down a
that you
little-
can own the people around you?
Yes. You read down a little further, it also talks about how you're supposed to treat those people,
Yeah, and how are you supposed to treat those people?
right? Well, and then how Jesus would treat them.
No, please share. How are you supposed to treat those people? Wait, don't pivot. Wait, don't pivot. How are you supposed to treat those people?
Well, I'm not pivoting.
You are pivoting. Wait,
No,
explain.
I'm not.
Pray tell. How are you supposed to treat those people?
Well, there are rules. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
exactly
what are the
of
rules?
all
Let's go through the rules. Let's talk about the rules.
I'm not exactly sure of all the
Yeehaw!
rules.
Thank you so much.
Yeehaw.
So I'll tell you what the rules are. The rules are you can beat them, not too hard though.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that acceptable to you? Beating them, but not too hard?
Yeah, it's acceptable to me.
So I just want to be clear. You think it's
are
morally
indentured to me-
acceptable to beat your slaves? You think it's
now you're talking
moral?
Yeah, if God allows it to, yes.
Oh, that's terrifying. Wait,
Gotcha.
wait. If God told you that it's okay to grape, would grape be okay?
If God told me what?
If God told you that grape is okay, I can't say
grape.
the actual word.
Oh, I
If
got
God
it.
said grape is okay, would grape be okay?
No, hold on. No. Don't put words in God's mouth.
I'm not. I'm just saying
No,
hypothetically.
God would never tell me that.
Hypothetically,
God would never
if
tell
it
me
was
that.
okay. Well, actually, in the
He
Bible,
told you that you
it
can beat
does
your
say-
slaves. What the fuck?
No, but actually, in the
Yeah, but
Bible,
why-
it does
why-
say
why
that if
automatically
someone,
being a slave makes it bad?
if a man grapes a woman, he is supposed to take that woman as his wife. So actually,
take his woman as his wife.
that's fucking disgusting, is it not?
Well, those are laws. Now, are those laws made? Is that covenant laws made by God?
Was God right when he made
Or
them?
that law
Was-
made by man?
Was it good when God made them?
God made what?
Was it good when God said that?
Said what?
Said that it's that you should marry the person after you grape them.
Now I'm asking you a question. Did God say
What-
that, or did man write that as a law?
Oh, if man wrote the Bible, then the Bible's uncredible.
No. That's not true. Man did write the Bible, which is ultimately passed down from God to man.
Fuck yeah, throwing the Bible under the bus. Let's go.
Listen, in the Bible also, when you look at things, like when you look at the Torah, when you look at like Leviticus, Exodus, Genesis, there's laws in there that man has made. So when people wrote the Bible, there's also laws that man follow like we do today. Like we have, courthouse laws and so forth and so on. So is that what God said, or is that what man said?
Let's find out. When you take them as a wife verse. Deuteronomy 22. Looks like it's going to be from God. Let's examine. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 29. Yeah, this is God handing down laws. So yeah, it's God. So what's your explanation now?
Can you read the text?
Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me. Actually,
Yeah.
I have my Bible.
The man who lay with her shall give the young woman's father 50 silver shekel and shall be his wife because he has violated her.
Where did it come from? You're saying that came from God. Well,
Yes, it
ultimately,
did.
everything come from God, But what I'm saying that is a man-made law, which is.
Oh no, not unless you reject Deuteronomy. Not unless the Bible contains falsehoods.
No, that's not true. No, because there can be a man can write law and it gets stated in the Bible, but that's not direct from God.
Let's find the God says. Going back to 20. God. Who gives the law of Deuteronomy? Yeah, so this is God giving it according to Deuteronomy 1:1.
Deuteronomy 1:1, you say? Deuteronomy 1:1. Okay. And you're saying
Yeah, wait, so this is Moses, right after Moses finished convening with God, so this comes from God.
Moses spoke to all the people.
Oh, wait, Deuteronomy 4, 1 through 2? 1 through 2. Oh, yeah, okay. Do not add to what I command you, and do not subtract from it, but keep the commands of the Lord your God that I give you. So why would God say that it's okay to rape someone and then take them as a wife? Do you think that that's just?
I think it's because when you, I mean, is rape just to me? No, rape's not just to me at all.
Do you think taking them as your wife after you rape them is just?
Well, it has to be, because God says so.
It has to be?
This is why I asked this question. You're kidding. Please tell me you're joking. Please tell me you're joking.
Do you think that we should
Listen,
continue this practice?
If I go anything away from my God, so you might be touching on a subject that with this rape and marrying, there probably has to be some underlining context to this. But where does it say that God said that if you rape, you have to marry?
In the verse we just read.
What?
Deuteronomy 1, or Deuteronomy 4, 1 through 2.
And it says that in Deuteronomy 4, 1 through 2.
Wait, so do you think Moses was lying?
The rape part.
Do you think Moses was? The rape part. That's 22. Deuteronomy 22. Is it 19? Yeah, Deuteronomy 22, 19. It's probably 18 through 19.
Thank you for the dinosaur.
Then wait, which one is it? No, it's not that one. Give me just a second. Bible. Okay. 28:30?
Yeah, it's
if you fully wait, what the fuck?
Oh yeah. Also, y'all, don't say the actual R word because TikTok no likey. This is just a reminder.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
That's good advice. Okay.
That's good advice.
Okay.
Thank you. I try.
30. Is it 28:30? It is. Okay, wait. You'll be pledged to be married a woman, but another will take her and rape her. You will build a house, but you will not live in it. You will plant a vineyard, but you will not even begin to enjoy its fruits. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will eat none of it. Your donkey will be forcibly taken from you and will not be returned. Your sheep will be given to your enemies and will rescue them. Your sons and your daughters will be given to another nation who will wear out your eyes, watching them with a powerless hand. People that you do not know will eat what your land labor produce, and you will have nothing but cruel oppression all your days. The sights you see will drive you mad. The Lord will afflict you. Okay, wait. The fuck? Which one is it?
Dude, I think it's Deuteronomy 4. I think you were right in the beginning. Right?
For the rape verse or the grape verse?
Yeah, let me look.
22, 28 through 29. I was just reading this. 28 through 29. If a man comes upon a young woman, a virgin who is not betrothed. Oh no, it's okay. Wait, it is 22, 28 through 29. That's the one.
So 22. Yeah, that's right. 22.
Damn, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this one.
Mm-hmm.
Zoink Scoob.
Jinkies.
if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. She shall not be permitted to divorce her for as long as he lives.
That has nothing to do with grape.
What do you think seize means?
It doesn't, dude. Let's suppose a man has intercourse with a young woman who is a virgin but is not engaged to be married. If they are discovered, he must pay her father 50 pieces of silver.
What do you think seize means? What do you think violate
seize
means?
means to take over. But so what?
Yeah, wait. So taking over what?
Taking over a body, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's malice.
Do you think seizing is consensual?
Well, can I ask you this? So I'll read the same thing you're reading. I'm reading Deuteronomy 20.
So seize is defined as take hold of suddenly and forcibly.
But listen.
So when you have sex with someone forcibly,
well,
what do we call that? What do we call forcible sex?
Can I ask you what you're reading from? Is that King James?
This is going to be
New King
Oxford
James
Languages.
Oxford Languages. I've never really used.
Oh no, the version of the Bible you're looking at, my love.
Oh, NRSVUE.
NSVUE.
NRSVUE, the academic standard.
Okay. Let's.
New revised. Oh wait, what the fuck? New revised standard version, updated edition.
Yeah, because some of those things may have the Greek and Hebrew text a little bit messed up. So what I'm reading is now I want you to hear from I listen to your version. I listen to mine, Deuteronomy.
You must be a King James. You have the King James energy.
No, I don't have the King James. I have the it's my wife's Bible actually. This is the NIV, I believe it is.
The NIV.
It's the NIV.
Oh, yeah. The NIV was written by Satan. I don't know if you know that.
That's funny. I like it.
Yeah, the NIV is much worse for you.
It doesn't matter. Whatever I'm reading from, it could be the NIV. I don't know. Maybe the whatever.
The NIV just says the word rape.
Damn.
Well, we're gonna take it from. It
Damn.
doesn't matter. The Greek. What's the Greek and Hebrew?
Damn.
word? But listen to mine. Suppose a man has intercourse with a young woman who is a virgin but is not engaged to be married. If they are discovered, he may pay father 50 pieces of silver. Then he must marry the young woman because he violated her, and he may never divorce her as long as he lives.
Which version are you reading?
I'm trying to figure this out.
Lord.
I don't have a version on my thing here.
I mean, you should. If you look in the first few pages of your Bible, it should tell you what version.
Yeah, this isn't my Bible, so I don't typically read from this. I just.
Oh wait. Oh, this is perfect.
New Living
Let's go.
The New Living Translation.
Hey guys,
Hi.
give me 1 second.
Yeehaw.
Take
All
that
right.
time.
Yeah, we got this this neutral Christian scholar here.
Yes.
So the Hebrew word you want there is tafaz, which means to take hold of generically, but it means to take hold of by force, which is why if you go to like Deuteronomy chapter 20, which you're pretty close to, when it talks about laying siege to a city and overtaking it, it uses the exact same Hebrew word. It means to capture. It doesn't mean to lovingly embrace.
Okay.
Why
So,
would God tell him to do that, bestie?
Yeah.
Why
Well,
would he do that?
But does capture also mean?
You please
because,
don't
when you
start with the
seize
mental
that-
gymnastics. I beg.
Think about it. I mean, can it mean that?
No.
No.
I will not think about it. No.
No.
Do you
This
think-
capturing someone forcibly in a sexual context is grape.
Okay, but
Yeah,
now,
there's no consent in capturing by force.
okay, now is that the direct word, and how you're supposed to take that is direct word from God? So is that God saying you can't do that, or this is
Yes,
what you
all
do?
the laws, all of the laws in Deuteronomy are from God, and it says so on
From
about
Moses, right.
5 different occasions, and it says on 2 different occasions in Deuteronomy 4 and 12 that you cannot add to or take away from these laws, meaning no
Yes.
man can add or take away from these laws. These are God's laws and God's laws alone.
Okay, yeah. So what is your take on it?
Well, it's obviously referring to grape, which is why she's violated and why there's a punishment for it. The punishment is that he is responsible for her now for the rest of her entire life.
Yes.
If it wasn't a violation, there would be no punishment.
Thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of violation as violating the fact that she was a virgin, and then.
Yeah, but now that we
took
understand,
that away
what are your
from her.
thoughts on the verse?
Well, everything's from God, so it's fine.
Oh my goodness.
Would you be okay if someone did that to your daughter?
No, I mean, but are you a
But
Christian?
God says
or no?
it's acceptable.
Are you a Christian or no?
Does it matter?
Well, yeah, because if you decide not to follow one law, then you know.
So you're just gonna toss
take
your
whatever law
actual
you want
like
here and there.
you're just gonna
Well, we
toss
don't
the love you have for your
Somebody
daughter
call
out of the
CPS.
window
But we
because
don't follow
God
that.
said so?
Young lady.
So, Sam, let's make sure we're clear here. He wants
Yeah.
his kids to touch hot stoves, and he's okay
Mhm.
with them being raped. But
Yeah.
as long as you get the bride price.
Right.
I'm okay
Yeah.
with my daughter being raped. No, I don't think so.
Well, as long as God says it's fine, then it's fine, right?
Well, God
so it's
doesn't say
fine.
rape is fine. He
He
never said
said-
rape is fine.
I'm
God
sorry.
never
Let's
said rape is fine.
Let's clarify. Also, stop saying
let's
the R
clarify
word.
something.
Calm
God
down.
never said rape is
Calm
fine.
down. Stop saying the R word. Damn.
Yeah, you gotta say
All right.
raped.
God never said rape is fine.
Right, my fault. Let's clarify. God said if you do end up raping a woman, you have to take her as your wife, which means she will be stuck living with the trauma of living with the person who violated her for the rest of her life. He said that's okay. So, if your daughter was raped and then the person who did it was like, actually, that's my wife now, and she will be in a house with me for the rest of her life, you'd be like, no, yeah, fire, because God said so.
Well, here's the point.
That was a yes or no question. That was a yes or no question.
Here's my only point.
That was a yes
Can
or
you
no
answer her
question.
question?
That was a yes or no question.
I really didn't understand her question. I'm sorry.
Jay, why is it that the money is paid to the father and not the poor young woman?
Probably because they looked at a woman a lot differently. But I'm going to say the only thing I want to say about this fact is that if I take anything and say God's done anything, then I am pure not a Christian if I don't say God's wrong, God's this, God's that. So, I take the lower stance on that. You guys, I mean, you could point anything out of a Bible or whatever it may be. You understand what I'm saying to you?
So
based. Yeah, I will do that.
And
But so here's the
you would rather
here's the
have to
dilemma.
concede to the idea that if your daughter was raped, that the person who did it would be fully justified anyway, would be fully justified anyway, would be fully justified in taking her as his wife. You'd rather just concede to that instead of being a normal human being and saying, no, actually, that's gross. Because you want to be a Christian.
Well, I'm not going
and
to tell
true
God
Christians.
Yes.
My God, that's so terrifying. That's
do
so
it.
terrifying. That's so terrifying. Wow.
I'm not going to do it.
Listen,
But Jay,
that's
I have to get back to work. But your stance that you're taking is one of the reasons why we talk about this God so often. Because if you take a hardline approach to the theology that this God is all good, then you have to say like slavery and rape is good. So your religion is a giant red flag and a hazard for all humanity. That's all.
No, I think rape is terrible.
Stop saying the word.
Dude, I'm sorry about that. I keep forgetting. I think slavery is terrible.
So was it terrible when God said that they could do it?
Well, God said you do it because you're going to do it. Those people sell themselves, and they did, and those people who owned them sold them to something else. That's just the way it happened. It doesn't happen in our society any longer.
Oh, it certainly does.
God says it's right.
definitely
Does my
does.
thing say, God, you're wrong? No, it's not.
Yes, you should. That's your intuition is screaming, God, you're wrong. There's no way that you can read the slavery verse and grow up in the society that we did and have any other intuition. I don't know. At least like if you went to like my high school, slavery is bad.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
same.
saying slavery is great. I mean, but I'm saying during that time there was slavery, and if there was rules given to that time, those are the rules that you follow by.
Gotcha. So which one's worse, eating shellfish or owning people as slaves?
You know, it all is the same. You know, the shellfish and owning
It's
people.
all this.
Yes, dude, I'm talking about back in the day, brother. I'm not talking about now. Dude, I eat crabs all the time. Dude, I'm from Maryland.
Bro, me eating a lobster is the same thing as taking someone as property,
don't
bro.
take that away from. No, I
Are you
said back in the
serious?
day. All
Bro,
the
me
laws were the
dipping some
same.
lobster in some butter sauce is the same as taking a person as a possession?
No. That's not what I said. I said back in the day when he asked the question. If we're talking about back in the day, the laws, if you broke one law, you broke all the laws, and all the laws were the same. And God looked at you and judged you the same way if you broke one law or broke all the laws.
Okay, because taking people as slaves didn't break any law, but eating shellfish did.
Dude, shellfish is wrong. I mean, back in the day,
But is it
wrong.
worse than slavery?
But dude, that's all been taken care of. What I'm saying is Jesus came down
At the
all
time?
that.
Okay, is it worse at that time to own a slave or eat shellfish?
It was probably to eat shellfish.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. At that time, which one was it at that time?
Oh.
Do you know?
Stop.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that owning slaves is always worse than eating shellfish.
Brother, oh my God, dude, we're talking about the religion. We're talking
Okay,
about how God
so
fits
the
into
reason
the fact
why-
of the shellfish and the slaves.
So the
Because
reason
God
why this
allowed
doesn't hold
slavery.
up.
God
the
allowed
reason
to
why
have a slave.
Okay,
but
the
God
reason
didn't
why
allow
this
to eat
doesn't hold
shellfish.
up is for multiple reasons. The first, God is all knowing, which means anything that ever happens and has happened, and will happen is something that he is aware of before it even occurs. So he knew there would be a time where slavery would be impermissible. Now, God says that murder is wrong, and during that time, ending people's lives for just like crime in general was incredibly common, but he still said that murder is wrong. Slavery was also incredibly common at the time, but he didn't go out of his way to say that slavery is wrong. So if ending people's lives was almost as common as slavery, and he said ending people's lives is bad, why didn't he say the exact same thing about slavery?
I don't know. You asked me about shellfish. He said during that time, what was worse?
I just asked you a new question.
Yeah, well, how you asked me a new question? We didn't go over the first one.
Well, yeah, your answer to the first one is stupid. So
yeah,
my answer to the first one is biblical.
it's which is stupid. Yeah, it's an absurdity. Like
Well, regardless
the
what you
fact
think
that the
about
fact
it,
that
it's
you
still
think there was
biblical.
ever a time where eating shellfish is worse than slavery, putting shrimp in your mouth, chewing and swallowing is worse than owning and beating a human being. The fact that you think that eating shellfish was worse than slavery is insanity. That's
my
crazy.
God.
There's
Dude,
nothing
you're just taking the
other
word-
to
you're
say
taking the words and
than
twisting
that's
them around.
stupid. That's a dumb thing to say.
All you did was take the words and twist them around.
This is
Dude, I
bar
didn't
for
ask-
bar what you believe.
No.
Word for word, bar for bar.
No. You take the word right out of my mouth. I
Which
just sat here and
which of
said-
what I said isn't
Yes.
true?
I just sat here
Which
and
of what I
said,
said doesn't map
slavery's
onto what
bad.
you believe?
Slavery's bad, so forth and so on. Owning another human is bad. You said, now back in the day, which one was worse? If God permitted slavery back in the day, God did not allow you to eat shellfish. You ate shellfish. Shellfish was then, and that's therefore worse. Not that I'm permitting the fact that there's slavery.
Gotcha. So just to be clear, God believed that putting shrimp in your mouth, crunching it, and then swallowing was worse than owning a person and beating them as a
Yeah, it was supposed to be
possession.
an unclean- it was
God
supposed to be
believed that there was a
unclean animal,
time
unclean food.
where eating shrimp was worse than slavery.
Well, I think you may be taking also slavery into a whole different context.
No, you own them as a possession and you beat them with your rod. Both of those
So,
things are in
If Jesus
Exodus and
so let's
Leviticus.
take Jesus as God. So Jesus changed all that, and Jesus didn't allow that to be permitted.
Well, wait, can you, where does Jesus say no slavery? Can I get the Jesus says no slavery verse? I just want Jesus to say very clearly, thou shalt not own slaves. I'd love to
Yeah,
see
I don't-
where
I don't-
Jesus says this.
I don't
Because
have that.
he doesn't fucking say that anywhere.
I don't have that.
Yeah, no one does.
Don't.
So why wouldn't Jesus make note of that? Thou shalt not own
But
slaves.
I will say that the only other part would be what's that? Theomitis, who had his slave ran away, or however you want to call him, and he wound up being in jail with Paul, and Paul wrote the letter to him to ask him to free him, and because that we're all brothers in Christ, and he should not be a slave, and since they being a follower of Jesus would not, they learned that from him and sent that letter back to them, and then freed him from the debt that he owed.
Oh, yeah, that's so nice. So was that what Paul said, or did Paul say that this slave should be freed because he would better be a slave if the church owned him? Which one did Paul say?
Well, the church didn't own him. Paul didn't say the church would own him.
That is, it literally said that he would be better as a slave for the church.
No, he's better as a brother. We're a brother, but he didn't. He went back there and they served together.
I know he was still
do you believe the
owned,
church
but wait. So why would Jesus himself, though? The question: why would Jesus himself not say, "Thou shalt not own slaves"? Why wouldn't Jesus say that?
I don't know. I can't speak for Jesus.
Wouldn't it have been important for Jesus to say, "Thou shalt not own slaves"?
Well, if he wanted that to be said, then he would have had that said. But
So you think Jesus was better off not advocating against slavery?
But I'm sure it shows about. I'm sure that Jesus' teaching would pass down through the apostles, and it's been taught through the rest of the Bible, like through Acts, and how we supposed to treat people. So
I just want to clarify. So Jesus is perfect in not advocating for slaves or advocating against slavery. He wouldn't have been better if he did say, "Thou shalt not own slaves."
well, I don't think Jesus advocated slavery.
Yeah, no, but would Jesus have been better if he said, "Thou shalt not own slaves"?
I'm not going to do that either. I'm not going to say that either, because you're just putting me in a tricky spot. I mean, I'm not going to say what Jesus is better be doing anything. Jesus is the greatest, and that's what he is.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't think Jesus? So you think Jesus was perfect in his silence about slavery? That Jesus advocating for slavery would have made him imperfect.
He was perfect in every way.
Yeah, wait,
So,
but would
including
Jesus have
when he
been?
was complicit in slavery, that was perfect as fuck, wasn't it?
Where was he complicit in slavery at?
When he said schmurder bad, and we can agree schmurder bad, but then he saw slavery and he didn't say slavery bad, that's being complicit.
Well, how do you think that happened? Do you think that slavery happened the same way that happened in the United States?
Every time people ask me this question, my response is always, I don't care how well the slaves were treated. Owning someone as property is inherently dehumanizing.
I'm not saying that.
Because you are treating them as a possession. And
Why
a
would
possession, by definition, I'm not done talking. A possession, by definition, is a thing. A person is not a thing. Even grammatically, a noun is a person, place, or thing. Categorically, you are dehumanizing a person. I don't give a fuck how well they were treated in comparison to the transatlantic slave trade, chattel slavery. It was still slavery nonetheless. I don't care.
It's not a transatlantic slave trade. I'm not saying. I'm not talking about how well they were treated as slaves. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that through the slave trade, we live in the United States. Those people were taken and forced and held. They were taken, forced, and held. Those people over there were not. They were giving themselves up as bond servants. They were giving they were chosen to be. Absolutely, they certainly
Wait, so in Exodus, when it literally gives out conditions for someone to be sold into slavery, for example, like one of the conditions to be sold into slavery is like, wait, so are you of the belief that 100% of these people chose to be slaves?
Please say yes. Please.
Jay, are you there?
Please say yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I bet lots of people love choosing to get beaten with a rod.
No. You asked, did all of them choose to be that way?
Did all of them choose to be slaves?
Absolutely not.
Okay, gotcha. So is it wrong?
Is it wrong too? Oh,
to
slavery is wrong.
fucking own them. Was God wrong when he said that you can own them?
No. What God? I don't think God was talking. Well, let me not put words in God's mouth because this is it's crazy. But as as a lot of theologians look at it, they look at it to the point that God was speaking the fact that those people who were slaves, those in those days, came from as bond servants, came from as they sold themselves into that. Those are the ones he's talking about. Now, anybody can take somebody as a slave, and that is dealt wrong. People who take other people and own them as that, and owning people is, inherently not great.
Then why didn't he say that?
If you're selling yourself, your body, you sell yourself into sleep. You take yourself and say, listen, you're not killing my family. You're here to give my family this. I owe you, or I owe you this because I took money and I can't pay you back. And now I'm going to serve my whole life as basically a slave.
Wait, so let's just there's like a basic part of this verse that just completely blows this theory out of the water. So when it says in Leviticus, how the fuck do you it says in Leviticus 25 44 through 46 that that you may acquire their children and like pass them down to your children. What do you think that that's referring to?
They're probably referring to the people that they're taking.
Gotcha. Wait, so do you think it's like moral to like own their children? Did their children own or choose this life?
It is probably not moral to own people. It's not moral to own people altogether, bro.
Gotcha. Wait, so then wouldn't the morally correct statement for God to have made be, thou shalt not own slaves, thou shalt not own people?
Well, that doesn't say, I don't see where it says that in the Bible.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it?
I don't know. I didn't write the Bible, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Why are you okay with following a God that... Oh my gosh, thank you, Kat. That's beautiful. Why are you okay with... Damn, that was a lot. Sorry. Why are you okay with following a God that allows this shit? He very easily could have just said slavery bad. Slavery bad is all he had to say. That's it. He said schmurder bad. W God for that, right? But then he said eat shellfish also bad. Questionable, but okay, God. Pop off, I guess. But then when it comes to slavery not bad. He never say that. Why?
Well, I can't answer that, brother and sister. But I'll tell you this, it's been a great conversation with you. So,
well, appreciate you coming on up here.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I'm like way calm. I've calmed down. I'm calmed down. No longer will I be blood sports debating people.
You have less of a sheen.
Now it's just the age of being calm. What's up, AG? How's it going? Are you here?
I was gonna say I can't even see myself.
Oh
Can
yeah,
you see me?
perfect. Yeah, hey.
I
if you're
wanted to
enjoying
slam on that motherfucker.
No, oh my god, it was
So
so much worse earlier. I was so bad faith. Jeez, I was being so mean to everyone. Oh,
Well, I was
gosh.
listening from the jump, and the motherfuckers that were like calling you names and shit were so obnoxious.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. I didn't get enough sleep, so we'll see. If you want to support
Same.
the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Make sure you're following AG and Sam and myself as well. And if you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's a great place. We talk politics, religion, and philosophy. Consider joining if you're 18 or older. It's discord.gg/allegedly-Ian. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. But keep on double tapping on that screen.
Ian, how many hours of sleep did you get last night?
I got like 4.5.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I'm an 8 hours of sleep person. If I get any less than 8, I notice it.
Same.
I'm yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Both of you joined. Yeah. Fuck. Damn. I kicked the one who didn't. God, I'm so stupid. I kicked the one who didn't have the echo, and then I kept the one who did have the echo.
It's okay. We can't all be smart all the time.
SMH, dude. I made the wrong choice. I cut the wrong wire.
Cut the wrong wire.
That's too bad.
Patwick.
Hey, what's up, Patrick? Don't run, Patrick.
No, Patrick's a friend.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to say, Ian, I love your stuff. I am a friendly. I know Sam and AG, they're amazing as well. I just wanted to say to anyone who is gifting Jay, you are on a watch list.
True.
You are on a list.
So true.
Damn, that was crazy.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
appreciate you coming up here,
Thank you
Sam.
for coming up,
I'm sorry,
Patrick.
Patrick.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Patrick.
I fucking mix names up because I'm silly. In
Oh
a
my
silly,
gosh.
goofy state of mind. Keep on sharing with your friends. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, what's poppin', man? How you doing?
Hey, doing well. How old are you?
I am 25.
What religion are you?
I'm a Christian, sir.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I would say for me personally, the one that I favor the most is I like the teleological argument. And then I also appreciate like an argument for meaning, just classic, I forgot the guy's name that said it. C.S. Lewis,
Okay, let's talk about or I don't know, do you have a preference between the two of those arguments?
I feel like the argument for meaning is pretty cool.
Gotcha. Okay, so do you want to give the argument?
Sure. I think that just in general, everybody kind of has a search for meaning, and because meaning is, outside of us, then it makes sense as to why we would believe that is God, I guess.
Why is meaning outside of us?
Because I don't think that anything in terms of like this human world can really satisfy us, essentially.
Oh, that's true, but that's just a byproduct of our psychology, that there's like a lack inside of all of us and that we constantly try to fill the lack. This is true of like anyone. This is true of Christians as well. Universally true that there's a lack inside of us and that we're always trying to fill the lack because we think it's going to make us like more like ourselves, like more like the image of who we are in our head, that will like finally be ourselves if at last we like get the thing, get the promotion, get the car, get the whatever. But of course, when you get that, you don't feel satisfied, you don't feel complete. The lack just moves elsewhere. So I think that that's just going to be true no matter what your purpose is.
What about for you personally? Like, let's say in your life, as you've gone about, trying to achieve your dreams, trying to achieve all of that stuff, have you felt accomplished just in everything that you've been doing?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, I'm extremely grateful for the platform that I have, and I've put lots of work into learning the arguments and getting this good at debate. And yeah, doing debates helps me feel like very satisfied. But of course, I'm always looking to the new horizons to get better arguments, to make stream better, to do all sorts of other stuff. The search for goals and the completion of these goals never ends. So I just don't know. I think that this like lack is inside of us. I think that the search for meaning is motivated internally, and we try to look for like external objects, but those external objects aren't God.
Yeah. Do you think that you're ever actually gonna find that completion, or do you feel like it's just always gonna remain empty and you just have to continuously keep on filling it?
Well, I don't think anyone ever finds that completion.
Oh, why would you say that?
Just because if after you get the thing that you want, if you set your goal really high, it's not like your life ends right after you get your goal. So if you ever achieve your goal and you finally like get it, your goal is just going to move to a new thing elsewhere. You will never be fully 100% satisfied for the rest of your life. That's just not how we're built.
So do you feel like, so I as a Christian would disagree and say that, just in my life, I'm already fulfilled because it's already connected to something eternal that, already,
do you fall flat with your relationship with God ever?
What's up?
Do you fall flat with your relationship with God where you go like these like peaks and what do you call it? Like the
peaks and valleys?
Peaks and valleys, yeah.
Yeah, but
you kind of get farther from God and then you come back to God.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Wouldn't that show that you don't find complete satisfaction within him?
No, I'd say that kind of falls into the line of like, because I have the human condition like everybody else, like essentially every now and again, I'm going to have moments where stuff happens in life and I'm not going to feel as close to God. But then when I go back and I pray, it's only a matter of time before I start to get back in the groove and I feel connected again, and I feel like that's just a part of our human nature, to where we all kind of want something eternal outside of us that completes who we are. And I feel like only God can have that standard, because nothing else in this world is ever going to satisfy us. And I think it's pretty weird how us as humans, if it's the case that there is nothing else outside of us to complete that need, then it's kind of just weird, because it really is just that we're all here to just eat, sleep, and do whatever else. But if that's the case, then why don't those things end up fulfilling us?
Oh yeah, because it's like a continual process. Life isn't just eat, sleep, fuck, die. It's about finding meaning in those things. We find like, peace in our dreams, like culture and food. We find like love and sex. We find like all sorts of meaning within like all of these things. That's our journey, is that we happen to exist and that we hope to find a purpose in this life. But I mean, you're not going to be satisfied constantly all the time with God. You have needs. Your body has needs. They
Yeah, I was
arise.
gonna
You still
say,
get
do you just
hungry.
never want for literally anything? Like, do you just lack desire to do literally anything?
Oh, no. That's the thing though, right? It's like, I feel like because I'm satisfied and fulfilled, I then have the ability to go out and want other things outside of simply trying to fill a hole. Once that hole is like already complete, like the hole inside of you, like as a person, that.
Can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate to me how God is filling that hole?
I would say that. Man, it's funny. I would say that
sorry,
God
not
is
how I
filling
meant
that
it,
hole
but you know what I
because
mean.
usually the need for meaning, like usually you're asking yourself the question of just like, oh yeah, like why do I have this? Like why do I have this feeling? Like what is this thing outside of me? And once
I know, but how can you demonstrate that God is making you feel that way?
I wouldn't say that God is making me feel that way, but he made me to feel that way because I'm actually a being that's supposed to be in relationship with him.
Okay.
I feel that a lot of the times, like relationships, like the relationships that we have, like as friends, like everybody in here, I could assume you guys are all friends. You guys all seem like chappy people. All of
Yeah,
those
of
things
course.
kind of chappy people, you feel me? I feel like all of those things kind of point to the idea that there's something within our relationships with each other that kind of do the service of like filling that hole, right?
Okay.
However, because all of us as humans, we lack things, we're never going to fully satisfy each other. So what better idea than to have a relationship with someone that, is, doesn't move in terms of, that doesn't move, is eternal, is all powerful, and that has all of the things that would make that relationship whole. And so that's
When
what
I had a relationship with God, I still wanted my holes filled, so I don't understand.
That's crazy. Wait. But I'm so sorry. Wait. So because you can fill this hole with damn near anything you want. In fact, you can fill this with like you literally all you need to fill this void is to like set some mission for your life. And then go out and do it. Your mission could be to become like a Lego master builder. And then that could be like the way that you fill this void. You don't need to fill it with God. I mean, I don't have this. I think I mistook what your void you were referring to was. I mistook it for just desire generally. But if insofar as we both acknowledge that desire is never ending, then what you're just describing is like how to get out of an existential crisis. And the way to get out of an existential crisis is literally just to find meaning and then pursue it. Set a goal for yourself, set a goal for your life, and then go out and do it. You don't need God to do that. You can do this with like damn near anything.
Are you using God as helping you to discipline yourself?
Yeah, in other ways in life. But, to respond to your point, Ian, I think that yes, in life, like we're all going to have desires, but a lot of those desires aren't going to fill us or aren't going to fulfill us on their own. They're not going to satisfy that desire and or that need for something greater than what's here. I could have the dream of becoming a Lego master, but once I fulfill that dream, like there's not going to be like I'm still going to have that hole. That dream of becoming the greatest like Lego master, it's not going to fulfill, because that dream was only supposed to point to something greater. I've seen so many stories of people that have worked their hardest to achieve their dreams, and they achieve them, and they're still depressed. They have everything that they want in life. They have the money, you know, a family that loves them, good relationships in life, but something's there, you know, it's still empty. And I feel like that's just the natural course of us as humans. And so because that's natural, I really have to just think to myself and be like, dang, if nothing in this world can really satisfy like that hunger and that desire for meaning, something outside of that has to be there has to be something that's not here that has to give us that sense of meaning, you know, as people. And that's why I believe that God fits. I believe that God, especially the Christian idea of God, is that thing.
I don't have this desire for something like greater than myself. I have a desire to be better, but fortunately for me, just being better is a never-ending process. There will never be a time where I am the best. So as long as all of your goals are framed in terms of like just getting better, then you actually don't run into this problem at all, because you just set yourself on like a journey that has improvement but is never ending. The journey to get better has improvement but is never ending. Thus, you can avoid this entirely. There's no need for a God.
I also find, like, yes, I think the same way that children want imaginary friends because they don't have true connection, or they don't have friends or something like that, you're essentially doing the same thing as an adult, where you just have an imaginary friend that's never going to go away. That is a great sense of comfort. But again, the conversation is that God real?
I would say that the need for that kind of points to the idea of a God existing. You know,
I think
like
I would
I
completely
understand that you disagree because you're already working off of the premise that God doesn't exist. And so like I definitely understand like where you're coming from, because if God doesn't exist, then it follows that the need is actually something else. So you guys are already working off of that premise, so I understand. What I'm trying to say is this need of humans to wanting to fulfill themselves out of anything that's natural kind of points to the idea that there's something supernatural like meaning there in order to help us to.
This is just God of the gaps.
You know,
like textbook God of the gaps.
I would completely disagree. I would say this is something that's super taught in the Christian church, that like God's made you broken. He's the only one that can fulfill you, make you happy. And what you find is you find a lot of flat Christians a couple years in, after they're on fire for God, and then they fall like pretty like into those depths of like feeling empty again, because God can't do that, especially someone who's imaginary. How can you have a relationship with somebody who one, it's one-sided? You can tell me that you think that it's God that's talking to you, but how can you demonstrate that that's God talking to you?
I feel like that's kind of getting out of the idea of the argument for meaning, which is where I don't.
Wait, so what's the difference between dedicating your life and forming a relationship with God and like dedicating your life and forming a relationship with like an imaginary friend?
I would say that if you're forming if you're forming a relationship with a imaginary friend, like you forming that relationship is pretty much your own mind, you and your own mind, whereas God is obviously like another being.
Yeah, but what's the difference in terms of fulfillment? Why does God fulfill you in a way that like just believing in an imaginary friend wouldn't?
I would say that God, like when God comes in and he helps you and stuff like that, obviously like something that we can read. There's something that we can read about it. There's something that we can, verify with the life that we're living. Our imaginary friend doesn't manifest in our life like in the similar ways.
Demonstrate God manifesting in your life.
Yeah,
well, then I would get into the idea of my own personal experience.
Are you aware that that prayer is like completely ineffective? That there's studies on prayer and its efficacy in terms of like medical recovery, and it doesn't matter whether you pray for someone or don't, or like what religion, what God you pray to, like the thing that you pray to or believe in, that no matter what, it's like all the same, that all the outcomes are exactly the same.
Well,
are you aware of that?
I would argue that oftentimes a lot of atheists misinterpret what prayer is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be this thing to where you go in and you pray to God and he's supposed to give you everything that you want and everything.
But that's because you just shot yourself in the foot, right? Because you said you literally just said that that's the difference between believing in God and an imaginary friend, is that God actually delivers things into your life, that he actually brings forth change in your life.
Well-
but now you're saying, well, the point of prayer actually isn't for God to bring change into
I
your
didn't
life.
connect that with the idea of prayer. I'm just saying that God manifests himself in life in ways that an imaginary friend would not be. That's all I say. Whether that's through
But you
prayer
can't.
or whether that's through
Yeah, but how can
any
you
other
prove that?
means
How
of
can
a
you prove that?
relationship.
Yeah,
I would
I'm also
say
curious.
that that connects to my personal experience. You know,
if you can't demonstrate God like in some sort of way outside of your own experience, demonstrate like using a hypothetical or something like that, like demonstrating God's existence in the same way, like that we just explained in an imaginary friendship versus God.
Well, I would say that, because God is a verifiable thing outside of like my own head, and it's something that other people share and other people have come to the conclusion of saying like, hey, like this is something that like exists for me. And even if I wasn't connected with them in terms of a relationship or whatever, if I see the same thing happen in my life, I as a human being am meant to it's a more reasonable conclusion to draw that there's something outside of the both of us as human beings that is, dictating that. And so because of that, we have the Bible, we have, other people's personal experiences matching up that have like never met before. Like, I feel like all of these things kind of constitute the idea of, it being stronger than something that's just an imaginary friend, because an imaginary friend is obviously your own personal experience. And I would argue that some Christians might have their idea of God that is just their imaginary friend, but God is not subjective to me. It is something objective outside of me. And because it operates like that, I'm reason to believe that it's not just an imaginary friend.
Oh, but of course that's your conclusion. That's like the very thing that you're trying to prove in the first place. So you would just need another argument to prove that.
Oh, what? Wait, why?
Because what you're attempting to argue is that God exists because meaning exists, and the way you're doing this is by essentially just reaffirming, like when we press you on the difference between God and an imaginary friend, is that, well, God exists because God exists subjectively, and I'm just asking, like that's kind of the initial claim, prove that God exists subjectively.
Well, okay. First of all, I'm just going to say this. I actually clicked this live not really thinking that you were going to add me in like super fast. So I didn't like, if I'm just going to be like honest with you, I didn't have my argument fully prepared, my premises and all that fully prepared to like come at you and be like, okay, this is exactly what I believe. But if I were to re-go over it again, I would say every human being on this planet has a desire that cannot be fulfilled in the natural world. We have to come up with this idea of meaning. And
Can you prove that?
Oh, I would say that that's just an experience that I've seen, that you have seen, that everybody in this live has experienced on their own. I believe that's just a universal like human.
But why is it that God needs to fulfill that? Can you prove that God needs to fulfill that?
I would say that God needs to fulfill that because he is one, a creator, and creators bestow meaning onto things. And so if there even is an idea of meaning, then that denotes that there has to be something there to give it meaning. And so that's why I conclude that is God, because even saying the idea of meaning points to the idea of there's something to be created with a specific purpose that needs to be fulfilled.
So I got a question for you. So Thailand is 96% Buddhist, i.e. 96% of Thailand doesn't believe in God. So is Thailand just like full of like depressed people? Is that going to be your view of that? Like nobody in Thailand has meaning?
Well, I wouldn't say that just because you're not living in the idea of God doesn't mean that like you're going to be depressed. But if I were to go to Thailand, I think I would be able to talk to a lot of people who probably would say that even though they're chasing their dreams, even though they're trying to, maybe they have great sex, maybe they have a great diet and they're working out and all of that stuff is really going well for them, I would probably find that a lot of people still feel somewhat empty, even if they might not know it.
So just to be clear, you would say that Thailand is just completely void of meaning?
Not Thailand. That's a huge jump. I'm not gonna lie.
That 96% of the people in
That's a bit of a
Thailand
huge
are just
jump.
completely
That Thailand.
void of meaning.
Wait. From what I
Because
said, how did you get the
96% of the
idea
people
that
in
I would say that
Thailand.
Thailand has no meaning?
Yeah, because 96% of the people in Thailand are Buddhist, i.e., they don't believe in God. So,
I
would you
would
say
say
that
that
96% of the people in Thailand don't have meaning?
I wouldn't say that they don't have meaning, because they do. If God exists, then they do, whether they believe in it or not. You know, so whether they believe in the idea of God existing or not, those people have meaning, even if they don't understand what that meaning is. So I would say that those people in Thailand, if they don't believe in God, then they probably don't know that they have meaning, and they feel disconnected from that. And that's all I'm arguing.
So you would say that 96% of the people in Thailand feel like they don't have meaning?
Hey man, you can reiterate the process. You can reiterate the premise all you want, and it's gonna sound ridiculous as many times as you say it, because you obviously don't believe in God. But if God does exist, then that just follows. That just follows.
So what about like the 10 top atheist countries, and then they are in the top 20 happiest of the countries? So what we see, like pretty much all throughout, is that the happiest countries, or the people that are the happiest, tend to be atheists because they don't need to cope using God.
First of all, I would need to look at that, because I would say that
Sweden's number 4. Sweden is one of the most secular countries, and it is number 4 in happiest countries.
Okay, well, let me ask you this too. Sweden, what's I feel like, if that's the case, right? Sweden, happiest countries or whatever. What conclusion? How did you get causation is not equal to what's the line again?
They're doing studies.
How do you know
causation
that
doesn't equal correlation?
Yeah,
but I understand that
it's religion that's making them unhappy. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't. No. I'm saying that what we
because there's so many.
I can agree that causation
doesn't
or correlation doesn't equal causation, but what we
do
see is a recurrence in the happiest of countries tend to be more secular and are not religious because they don't need to cope using God.
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily because of God. If you look at Sweden, they probably have a lot of other things that we don't have in America, like high capitalistic rates, extremely high cost of living. There are so many things that could play into a reason why people are more happy over there, apart from them not having, them not having a religious cause. I would also argue that a lot of places like, I don't mean to throw these people under the bus, but a lot of places like Japan or like, all these other places with extremely high suicide rates, are also predominantly like not believing in God or not having like any of those types of like other, religious beliefs.
Yeah, Japan, 62%
and then I would
of the
also
country
argue,
doesn't identify with a religion.
But I do know that Christian people often do report to have more, especially in the States, Christian people over here often do report to have higher levels of fulfillment. Yeah, so
that's like totally possible, but just because they're fulfilling themselves with something doesn't mean that that's actually like a real thing that actually exists. Again, it just goes back to the imaginary friend that just because you like say, well, there's this imaginary friend who gives my life meaning, doesn't actually mean that the imaginary friend exists.
Yeah, well, if that imaginary friend is also connected to history and has been verified by sources that are disconnected with each other across all different types of walks of life, then I would much more likely believe in that imaginary friend than one that I just conjured up in my head one day after watching a favorite TV show.
Okay, so I got a question. So you think your theory is that the religious experiences are indicative of like an actual thing, like God actually reaching out to these people?
I do, but I wouldn't say that that's like my full argument. I would say that the argument of meaning is my favorite because it points towards that idea, although it's not enough to verifiably prove that like God is real. I just think that in and of itself, for me personally, it's one that I like using the most because it's a lot easier to talk about meaning for me than it is to talk about history, which I'm not an extreme expert in.
Okay, so why is it the case that people with temporal lobe epilepsy are so much more likely to have a religious experience? Why does God target people with temporal lobe epilepsy more than he targets anybody else?
I wouldn't necessarily know that specifically, but the fact that there are people outside of people with temporal epilepsy that have religious experience, I feel like that in and of itself kind of defeats the argument. It's not exclusive to people, because it's not exclusive to people with temporal epilepsy. I wouldn't necessarily see that as like a strong argument against the idea of God only working.
Wait, so okay, but I just want to be clear. So you concede that this is an extremely unexpected data point on your worldview?
What do you mean by that?
That you have no way of accounting for the fact that people with temporal lobe epilepsy are way more likely to have a spiritual experience.
To me, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's more likely or not. The simple fact.
I'm sorry. Wait. So if you have an account of it, then what's your
You gotta let me
account of
finish
it?
speaking.
Yeah, sure.
You gotta let me finish speaking. What I was trying to say is the fact that there are millions of people outside of people with temporal epilepsy that have religious experiences that don't have impartments on their brain, because they are also having these religious experiences with God, Jesus, and whatnot, and it works within the framework of that religion. It doesn't make sense as to why to bring up the frontal epilepsy thing in the first place. I don't.
Gotcha.
I don't think so.
People have experiences on substances.
That's true. And I think that also works within the Christian framework, right? Like, we live in a spiritual world, so it makes sense as to why people outside of my religion are going to have spiritual experiences.
No, they're literally tripping. They're on.
I believe that the brain,
substances.
like me personally, I don't know, like me personally, I believe that the brain, because it is created by God, it is also wired to help us tap into spiritual experiences as well. So
Gotcha. Okay, wait. So I guess I have more questions, kind of in the same
I would
vein.
love to answer them.
Let's see if we can find a common theme here.
Okay.
How would you account for the fact that people with temporal lobe schizophrenia are way more likely to have spiritual experiences? Why would God target people? So if your hypothesis is that each individual event is God literally going down to these people, why does he seem to target all the people who have problems with their temporal lobe? And in fact, let's take it a step farther. Why is it that your temporal lobe lights up every time anyone has a religious experience? Why is that the case?
First of all, can you verifiably prove that whenever somebody has like an religious experience, it's the frontal lobe? And also, I would
not
say
the frontal
this
lobe,
as well.
but yeah.
The whatever lobe. Can you let me finish real quick, AG? Because I literally just told you that I believe that the human brain allows for spiritual experience. It's not in and of itself just because it's natural. I think that also, like, give or take, like, people with
I have a source
schizophrenia
for
can
you
also
if you're
be
interested.
like, no, like, I if your source concludes the idea that, like, whenever the prefrontal cortex, like the part of your brain,
temporal lobe,
the temporal lobe. Let me repeat that 5 times so I can remember.
Yeah.
Temporal lobe, temporal lobe, temporal lobe, temporal lobe. If your study proves that whenever somebody has a religious experience, their temporal lobe lights up, that doesn't denote the fact that the Christian God doesn't exist, because the Christian God could have very much made the human brain so that it could interact with spiritual experiences, which is what I believe happens.
Gotcha.
Not with every case, like the people with schizophrenia, like you were talking about. I believe that those guys, sometimes they're crazy, they're lost, and sometimes people are reporting like
that's a good word to use for that.
I mean, like, if I'm being honest, like, if I had something going on with my brain and I started to say things that didn't correlate to the reality that we're living in, like I was saying, like, up is down, left is right, you would have reason to believe that that is not of my right mind. And so that's what I was pointing at. Not to say that these people are less human or whatever, but I'm just saying that their experiences with schizophrenia and saying that they have a spiritual experience could literally just be them having a mental episode. And I'm very skeptical of, like, even like Christians as well that say, like, oh, I had a spiritual experience. Oh, I had a spiritual experience in this way. Because if I look at that spiritual experience and I bring it towards the Bible and it doesn't match up and it doesn't line up, or it doesn't sound like something that the God of the universe would come down and say, then I have reason to believe that that person is also acting crazy. Which is why if somebody's like, hey, God told me that I need to kill all of these children, then I'd be like, that's not the God that I believe in. That's an imaginary friend.
You should read your Bible if you think that, but Anyway.
I'm so sorry. I just have to like hop in here really quick to just do some analysis. So the study for you, which it's okay. I don't think you're going to read this. No one ever reads the studies, but the study for you is the induction of religious experiences in temporal lobe activation, neuronal source localization using EEG inverse solutions. I'll read it again. The induction of religious experiences in temporal lobe activation, neuronal source localization using EEG inverse solutions. If we go down, the former claims that religious experiences are triggered by an activation of the temporal lobes. The latter holds that an inhibition of the frontal executive regions is key. So this study indicates that temporal lobe activation, if your temporal lobe is stimulated, by the way, this is your center of like emotionality or like feeling. So if this is stimulated, then you're going to experience a religious experience, a spiritual experience.
Okay.
Now, it can be stimulated regardless of whether or not it's actually happening. All that really needs to occur is like some level of like emotionality and like connection. So now it's time to do hypothesis comparison to see who better fits these data points. Now, on my worldview, this is just people attaching emotionality to a phenomena that they're engaged with. They just attach like emotions to the relationship that they have with like an imaginary friend.
Okay.
And then also, this just happens to happen in the temporal lobe. So that's why people with issues in their temporal lobe are much more likely to also have this experience. Whereas, so I can explain 100% of the data. There's not a single data point that my hypothesis can't explain. However, your hypothesis has literally no explanation for
let me
why
stop
these
you right
people
there
are.
because
Wait,
I feel like-
I'm so sorry. Because your
go ahead.
hypothesis has literally no explanation for why these people are more likely to experience a spiritual experience, which means that my hypothesis covers more of the data, and thus we should be preferring my hypothesis.
Okay,
Can I
so
add something
first of
real
all,
quick?
I don't think that your hypothesis, everything that you said, can exist outside, like, can it exclusively exist outside of like my worldview. I can still be a Christian and very much believe everything that you just said about the frontal lobe. I would then just rebuttal by saying, hey, if all that stuff is true about the frontal lobe, then my God put it there in order to have that experience, in order to have those experiences. And it would make, in fact, it would make more sense to have a God create a being with a brain, a physical brain that could interact with spiritual and or metaphysical like concepts. It would make sense as to why that would happen. And because we live in the natural world and sometimes things happen, those things are going to trigger that thing that God put in us to interact with him. And sometimes that can get tampered with because we live here in this like we live here in this natural world. So obviously it all falls in line. You know?
Wait, I'm so sorry because I just want to like bring this line to maybe a conclusion. So you would now walk away from your initial point that every single time someone is having a spiritual experience, that it's God coming down to talk to them. That you now
I
no longer
I never
believe.
once said that.
Oh, okay, wait. But would you be willing to say point blank that you don't think that people are having a spiritual experience every time they feel like they're having one? That it's possible to have a spiritual experience, and in fact, it's not God?
Yeah.
Okay, then why should I believe anyone is actually interacting with God when they have a spiritual experience?
I would say that one, you have to see how that spiritual experience correlates with the reality that they're living in. For example, if I have a spiritual experience where, let's say in a dream, right? God tells me, hey, like go to this store, and once you're at that store, wait there. Someone's gonna walk through the door and talk to them. Let's say the next day I wake up in the morning, I walk into the store, that person comes through, I see them, I talk to them, and I find out that that person is connected to my long lost sister later, like 3 years later down the line, and we become great friends and I meet my long lost sister. To me, that spiritual experience connecting to something within this reality then points to the fact that something outside of all of this had pointed to the fact that there is something outside of all of this has pointed to something here in this reality that I could then rationally like be like, hey, I wouldn't have gotten this far in life or had this like physical real life experience without having this spiritual one. And so oftentimes the spiritual, it informs It informs the physical. And that's why I would say I'm much more likely to believe that. Now, I'm always going to be skeptical even if a Christian who believes in God, I'm always going to be skeptical. That's just me. I'm going to be a little bit skeptical when it comes to other people's spiritual experiences. If they tell me, oh, God told me this or God told me that, like that skepticism doesn't exist only in atheists, like it exists within Christians as well. And so when that person comes up to me and they tell me they have a spiritual experience and it doesn't connect to anything within this reality, then I'm not going to inform myself by their spiritual experience.
Gotcha. So do you take it as evidence that God doesn't exist every time you have a dream that doesn't come true?
No.
Then why do you take it as evidence that God does exist every time you have a dream that does come true? Isn't that just confirmation bias?
I wouldn't say that, because it's not necessarily like the dream in and of itself, but it's also the sense of fulfillment that comes with that dream becoming true. Something that can happen outside of me just figuring out XYZ thing like on my own.
Could you define confirmation bias so we're on the same page?
Go ahead and define it for me.
Yeah, so it's just the tendency of your brain to see the things that you're trying to look for. In other words, if you think that you have some spiritual connection with God in your dreams, then of course, if your dreams happen to map onto reality, you'll ignore all the times it doesn't do that thing, and you'll accept the times when it does do that thing as evidence that God exists. Do you agree with that that description of it?
I agree. I would agree with that, and I would say that because like there are people in this life that have spiritual experiences with contempt for God, with hate towards Christianity, with being in a completely different like religion, who've never even had like spiritual experiences like in the first place, like because they have those and those experiences like inform something within this reality and it points towards the idea of the Christian God, I then have the ability to conclude that possibly there is something there. Maybe it's not going to get you all the 9 yards looking at somebody else's experience, but it's enough to at least make you question it and not view it as nearly or purely confirmation bias.
Gotcha, but I'm not sure if you heard what you just agreed to, but the description of confirmation bias was taking the times that the dreams do come true as evidence for God, but disregarding the times when the dreams don't come true as not evidence against God, which is quite literally what you admit to doing, which means that by the definition you've agreed to, you're engaging in confirmation bias.
The only way
do you want to undo your agreement with that definition?
Okay, wait, hold on. I agree with your definition of confirmation bias, but the only way it would be confirmation bias is if I'm looking for that conclusion to be true. I gave you an example of people who aren't looking for that conclusion to be true and yet still have those spiritual experiences. Maybe for me, I could look at it and be like, oh, snap. I'm having a spiritual experience, and you could be like, oh, you're a Christian, that's why. And I could be like, well, I had this other thing. And you could be like, oh, you're a Christian. That's why. You're just trying to confirm your beliefs. And I'd be like, okay, well, what about all these people that aren't Christian? What about all these people that hate Christianity?
So when these people,
that answer, and that answer still shows up for them in their dreams or in whatever other way.
So do these people who aren't already Christian, do they consider all the times when their dreams didn't come true in their consideration of whether God exists?
Sure, but I guess that also
in what way do they consider those? So do they like sit down and weigh it out and they count up that the number of dreams that have come true is higher than the number of dreams that didn't come true? Is that what they count out?
I would say that if I was an atheist, right, and I were to have a dream,
it's a yes or no question.
No, can I I'm gonna feed into your
wait. Will your answer include a yes or a no?
I feel like yeah. We'll get there.
Gotcha. So I will hear the words yes or no out of your mouth. Yeah, please continue.
So, first of all, let me hear your question one more time.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So the question is, I was just asking generally, in what way are they considering the evidence of all the dreams that don't come true as being evidence against God? Is it that they sit down and count up and they find that the total number of dreams that do come true is higher than the total number of dreams that don't come true? Is that what they're doing?
No.
Gotcha. Wait. So then, and what way are they weighing the evidence? Please explain that.
Let me say this, right? Let's say that I don't like the idea of Christianity. I'm an atheist. I hate Christians. I don't want anything to do with them, whatever the case may be. However, I have some knowledge on theology, much like you guys do. Let's say that I go to sleep tonight and I have a dream about waking up and the next day, in Christianity, we call this a prophetic dream. I, as an atheist, have a prophetic dream that can only be functional under the Christian worldview. And this dream connects me to something that would point towards Christianity being true. And so when I sleep and I have this crazy dream, let's say that I've been struggling in terms of money, just in life in general. And I have this dream that the Christian God comes down and tells me to walk on this street today or take the long route instead of just walking straight home from school. And I take that route. And on that route, I meet a guy who connects me with a job that can get me hundreds and thousands of dollars. You know, in my head, I'll be thinking, dang, I wouldn't have been able to come across this experience if the Christian worldview was not true. And now I'm connected with this extremely powerful experience that arose out of me having this dream. And because those things have happened, because those experiences have come through for people that are atheists and who are not Christian or maybe in another religion alike, I would say that those experiences culminated together point towards the idea that there is something above us or there is some type of supernatural thing within this world that is pointing us towards this meaning.
That's so interesting. And do you have statistics on the number of people, or is it just going to be like one-off, two-off anecdotes? Because in a population of 7 billion people, I would, statistically speaking, hope that would happen to a couple of people over the course of their lifetime. That's just statistically probable.
Well, here's
so
the
wait,
thing.
do you have the statistics to make this statistical claim, or are you more
let
like
me say
freestyling?
this. How do you account for an experience like that under your worldview where God doesn't exist?
Chance.
So you're saying that me as an atheist who absolutely hates God, who doesn't want anything to do with that, on a whim is just going to have a dream where God comes down and gives me everything that I was looking for in terms of a feeling of satisfaction, the exact moment in time when I need something and it's going to come through for me, and it's just all going to be chance? Let me say this.
That is literally how statistics works. Yes, that's correct.
Let me
yes,
say
if you
this.
have
That
I'm
could-
so
that
I'm so
could
sorry.
be the
Wait, can
case.
I just elaborate on that for a second?
Hold on.
Yeah. Wait. So let's say if you flip a
Like, you
coin.
didn't let me finish my conclusion.
If you flip a coin
Okay.
infinite number of times, eventually you're going to get like 32 heads in a row. You're going to get any number of combinations. You're going to get unlikely events, unlikely outcomes when you have so many chances. We have oh god, how many days in our lifetime? So we have like 6,000 weeks, I think, times 7 days. So like 40,000 days means like 40,000 nights, 40,000 night sleeps across 6 billion people. So
we sleep a lot.
40,000 times 6 billion chances for this to occur. I would expect that it occurs at least a couple of times. Yeah, that's just statistically probable.
Okay, but I'm not even talking about the statistics of it happening on a wide scale of 7 billion people. What I'm talking about is the likelihood that all of that is going to be clear in your life. Let's say that in your life, all of those things come together and they draw the conclusion of a God existing Now, if I had that dream and all of those things, all those very specific things happen after I had that dream and I live reality and those things happen, to me, it would point to the idea of something higher than myself giving me that dream, and then me living life as if, like, that dream were to come true. And that's only true under the Christian worldview.
Gotcha. So if I flipped a coin 8 trillion times, and then at some point in this 8 trillion coin flip, in this 8 trillion coin flip sequence, it just so happens that I get like 5 or I don't know, like 7 heads in a row out of 8 trillion flips. Would you take that as evidence that God exists?
No, but let's say this, right? I feel
Why
like
not? Wait, I'm so sorry. Why not?
Okay, so let me say this, right? If I were to have a dream, right, that told me that I was going to flip I was going to the next day I was going to flip a coin in front of you, and it was going to land on exactly 7 heads, 7 times on heads, 8 times on tails. And then one time when it falls on the ground, it's not gonna it's gonna fall between like a crevice, and then it's not gonna show heads or tails. Let's say that. If I were to have that dream and the next day I get exactly 7 times heads and I get 8 times on tails, then to me, I'd be like, whoa, that was crazy. And the only reason why the only way that experience would make sense is if it's under the premise of a Christian God. And that's more so what I'm pointing
Gotcha. And can you demonstrate the occurrence of that event that you just described, or were you just like freestyling?
I was freestyling, but
Gotcha. Okay.
So there are multiple.
Wait, because I actually
I hate to interrupt, but I think AG has an amazing point.
Yeah, go for it.
Goes directly with this. Like when she told me this, I started to shudder. Honestly, like go.
Okay. Let me hear your point, AG.
Okay, so you're kind of talking about like your religious experiences. Cool. On the same side of religious experiences, do you believe possessions are real?
Yeah, in certain cases. I haven't done too much. I haven't done too much research on it to like have like a fully defined like theology and or framework that I can work from to be like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a a possession and this is not. But
you just
I
it's
do
just
believe
yes
that
or
they
no?
can
You
happen.
think that there are possessions? Like
I think that
have...
possessions can exist. Yes.
Okay, so then why are the only ones that are recorded are from religious people? Nobody that's atheist ever gets possessed.
I wouldn't be too sure about that.
Statistically.
I would say that people that are Christian already have the. Let me say this, right?
Oh, you don't want to say that one.
Wait, hold on. I'll say that people that are Christian are more likely to point towards it being a possession because a possession works under their framework. Where somebody else in another religion, like they could or being atheist, they could be demonically oppressed or suppressed, but because they're an atheist and they don't believe demons exist, that doesn't necessarily work under their framework. So I still feel like people that are atheists can still be demon possessed or possessed in some type of way, but because they already
We don't have a single
demons don't
recording
exist,
from
it
an
doesn't make sense
atheist
for
that's
them to report it
possessed.
like that.
Like remember what I just said. We don't have a single recording. Like the NIH has recordings of this, but like when we take books per se, there's a specific book that talks about possessions, and we're just supposed to take this book's word for possessions. But all the possessions in this book that this guy talks about are from religious people. And so if you're talking about spiritual experiences, back to like what Ian is saying, to me this is just mass delusion playing into confirmation bias. If you believe this so hard, then to the point of only you are going to believe that you can be possessed, because no atheist has ever recorded being possessed. Only religious people.
I would say that because and allow me to take my time because you do bring up a pretty good point.
You're covering your mic, by the way.
Oh, my bad. Allow me to take my time trying to answer this because you do bring up a really good point that I feel like should be interacted with. I would say that because and I'm just going to try to reiterate the point that I was saying before, but possibly more clear this time, right? We understand what the purpose of demons to do based off of theology, right? And that's to
presuming that they're real.
Presuming that they're real.
We don't believe that they're real. My entire point is that only religious people believe that they're real, and they're the only people who claim to be possessed.
Okay. So let me say this, right? Because there are multiple ways that I can answer this, but let me try to go down this route first. Based on theology, what do you think is the purpose of a demon going and possessing someone? Like, what do you think that demon is trying to accomplish?
Based off of like the Bible?
Yeah,
If
sure.
we're talking about the Bible, like it's just to torture you and take over your life.
Yeah, okay. So I feel like that's a good way to put it, but I would also say that like what a demon is trying to ultimately do in its possession is make you operate outside of your own mind to take you away from a relationship with God. or to take you further away from a relationship with God, right? And
But
so
it typically doesn't do that, right? Like it typically doesn't do that. It does the opposite. Typically it's confirmation bias more so that these people become more religious because they've had this possession happen to them. So they're more scared.
yeah.
If
So
you actually read into the studies about possessions,
okay.
like Buddhist possessions, Hindu possessions, Christian possessions, if you actually read into these, it instills fear for you to believe in God more. So it's more confirmation bias.
Okay. Well, like I said, I haven't done too much research into possessions. That's not really my area of expertise when it comes to religious experiences. Because if demons work in the way in theology that they're supposed to, it would make sense as to why they would not necessarily mess with people outside of having that Christian belief, because they don't believe in God anyway. They're already taken away from. A demon would have no point in possessing somebody that's an atheist, because they already don't have a relationship with God, and it wouldn't rattle them. I think that people that have religious experience, that have these demonic experiences, oftentimes because they are possessed, they are afraid of something other than the God that they believe in. And sometimes that can shake them and be like, hey, God, well, why was I getting possessed if I still believe in you? And I feel because demons are trying to strike that fear in us to make us question God, it makes sense as to why that would happen with people that believe in God, and then rather than people that don't. I would also argue that sometimes demonic oppression manifests itself in different ways. Because earlier on in this discussion, we were talking about spiritual experiences and the brain. I feel like sometimes a lot of these things that we measure in the brain and we see as depression, or we see as anxiety, or we see as schizophrenia in some cases. Some of that, I would argue, is demonic oppression and or suppression, coming in and changing the physiology of somebody's brain. I'm not going to sit here and say that schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety don't exist, but because people outside of Christianity also experience things like anxiety, depression, or some of those other mental things, they experience those. I feel like because they're not connected to God, they're not able to fully explain that is also a demonic thing. I feel like demons can do more than
So
just.
for
God, I
Christians
hate
with depression and anxiety, just like fuck them, I guess. Just like
No. I have lots of friends who have, like, I'm saying in some cases, right? Like, I'm not saying in every case.
See,
Like,
this is
I
where
wouldn't argue.
I get real hard on you, because we
Okay, go
have
ahead.
actual explanations for where depression and anxiety come from, like neurologically. But you just want to go like fuck that shit, fuck the science, fuck the psychology, fuck the psychiatry about depression and all of that stuff. It's a demonic spirit.
Wait, so do you think the doctors are
I
doing
think
it
a lot of
wrong?
Christians. Wait, can I say something, AG? I wanna apologize if my argument sounds like I'm trying to make it sound that anxiety and depression don't exist and it's all like demonic spirits, and that these people actually don't need help, because I do believe that mental health is a thing and it needs to be taken care of even within Christian spaces. Christians have anxiety, Christians have depression, and
Well, so
Christians can have some of these other mental
when you
disorders.
say something
But I'm
like
saying
that,
like, for people that don't have some of these mental disorders, that experience that sense of like anxiety, I believe that sometimes that can be a spiritual thing and or spiritual experience impacting their rationality and or their brain.
how can you demonstrate that?
I would say that this also connects to the idea of, let's say, people who aren't Christian, and they experience, or that aren't Christian, they experience a ton of anxiety just about life, where they're going. They do a lot of like irrational things, based off of like. Wait, hold on.
Wait, such as? Wait, can I get some data?
Wait, hold on, because like you gotta let me cook, right?
Oh God.
You gotta let me cook. I think that a lot of the times,
Cooking dog water.
No, for real.
I think
I'm just kidding.
No. I think that a lot of the times, like these people who are having some of these experiences of anxiety, these heavy feelings of anxiety, and that draws them towards doing all types of things to get that anxiety, like cleared up. Like, you know, let's say, for example, people that have extreme addictions with like weed or like any other type of like drug or whatever, to like try to like stop that anxiety. And, you know, it seems like it just doesn't necessarily go away until
because
they
you're not
decide.
actually getting to the root of the problem. That's the actual
Yeah.
issue.
So
You're not
I'm
getting
so,
to
I'm
the
so
root,
sorry.
but
I
if
just
you
want to.
believe,
I didn't fully finish.
I just want to inject data because you said that atheists are
Wait,
irrational, which
can I
is
finish my
weird
point?
because
I didn't get to
atheists have
finish.
a
I know I stopped,
6-point
but I wanted to keep
IQ
going.
higher than religious people. So how would you explain the fact that atheists
Wait,
have
I'm
a
not going to answer your
higher
question until
IQ
I
than
finish my
religious
conclusion.
people if atheists are just like much more likely to be running around doing irrational stuff? Go for it.
No, wait, hold on. Can I I feel like you're kind of straw manning something that I was saying because I didn't get to finish my premise. And so I'm not going to answer your question until I'm done.
Yeah, go for it.
So essentially what I was going to say is a lot of people that go from atheist to Christian, they report having extremely high like anxiety. They report having like extreme like depression or whatever the case may be. Not in every case, right? But a lot of these people that do
Can I get a
have
source
like
for
these
that?
pieces of like, I mean, you can look at like literally like it's
literally
just,
okay. First of all, so
literally it's
33%
just
of
like
the
looking at
American
talking to
population,
people.
but 33% of the American population has religious trauma.
I would say that that's disconnected from the point that I was making.
Okay, I can agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But
I would say that,
I'll
like,
say that I do want a source on that though.
Do you? Okay. I mean, I guess a good source that you can just look into is just like atheist
If
to
you
Christian
say the
videos.
world around you, I will cry.
I mean, just look
Yeah,
up.
wait. What do you
atheist
want us to
Christian
Google to
videos,
find
I
the
guess.
study?
Like, I'd say like I understand that you guys have like a pretty like high.
Can you just give us a search term so we can verify if what you're saying is true?
Just look up atheist to Christian.
Atheist to Christian, and this is going to show
Happiness?
us. This is going to bring us data about whether or not atheists are anxious about converting to Christianity.
That's why I feel like you guys didn't fully hear my point, and so I'll just say this, right?
Well, you keep on
Literally,
saying that
like,
a lot, and it seems like you say that only when you get caught in like making a non-point. But please keep going.
Not exactly, because I feel like you wouldn't have said that if you truly understood what I was trying to
Yeah,
say.
yeah, you're doing it again, but please keep going.
So I'll say this, right? If people are reporting that they have anxiety before they believe in God, and they have, depression before they believe in God, and then when they start believing in God, it does something to them, and now we don't sense those things anymore, then I feel like those experiences are something that we should look into.
This would just be the imaginary friend thing all over again.
I honestly would say, but you're also finding community, and we know, but we know,
don't do that.
Fitz, we know the community.
Towards imaginary friends fulfilling somebody's anxiety and taking them away from that.
Yeah, children.
What you're describing is a cope.
Like,
to be,
find that study
I
for
just want to be super clear. Wait,
because
so
I feel
do you
like
think
you guys have like you guys have a standard that you're not even setting for yourself. Prove to me that imaginary friends.
We don't believe in imaginary friends.
Somebody's imaginary friend takes
it's a negative point.
We don't believe in imaginary friends.
Or
we believe yours is
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you guys are telling me that there's no difference between that and an imaginary friend. I say, cool, find me a source where an imaginary friend comes through for somebody's anxiety and takes it away.
Oh, wait, so what's going to be the key element here is not the religion, but rather just the community. That all of this, like, community. If you're interested, I can provide you a study related to like religiosity and whether religion
you guys say it's the
sense
same
of community.
thing
We
as
don't believe in
having
them.
an abortion.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but we don't believe in imaginary friends. Did you know that?
I know you guys don't believe in imaginary friends.
I'm finding you a
Let's
study,
say
by the way.
There's somebody out there that does believe in an imaginary friend or whatever. You're telling me that there's no difference between my God and an imaginary friend.
Yeah, wait. So we can call it an imaginary friend with like a little community group.
Yeah. So I can give you. This is health.cleveland and clinic.org. And this is, you can look up, is it okay for kids to have imaginary friends? If you go down to benefits of imaginary friends, these are the 4 points: companionship, learning to share, problem solving, making decisions. The difference is as you're an adult, you switch over from having an imaginary friend as a child to having an imaginary friend as an adult. And so you have companionship with this person, you have problem solving with this person and making decisions with this person. whilst them never going away. By the way, I'm an ex-Christian, so I know this to be true just from my own personal experience. It is an imaginary friend whether you like it or not, because you can't prove God's existence. That's why you've stayed on this argument point the entire time, and you
Okay,
just
so
keep
then tell me,
presupposing
like,
God.
so then let's kind of do this, right? Why do you think it switches from an imaginary friend to God later on?
Because you're an adult now, so like it's either
Okay.
you're grown up, you grow up that way, like you're either indoctrinated to believe this, so you kind of never get rid of it. But as you get older, obviously you don't play with toys anymore, and then imaginary friends are kind of off the table because it's just you grow up. But you switch from that
Okay.
to being like having a relationship with God.
Yep. Same coping
So
mechanism,
I would
different
say
form.
I would say this, right? Like I would say this, like all those things about imaginary friends, they're probably true. They probably do aid in decision making and all of those things. Because I feel like that kind of connects to the idea of our human psyches kind of working that way, where we do want a relationship with something outside of us. And so as we grow up as adults, what happens is, yeah, we stop believing in imaginary friends because we have more experiences with reality. And then when we have that thing outside of us that correlates with reality, that fulfills all of those needs, it makes sense as to why we believe in that instead of an imaginary friend, you know? And so I would argue that sure, like an imaginary friend can cause all of those benefits within children, right? Because children, maybe they're not as connected with God or whatever the case
But you're
may
doing
be.
literally the same thing, but with God, and you can't demonstrate the difference.
I'm saying,
You can't
like,
even. I can give you a great example. You can't even demonstrate the difference between you talking and your imaginary friend, like as a child, you talking to your imaginary friend and them talking to you in your head, versus God talking to you in your head and as an adult. You can't
that's what I
demonstrate
was.
the difference between
So
them two.
we've kind of went in a circle. We've kind of went in a circle, right?
Well, because you've never
to your
addressed my original
response,
point.
well, no, I did, and that's what kind of took us down the route of something happening in your dream or that God informing you of something that you can rationally prove here in this reality. That's what I would say is the difference between an imaginary friend and God. Because God says things to me that I can correlate with
But
this
how?
reality,
Yeah, but
whereas
how
an
can you?
imaginary
How
friend
can you
only exists in
demonstrate?
my
Yeah, but
dream.
Oh
how can you
no. Oh
demonstrate?
god. Wait, I have devastating news. It turns out your temporal lobe is activated in imaginary friends. Oh no. The part of
That
your brain
doesn't.
that's
That's not
activated
a
when you have
bad
a
point.
religious experience with God is literally activated when you have an experience with an imaginary friend.
Okay. That
Oh
doesn't necessarily defeat my
no.
point. That doesn't necessarily defeat my
It,
point.
so God gave us this part of our brain, but it activates just whenever you are talking
Because
to
we
something that
exist
doesn't
within the
actually
natural world,
exist.
yes. Parts that
Why would it?
like
Why would
parts
God
of our
activate this
physiology,
region of your brain
parts of our
for things that don't
physiology,
actually exist? Why would this region of your brain
parts.
activate for imaginary friends? Why would it do that?
Okay, because we all have the need for something outside of ourselves. That when we're kids, we think that that thing is going to fulfill us,
And
is
that
going to
something
be
is
our
an imaginary
imaginary
friend.
friend.
Fire.
We think it's going to be an imaginary friend, but when we get older, we need something a lot stronger because we realize that an imaginary friend does not actually exist.
So the
But when we
delusion
get
just gets
older
harder when
and
you
we
get
see,
older.
no, so
Fire.
so here's the thing, right? There's a difference because when we're younger, we have a certain level of maturity and we think that an imaginary friend is going to fulfill our needs. But as we get older, we realize that this world is a lot tougher, it's a lot bigger, and it's going to challenge us in ways that are us simply having an imaginary friend that you guys describe, you know, isn't necessarily going to solve. And so
Okay.
as we get older, we have more of those needs. And so it makes sense as to why, as a kid, we construct an imaginary friend. And then later on, as we get older, we start believing in God because God is the thing that can actually fulfill
Okay.
that.
Okay, wait, I'm just gonna, for your sake, let's get to back-to-back explanations. First, I want you to explain why the right temporal lobe, in your worldview, why the right temporal lobe activates when you have an experience with God. And then after that, I want you to explain why in your worldview, as a separate thing, the temporal lobe activates when you're having an experience with an imaginary friend. Why does it activate in both instances?
I would say that it activates in both instances to point to the idea of something bigger than us outside of the natural world. That's what I would say. Kids can feel that experience with an imaginary friend because an imaginary friend is informing of something bigger that kids don't understand is their need for God until they get older.
What do you mean? What do you mean bigger?
Exactly what I said. So kids, their frontal lobe activates.
Do you think
in their
in what
brain.
ways are imaginary friends bigger than us? What
I
does that
think that
mean?
because they exist outside of this natural world, outside, and they connect to the idea of like meaning and friendship and partnership, all of these things that exist within the Christian worldview of God, that relationship, what's it called? That relationship, that friendship, that companionship, because that
And
exists. The need exists within us.
No, stop. What if of what you just described, what you just described, what of that connects to something greater than you? What about companionship involves someone greater than you? What about friendship involves someone greater than you? What about love involves something greater than you? How does that make any sense at all?
When I say greater than you, I literally just mean like outside of our physical.
Oh, okay, wait. So you said outside and greater than you. So you just said the same thing twice?
Okay. I think that we're oftentimes attracted to things that are greater than us. We all have the need to want to worship and or look up to something. And for a lot of us, that's the idea of meaning. We always want to attain meaning, and that's kind of outside of us and whatnot.
And of course, by greater than us, you of course just mean outside of us. Is that correct?
Yeah, by greater than us, I mean not only outside. I mean outside of this physical reality, and then I also mean like, by outside of us, I mean outside of this physical reality, something that we can't see, touch, or like, or feel, or feel like as in like physical touch, not like emotional touch or whatever.
Okay, wait. Do you yearn for the number two?
Greater
do you
than us,
yearn
I
for the
mean
number
as
two?
something as a
Do you
goal
yearn
or
for the number
something to
two?
achieve.
Do you yearn for the number two?
What were you saying?
The number two fits the exact description you gave. Something outside of physical reality, something that we can't touch, feel. Do you yearn for the number two?
What does that mean exactly?
Okay, I'll say exactly what I just told you. The number two fits the exact description that you just gave. Something that's outside of you, something that you can't touch or feel. Do you yearn for the number two?
Yeah, I'm in for the number two. Like I think
you yearn for the number two. There it is. That's the reductio. That's crazy.
I don't exactly know what conclusion you're trying to make from that.
Yeah, just that you
maybe
believe
I'm not as smart as you,
absurdities.
bro. Like I don't have the exact I don't exactly understand where your argument's taking.
Well,
me.
yeah,
Can you
I
explain
mean,
it?
you spit the bullet. You said that you yearn for the number two.
Not exactly, but like not exactly. I don't see how that could reach that conclusion, but sure.
Well, yeah, because wait. So I'll explain it the third time. Start
Okay.
listening this time. So because you said that this is supposed to lead us to like forming a relationship with something that's like outside of us that we can't like touch or feel, that's like not physical. So the number two fits this description. Do you yearn for a relationship with the number two?
I think that yes, the number two fits some of that. It fits that explanation. But similar to the number two is also the idea of love, the idea of hate, the idea of relationship. I feel like all of that stuff exists outside of just what I can naturally, physically touch, feel, and experience. It exists within that category. But I'm saying that yes, the number two exists outside of that category, and similar to the number two, us as humans want something that exists outside of this reality. I don't know if any of that made sense, but
Yeah, wait. So and I can just check, but I don't think temporal lobe.
and I want to talk to AG really quick.
Yeah, you probably don't want to
Because
talk to me anymore. That's fine.
I've been kind of jumping around because I feel like I was talking to AG a bit, and we were kind of having a bit of a conversation. No offense, Ian. I know this is your live.
No,
but,
that's fine.
feel like I
I'd
was
probably, if I got folded that hard, I'd probably want to move on too. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
No.
Feel
I
free.
mean, I'm not afraid of your point. I just wanted to go back to what we were talking about.
Yeah, of
before,
course. Yeah, I would want to go back
I'd
too.
say-
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, sure. You can believe that. So AG, like, I wanted to kind of gauge your response to me in terms of what I had said. Bear in mind, maybe I didn't fully explain the point that well. And so I just want to hear from you, like, what about that, like, made sense? Didn't make sense? Did any of my response kind of,
Wait, what specific
make
point?
sense? So you had talked to me about the idea of an imaginary friend versus the idea of God. And then I said,
well, demonstrating the difference, like,
or demonstrating the
mind-wise,
difference, right? I think that imaginary friends exist within, children, because
within the mind. The whole
in
point
the
is
mind of
within the
children.
mind.
Yeah,
Not
within the mind
and
of
not
children.
just not just in children. I believe that adults have
Yeah,
imaginary
and
friends.
then I think first of all, I would never hate on a kid for having an imaginary friend. Would you?
No, fuck no.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that because ultimately, right, we see something valuable in the idea of an imaginary friend for
Yeah.
children,
For
right?
children, yes. But when we tie it to a religion, that's where I have an issue. Because especially if we're talking
Exactly.
about the biblical God, that's where I
Right.
specifically have an issue.
Exactly. That's what I believe too, right? When you get older and you don't start to see this imaginary friend, or you see this imaginary friend start to manifest in ways that are reductive to the human species, or reductive to their life, or reductive to the flourishing of everyone else that are around them. Obviously, you're gonna be like, "Hey, you should stop believing in that imaginary friend," you know. But as a child, or when we look at kids having fun with imaginary friends, we're not necessarily threatened by that, you know, because we understand that there's something beautiful in somebody having a relationship. We understand that there's something beautiful in kids to have that imaginary friend, that thing that's greater than what they can physically see, that thing that is that
Well, it's
thing
not
that's
tied to
gonna
a religion,
interact
right?
with them.
That's the whole
But
point to me, is it's
I
not
would
tied
say
to a
that
religion.
under a world where God exists, and if He creates people with that need, I think that it follows that imaginary friends, or the kids creating imaginary friends, could exist within that world. Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, like always see the reason that kids have imaginary friends is completely different. Well, I mean they're kind of the same. Like it's a coping mechanism, and I believe that religious people use it the same way. You're just an adult. But
Yeah.
the main difference though is that you believe in a book. And so with that being said, like if you're going to believe in a God, that God also has to be logically sound, morally sound, and if he's not those things, I don't believe in God personally. I'm with Ian.
Okay.
So like if we're going to talk about creating your own God, because like Ian talks to people all the time, I talk to people all the time who just believe in a God. They've kind of created their own deity. They believe in
Mhm.
something, you know,
Right.
but they don't follow a religion. But if you follow a religion, then that's where, to me, it gets really dirty. Because from all of the books that I've been into, whether it's the Quran or the Christian Bible, like all of those things are very harmful, and they don't spread a good message at all. And so when you have a relationship with that deity, that also, like where you have,
hmm
trying to put this in the right words, we're kind of back to where we were saying with the confirmation bias, and I believe that it creates this sort of like, I don't know how to say it, but basically
Like
my point
toxic
is,
reliance.
yes, essentially, kind of, and then you're perpetrating that into laws, and pretty much.
Okay. So that's why you would say that, like, intuitively, like it's a bit different. Something that you said I thought was pretty interesting, and I just want to hear like you expand on that a little bit more. How have you seen uh the Christian worldview as harmful to the people that believe it? Not necessarily to the people that don't believe it, but to the people that do believe it. How have you
I got
seen
you.
that how have you
All
seen
right.
that come to pass as harmful?
First of all, if we go back to like originally, the slavery in America was upheld by Christians.
Okay.
Um, and then if we go to like today's times, we can talk about the LGBTQ plus. We could talk
Okay.
about Roe v. Wade being overturned, women's rights being taken away just for religious people.
Mhm.
In Oklahoma now, they are forcing people to read the Bible, but they'd never do that with the Quran, which is just idiotic.
Mhm.
Those kinds of things where they're pushing, yeah, the oppression of women also stems from most religions.
Mhm. Mhm. Um, to that, I would say, can you find me an answer that's a little bit more specific to the people that are believing in it rather than the people that are outside? Because I feel like with most things, right? Even if I wasn't a Christian and I had a lot of similar views as you, people outside of me would still disagree. That's just human nature. And so I guess I want to understand from your perspective, like, what within my brain as a Christian is bringing me closer towards harm of myself than, the harm of like other people.
Okay, best way I like to put it is Christians, or not Christians, sorry, religious people's morality is very this way. Whereas like most atheists, morality goes this way. So we're concerned about the people around us, whereas most people do good when they're religious to please God, not to please other people, not to care about other people. They just want to be in good faith with God. And I find that to be super selfish. And so when we see those selfish ideologies, we see that play out in legislation. For example, Roe v. Wade being overturned specifically in Texas, this 10-year-old girl being raped, having to hold her term all the way. And then they're trying to pass more legislation for, Texas is trying to, if you go out of state right now, this is off topic.
What's the name of that
but if
girl?
you go,
Yeah.
the name
Give me
of the
her
bill in
name.
Texas?
Or not the bill in Texas, but usually when it comes to abortion and I hear stories like that, I actually do like looking into it and reading a story. Not to prove anybody wrong, of course.
No,
but
I got
just
you.
so I can be aware.
Yeah, you want her name?
Yeah, so I can look up like the 10-year-old girl and stuff like that. That's tragic, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very tragic. But I guess I just wanted to learn more. Oh, by the way, Ian, I don't mean to hijack your live and have a conversation. If you're looking for debate, then I might not be the best right now, but I do enjoy having this conversation. And so if you're cool with me having it, then I would love to.
Ian just likes to cook motherfuckers. So
Yeah, that's true. Wait, I have a question for you if you're interested.
Let me get the name of this person first, and then I got you for your question.
Yeah.
I got you. Actually, just ask it now, and we'll go back.
Yeah, I don't know. I looked for more studies in terms of like what the right temporal lobe is associated with.
Okay.
Why would it be associated with auditory hallucinations?
That's a good question. I would kind of take that to the area of like, why does music oftentimes like make us feel good? I feel like a lot of the times like our physical experiences inform the spiritual, and sometimes the spiritual experiences can inform the physical, and that exists in many ways. And so it wouldn't fall out of my worldview to have the prefrontal lobe cause hallucinations and stuff like that, because I believe that the physical brain can inform spiritual experiences.
So you acknowledge that the part of the brain associated with like hallucinations is just so happens to be the part of the brain associated with your experiences with God?
Yeah.
And you don't see that as evidence that perhaps your experiences with God are hallucinations?
I would say that my experiences of God would be hallucinations. And even as a Christian, like I would even be skeptical of it. Even people in the Bible, when they have experiences that they deem to be spiritual, they are oftentimes scared and or confused and don't exactly know what's going on. And so that kind of shows me that not every time that we do have some of those experiences are we going to be exactly like informed by rationality. But something that happens in the Bible, and that I think happens here too, is that coupled with that spiritual experience will be a sense of clarity and or a sense of understanding with this reality. I feel like this reality that we live in, the one that me and you can see, it correlates along with the spiritual outside of us, and they work together and they run parallel. And I don't think we're going to have a unparalleled spiritual experience and a reality if that's actually within God's intention. God will make the spiritual line up with the physical world that we live in order to inform us of this is actually God and this is just a hallucination. I made that part in the brain for you to have a relationship with me, says God. But because you live in the physical world, other things may tamper with that, like you doing drugs or like you getting super abusive with alcohol or getting addicted with alcohol.
Or you being played white noise and then like auditorily hallucinating voices that aren't actually there. Like, okay, wait, so you acknowledge that the part of your brain associated with all of the experiences of interacting with God are associated with a thing that is by definition a disconnect from reality?
No, I would say that it would only only correlate as a problem for me if those spiritual experiences don't line up with the reality that we're living, and they don't facilitate something that is actually correlated with what we got going on here. And
Is
so
a hallucination
that's how I would
disconnected from
differentiate it.
reality?
What's up?
Is a hallucination disconnected from reality?
I think that hallucinations are yeah, they are.
Okay, gotcha. So this region is associated with hallucinations, i.e. being disconnected from reality. So why would the region of your brain that lights up whenever anyone has a spiritual experience be the region of your brain that lights up when you are disconnected from reality? Why would that ever be the case?
Because that region of our brain exists in the physical world, and physical things can tamper with it, and sometimes even spiritual things can tamper with it. And so if you have a relationship with God, and that God makes it clear to you by correlating that hallucination with something that exists here in this reality, like for example, if that hallucination was something prophetic that showed something that happens in a future event, then I inform that with the reality that we're living, and then I can come to the conclusion that, maybe that thing is actually verifiable. The hallucinations and stuff like that for us as Christians, they shouldn't exist on their own. I don't think that they should exist on their own without you checking this reality and figuring out if that hallucination correlates to reality. If it doesn't, then you're probably irrational. You're most likely irrational, and that's what I would tell to that person.
Gotcha. So why did God make the choice to put the hallucinations in this part of the brain as opposed to some other part of the brain, so as to not confuse people into thinking that spiritual experiences are just hallucinations?
I would say that, and no offense, I feel like that's kind of a non-question, because if God made that other part of the brain to have those spiritual experiences, that would then become the part of the brain that includes hallucinations.
Wait, why? Why are hallucinations necessarily connected to spiritual experiences, insofar as hallucinations are a disconnect from reality, and you affirm that spiritual experiences are in line with reality? Why would there be a disconnect there?
I believe that they're in the same part of the brain. I believe that God created that part of our brain to exist in a way to where, if we go throughout life, we will have more experiences with him in the spiritual world to inform our physical. And sometimes, because we exist in this reality, that can be tampered with. And so no matter what part of the brain that God would have moved it to, that would have then become the part of the brain with hallucinations. And that would have then become the part of the brain with whatever the case may be. So I feel like all of that is coupled into one. You can't have the part of your brain that has those religious experiences that correlate with God, in a different part than the part that also gives you hallucinations. I feel like those are coupled into one. If God would have made the brain in any other way, then that would have also had the same issue or conundrum or whatever you want to call it.
Is God outside of reality?
I feel that God exists within reality and also outside of what's natural. And so usually, like, when I call things like maybe when I'm saying reality, what I really mean is the natural world. That's what I really mean.
Gotcha. World. So when I mean reality, what I mean is like all of the stuff, be it like natural or like natural and supernatural, whatever exists, all of it. So why would experiences with God be associated with the same region of the brain as being completely outside of reality, that is completely outside of all the stuff that actually exists? Why would a belief in God be associated with shit that doesn't exist?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't conclude that it doesn't exist. I would just say it doesn't manifest itself physically. And so that's kind of where I wouldn't necessarily agree with the premise of your question. But I would say that because, like, I would kind of just reiterate the point that because God made the physical world, he's made the physical world to interact with the spiritual. And that includes the parts of your brain that also sometimes give you hallucinations and make you think that things are there when they're not. I think that it falls in line with the Christian view of reality because we believe that certain parts of our brain and or certain parts of the way that we're supposed to work as human beings in relationship with him were tampered with in the fall of the world. So it makes sense as to why things like hallucinations can kind of come up, like schizophrenia or whatever will come up within our worldview because it's just a part of the fall.
Gotcha.
So maybe I can even say that like hallucinations exist as a byproduct of us as humans existing within a reality that has fallen away from God.
Gotcha. So you said something, and I want to focus on this thing, like very exactly. So one of the things that you put forward specifically was just that these like hallucinations, or that the experiences that are felt by the temporal lobe, or the in the temporal lobe, that these are not necessarily outside of reality, that is outside of all there is. So you did say this, correct? That these experiences associated with the right temporal lobe are not necessarily outside of reality.
I feel like sometimes they can correlate with reality, and sometimes they can't. But I feel like one way that God made it easier for us to kind of differentiate that is with what is written in the Bible.
Okay, gotcha. Wait, and you were citing the fall. So do you want to go ahead and give evidence that the fall occurred?
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh, so you just want to make claims without any evidence or argument to support them?
I wasn't like them. I didn't mean to start an argument over whether the fall has happened, it existed, or whatever the case may be. I'm just saying that those things make sense under our worldview. And that's,
well, yeah, because you're told that Satan does everything, but that's very ableist.
Well,
and then you can't
that's not
differentiate
necessarily
because
what I
honestly, if we're talking about it, if you believe, and I see this all throughout like Christian churches, that they say that like if you have depression or you have anxiety, you need to pray that to go away instead of actually fixing the fucking problem and going to a doctor. Because if you actually walked into a doctor's office and said, "Well, Satan gave me anxiety and depression, so I'm here to get some meds," like they would look at you like you're insane.
Yeah, I think so. So let me say this. I don't necessarily, you said that you used to be a Christian, correct?
Yes.
AG. Ian, were you also a Christian before?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say that a lot of the times, like, we kind of inform, like, Christian ideology from people that may or may not have, like, an healthy works. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I disconnect?
For a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I would say that a lot of the times, like these people, they have experiences with Christians that don't necessarily know how reality is supposed to correlate with their spiritual views. And so sometimes they're uninformed and they say things like, oh, therapy doesn't matter. You should just pray to God, or or that Satan does everything bad that happens in your life. Those are two things that are inconsistent with the Christian worldview. And
that's not true at all.
Well,
that's not what the Bible
not
says at all.
necessarily, because there are plenty of Christians that, like myself, that can still attend therapy and still get to understand like how their thoughts correlate with the reality that they're living, like and learn to rework trauma. Like all of those things can still exist.
But doesn't God say to not lean on your own understanding?
Well, I would argue
to
in the
lean
case
into
of
him.
like, okay, well, hold on. I feel like in that specific part of the Bible, they're not saying don't use your rationality and don't use your rationality. I would say that don't lean on your own understanding even is something that you as an atheist would also believe. Because when these people go around and they have these like spiritual experiences and they don't know what it's from and they draw these conclusions, it's kind of calling them outside of rationality. And so when God is telling people, hey, like, don't lean on your own understanding, he's kind of just saying, hey, don't just lean on your experiences. Like, see if it correlates with the reality that you're living.
He says, do not lean on your own understanding, but lean into me. He doesn't want you to question anything.
No, well, if God is the source of reality, then it makes sense as to why you would lean on him. And I feel like a lot of Christians don't even understand that. So they think, oh, I should just continue to live irrationally. If God does exist and he did create reality, then it would make sense that the further that you lean into God, the more that you would understand about the reality that you live in, you know? And so that's kind of how I would constitute that. That being said, guys, this was actually a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be. No offense to y'all. I actually accidentally clicked the invite button, and you guys answered it pretty fast, and so I wasn't expecting to be here. But hopefully, I didn't cause you guys too much mental anguish. I know a lot of Christians can come on here and, pardon my French, be on some BS, and it causes you guys a lot of stress. But hopefully, I wasn't that for you guys. I do have to go though, so it was very nice to talk to all of you.
Yeah, appreciate coming on up.
Take it easy, brother.
Thank you.
Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping that follow if you
Thank you so
never want to
much,
miss these
Kazak.
debates in the future. Wow, this person has lots of followers. It's time to chase some clout. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, good, man. How are you? Yo, can you hear me if I put my phone down here?
Yeah. How old are you?
How are you? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 23. Oh, I actually can't hear you when you put your phone down there. Sorry.
I have to hold it. No, it's okay. I was saying, how old are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm 23. I only ask for TikTok terms of service reasons.
Okay, I asked out of pure curiosity, so... Okay, cool. So I came on because I see the claim here that God isn't real.
Yeah.
I'd just like to hear the argument.
Yeah, and what religion are you?
I'm representing just the theistic view.
Oh, I only debate specific religions, so do you want to stake out a specific religion?
Yeah, like I can say Islam. The problem is that even within the Muslim, Islamic religion, there's different depictions on what God is depending on the creed and aqidah, right? So just the theistic view, generally monotheistic, Abrahamic religion.
Yeah, okay, well, I could give the reductio to Islam. It's just going to be the problem of hell, because Islamic hell is, like, cruel and evil. Do you agree that a just punishment is proportional to the crime?
Sorry, real quick. You're saying that because it's evil, like hell is evil, therefore God doesn't exist?
Because hell is an unjust punishment. That means God cannot possibly be just.
No, your name is Ian? Sorry?
Yes.
Okay, no, I get that argument. Even for the sake of the convo, I said, okay, I grant you that the Islamic depiction of God is incoherent. Why does that necessarily mean that there is no God within reality?
Oh, because you're Islamic, so if you're just conceding.
No, the claim you're making is that God isn't real in reality, right? It isn't that the Islamic God isn't real. You're making actually a bolder claim, right? So even
Yeah, but I'm focusing on your specific religion.
No, but I understand that, brother. What I'm saying is, right, like, for example, if I was a Muslim that had a different interpretation of the hell that is described in the Quran, that is not mainstream, right, then you wouldn't denounce the Islamic religion, you would denounce that interpretation of the religion. So the point that I'm making specifically here is the claim that you're making is that God isn't real. Even if you denounce that interpretation of the Islamic theology, that doesn't disprove the existence of God within reality. Do you understand?
Oh, no, because to put aside the fact that people are going to be tortured infinitely for finite crimes, I mean, it comes up so frequently in the Quran, it's kind of startling the amount of times it talks about torture forever. Like just verse after verse after verse after verse in the Quran. I don't understand how you could possibly misconstrue the innumerable times in the Quran where it says you will be tortured forever if you don't believe, or you will be tortured forever if you get to hell. So for those reasons, I don't think it's coherent to believe in the Islamic God absent a solution to the problem of hell.
No, Ian, I hear you fully. The idea of hell and I do believe in the concept of hell. I'm not saying I don't. I'm more than happy to discuss it, but I just want it to be noted that now we're going against the claim that you made. The claim that you're making is not that the Islamic God isn't real. You're making an active claim that God in entirety does not exist in reality. If you're making that claim, I need to ask you, what's your substantiation for the claim?
Yeah, gotcha. So so when we use words, the words just mean what the person who says them means. So it's not what your interpretation of them is. It's what I mean when I say it. And when I say God isn't real, the God I'm talking about is the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran.
Okay, perfect. That's fantastic. So now we can discuss. So that means, do you agree from this point on in the discussion, just to be intellectually honest, that when you say God isn't real, what you really mean is that he could possibly exist outside of those religions?
No, not the. Or so when I say God isn't real, I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic to the rest of it. Although I would side with God doesn't exist, given like evidentiary cases. But I have deductive reasons for thinking that the God of the Bible, Torah, and Quran do not exist. Wait. So do you think that are you going to defend that the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran exists, or are you going to disrespect the boundaries that I've clearly set with you?
No. Now I'm more than happy to discuss that. Great, we can move on. It's just officially noted that when you say God isn't real, what you really mean is that he could possibly exist, but for sure he doesn't exist within these theologies. So you're
that is what I, and maybe you just haven't been here for very long, but what I say between each guest is only request to join if you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. I don't have the defeater for Zeus, but what I do have is the defeater for your God. So let's talk about your God.
Okay, fantastic. Let's carry on. So yeah, I guess the question I'd have to respond to you with the concept of hell is, how do you know what's evil and not evil?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, so what we're talking about is justice. So do you agree that a just punishment is proportional?
Right. In order for us to talk about justice, I need to know what you mean when you say justice.
It's an internal critique, so I'm just going to ask you, do you think that a just punishment is proportional?
A just punishment is proportional. What do you mean by that?
Okay, yeah. So is there like a word that you're getting caught up on in there?
When you say just punishment is proportional, what do you mean by proportional?
Yeah, so just that it's like similar in magnitude to the crime, that the punishment you give someone is magnitudinally similar to the crime.
Yeah, but similar in respect to whose opinion? That's my point.
In respect to the magnitude.
Right, but who sets that standard?
It can just be, we can refer to like an objective standard. It could be something like suffering. It could be something like financial damages. It really doesn't matter. It could be any of these. No matter what. And it kind of seems like you're just dodging the question because you actually see that you're going to be cooked on this and you don't want to answer because you think maybe if you obfuscate enough that this conversation will go away. It's not going to go away. You should get honest and start answering the question. Do you think a just punishment is proportional?
Okay, thank you, Ian, for the response. So I'm sincerely trying to I just came on. I don't even know who you are. It's my first time seeing your live. I'm actually asking you to understand. I want to understand your position.
Yeah, if you want me to just pull up like Webster's dictionary for you, I'd be happy to do so.
I don't understand your question. You're saying, is a just punishment proportional? I'm saying, I'm saying in respect to what? You're saying I'm doing an internal critique. If you're doing an internal critique,
You're internally critiquing my internal critique, is that correct?
Pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're doing an internal critique, then when you say in proportional, it's always going to be in respect to God's opinion. But in this case,
no, certainly not.
No, but this is an internal critique. This is my worldview, right?
Oh wait. So who's the victim of a crime? Wait. Oh, I'm so sorry. So in God's opinion, so we just be talking about the harm to God. So is God harmed by our sins?
Sorry.
Do we harm God?
My bad. There's a motorcycle. Sorry about that.
That's fine. Do we harm God?
No, it's impossible to harm God.
Gotcha. So if it's impossible to harm God, then that means that if God is the victim in these circumstances, as you want it for whatever reason, then the proportional punishment for your lack of harm towards God is no punishment at all.
Sorry, Ian. Real quick, your gotcha. I said you can't harm God, and you proceeded to speak about him as if he's a victim. I don't understand I'm saying he's...
Yeah, because you said proportional to God, and maybe you just weren't listening. So proportional to God, because you wanted to take it to the opinion of God. So that's fine. Do you agree that all of our actions are finite?
Not necessarily.
So what's an infinite action that I can take? What's an infinitely harmful action?
Not an infinite... No. Ian, I'm not saying that if I commit a crime for 1 second, then therefore I should not be punished for eternity. I'm saying a crime for 1 second can be worthy of punishment for eternity. You're saying that that's not just. That's not just. I'm saying, how do you know it's not just? Based off whose opinion? Your opinion.
Oh, that's just going to be based on like basic intuitions about justice. Could you, for example, tell me the reason why it's wrong to give a child the death penalty for stealing a candy bar? Why would that be wrong?
Okay, fantastic. So Ian, understand what just happened here. And by the way,
you're gonna run from the question.
Yeah, I'm responding.
Big dog, can I just get an answer to the question? Why would it be wrong to give a child the death penalty for stealing a candy bar, or do you want to run from that question?
I will.
Do you think?
I will answer your question, but you're interrupting me respectfully, bro. Like,
Yeah, go
relax.
for it.
Yeah, man. By the way, bro, like, I don't mean to disrespect you. I know I come across as passionate, but like, you seem like a good guy and you're very smart. So let's just keep it on a good tip, okay? Like, we don't.
Yeah,
need to-
of course. Yeah.
No, seriously, like, honestly, like, fuck all this talking. We're humans, you know? Like, it's okay. So, I think what's happening, and I'm gonna answer directly. I think what's happening here, man, is your philosophy, your view on reality is like, if I do a finite action, then I shouldn't get punished for eternity for that action. And I'm saying I disagree with you. Okay, respectfully, I disagree with you. Now, I'm asking you, how do you know that my position is wrong? Your answer is my subjective intuition. And that's okay, bro, because I use my subjective intuition a lot throughout my reality too. But to be fair, you cannot make objective claims about someone's God saying they objectively don't exist because of my subjective intuition. Do you know what I mean? Like,
So what question did I ask you?
you asked me as if a child steals a chocolate bar, that I don't believe children can ever get punished for anything they do. This is my view.
Wait. So it would be wrong just on the principle that children can't be punished?
No, it's in my worldview, it is never wrong, ever. Any decision a child does, they can never be punished for.
Gotcha. Okay, then we can just change it. Like an adult who steals a candy bar, giving them the death penalty. Would that be wrong? Or I'm sorry, not wrong. Would that be unjust? And if so, why?
Yeah. So in my worldview, a person can steal that chocolate bar, and it could be just as well. In my worldview, it's possible.
Wait, so wait, in your world, it's possible that someone steals a candy bar and that it's just to give them the death penalty? That's fucking crazy.
I said, no, sorry. It's possible that they steal it, and it's okay. Like, it's not wrong. It's good that they stole it, and it's good that they did it, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah, so let's just say
not
it's
the
one of those
question.
circumstances where it's not okay. One of those circumstances where they didn't need it to survive.
Well, so then I would say it depends on whatever the Sharia is or whatever the law is. For me,
Yeah, wait, so would it be, so if the law says that they deserve the death penalty, does that mean it's just for them to get the death penalty?
Yes, absolutely. If someone does something heinous and the conclusion is that they get the death penalty, then I have no issue with that.
No, so we're not talking about something heinous. We're saying that stealing a candy bar gets you the death penalty. Does that mean it's just?
I don't have that in my, you're doing an internal critique in my view. I don't have that in my
I'm
worldview.
giving you a hypothetical and asking you to explain it, and it seems like you're not capable of engaging with it. It's a very basic question. Why would it be wrong to give someone the death penalty for stealing a candy bar that they didn't need?
I'm saying stealing a candy bar does not give someone the right to kill another person, or sorry, unalive. So if
wait, so it would be unjust? Why would it be unjust?
based off my worldview, that's it. You're making
but I'm just asking you for like a specific principle.
Yes, Ian, understand, my principle is that it's grounded in God. Your principle.
So can you show me the verse where it says that it's going to be the case that if you steal a candy bar that it's wrong to unalive this person? Can you show me that verse?
Okay, Ian, I'm gonna respond to you, bro, but please, can you not interrupt me?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you, man. In my worldview, there are specific times when someone does receive the death penalty if they commit a heinous act. Stealing a candy bar is obviously not a heinous act. That's first and foremost. The second thing, man, is please actually, you know how I answered your question?
No, you actually haven't been answering my question at all. Do you remember what question I just asked you?
Why are you running, bro? I'm trying to ask you a question.
Wait. Do you remember the question that I just asked you, and how did you answer it just now?
Sorry?
Or were you not listening to the question?
Sorry,
what question did I just ask you, and how do you think your response answers it?
No, my bad. There's a guy that just gets spoke to me. What are you saying? What was your question?
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you weren't. So what were you answering just now if you don't even know the question? Or were you just talking to hear yourself talk?
No, it seems like that you were asking me how is it just to kill someone or unalive someone for stealing a candy bar?
No, that was a couple of questions ago. It seems like you just weren't listening, so I'll give it to you again. You say you ground this in God. I'm just asking you for the verse. Provide me the verse where it says that unaliving someone for stealing a candy bar is wrong. Provide me that verse, please.
And if I don't, and there is no verse like that in the Quran.
Oh, gotcha. So in what way do you ground it in God, absent a verse in the Quran?
Yeah, fantastic, Ian. So I'm going to answer you directly, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and please don't run away from my question.
Wait, it depends, because we're on a dialectical track, because I understand the desire to pivot away after you got caught, but I'm just like curious.
I'm going to answer you directly, and then I'm going to ask you a question. Don't run away from my question. Here's the answer to your question directly. The way we get our understanding about God's opinion, right, on specific topics, it's not just if there's a verse in the Quran or not, therefore it's true or false. There's something called interpretation. Now the question can
you show me which verse you're interpreting to see this?
If I could finish my answer, right? Since you're the one asking the question, why are you talking? You should be listening.
Well, because I already got enough of your answer to know, because you're just saying that it's your interpretation of the verse, so I'm just wondering, what verse are you interpreting to say that it would be wrong to unalive someone for stealing a candy bar?
Ian, you weren't listening. It's not my interpretation. This is where you need to do more listening. Habibi, respect.
Gotcha. Yeah, let's hear the answer. Go for it.
Thank you. Not my interpretation. So I'm saying if there is no verse in the Quran that says the thing about a chocolate bar, it doesn't mean that we can't assess what God would want based off that. You might be asking how. It's based off interpretation. Now the question then becomes, whose interpretation? It's not my subjective interpretation.
Interpretation of what?
The objective, the religion itself.
Oh, and based on what?
I'm about to answer you, but you're interrupting me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go for it. It's just going to be the Quran and the Hadiths, like I said. So, yeah, go for it.
I wasn't going to say that.
Okay,
Ian,
yeah, I can't wait to hear what you're going to say. Go for it.
So, bro, just relax, man. I'm trying to answer you.
No, wait, I'm totally relaxed, but I think it's getting to you because you seem to be getting like much more personal every time you get closed in on.
I'm not even saying anything about you. Okay, no worries. That's okay.
Well, yeah, you told me to relax, so it seems like you're getting a bit nervous.
No, bro, it's because you're interrupting me. That's why I said relax. Okay, so I'm gonna give you my
answer. Go for it.
Okay, bro, chill out. Okay.
Wait, do you think the fake laughter is gonna help you?
I'm not even, bro. You're a breath of fresh air, bro. So
no, wait, literally, like I know all these tactics, buddy. We probably learned to debate in the exact same places.
They're not. I'm not trying to win an argument, bro. I'm trying to tell you my perspective on how.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, it's just yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, please continue.
Are you an NPC, bro? This is not real. Okay, Ian, here's the answer.
Wait, and I understand that you've lost the argument so much that you need to run away from the substance of it. But are you interested in getting back and explaining the things that we interpret?
Bro, can I please answer you? Please.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the answer. Yeah.
Okay, so don't run. Like, stop interrupting me. So the answer.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the answer is this. It's very simple, bro. The way we understand the religion, how I understand the religion, is not based off my subjective interpretation. It's off the interpretation of the Prophet of God and the members of his household, his family. Like, that's it. That's all we get it.
And where can I read these?
Okay, no problem. Sorry?
Where can I read these? Where can I verify?
Verify what?
Oh, because it's the interpretation based off of the prophet and like his family members. So where can I verify? Because certainly they're like all dead. So how do I know what they said?
Yeah, bro. There's scholars today that exist that you can get answers from, and their whole life is studying the Ahlul Bayt.
What are these scholars going off of? It's their interpretation of what?
The hadiths of the Ahlul
Bayt. The thing that I said it would be. Oh.
Great. So now
the exact thing that I said it would be. Oh, look at that.
Okay, so Ian, now that I answered you directly,
gotcha. Wait. So that's totally fine. Wait. So what's gonna be? Can I get the verse of the hadith that would tell you that unaliving a child for stealing a candy bar is wrong? Can I get that verse, please?
Let me know when I can respond, bro. Carry on.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me the response. Give me the verse that says that it would be wrong to unalive.
Stop talking, bro, and I'm gonna respond to you. Just relax.
Whoa, Kai's Kayak. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Appreciate you.
Okay, I'm gonna respond now, bro. Please don't interrupt me. It's very simple.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna be fun.
All right, man. The conversation we're having now is you're seeing whether my interpretation of the Quran is coherent.
Yep.
And just wait. You're saying, where can you find this in the Quran? Where can you find this in the Hadith? Where can you find this from the Ahlul Bayt? No problem. If I can't find a single one that does not substantiate your claim, all that means is that my interpretation of such religion could be false. But unfortunately, the conversation, right, the claim you're making is not about...
You're not going to provide it, are you?
Please,
I mean, so I can just explain the argument because it seems like you're not really tracking it. So it's just going to be that you've been reduced to absurdity because at that point, you no longer have grounds to say that it's wrong to unalive someone for stealing a candy bar. That's going to be the absurd conclusion that your worldview acquires.
No, okay, great. Okay, Ian, thank you for sharing that, bro. I asked you a question earlier. You have not answered.
Wait. I thought I was giving an internal critique. Wait, why are you trying to pivot away from from the internal critique that I'm doing of your worldview to an internal critique of my worldview or like an external critique of my worldview? Why are you uncomfortable with the internal critique continuing?
Okay, bro. What's the issue with me saying I understand what's right and wrong from the Ahlul Bayt and those that study them? What's the issue with that?
Wait, I'm sorry. The what?
I just told. I said it 4 times. You're not tracking. You should be tracking.
I just don't speak Arabic, so could you explain to me what that word means?
I mentioned it already. You weren't tracking. I said.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just don't really speak Arabic, so can you inform me what that word means?
You weren't tracking. I already said it earlier.
Wait. Do you think that this is a good faith tactic, speaking Arabic words and then telling your opponent that they're not tracking when they don't speak Arabic?
I already mentioned what it meant.
I don't speak Arabic, so do you want to explain to me what that word means?
Okay, I'm gonna explain it now. By the way, it's called a parody argument. I'm just doing what you were doing. But anyways, at the Ahl al-Bayt, I said specifically it's the members of the Prophet's family, the Prophet's household. So okay, now here it is. What's the issue? You're the one making the claim. You're the one saying I'm wrong. Prove to me objectively why it's wrong for me to get my right and wrong from those people. Tell me why it's wrong.
Oh wait. So I do want to point out to the audience though that we've switched.
Give me the answer.
Wait. I can just overtalk you. My microphone is much louder than yours. I have no problem doing this. So I need to point out to the audience that you are pivoting away from the internal critique that I was doing from you because you knew that you would not be able to substantiate it. You wouldn't let me finish. So which is why you need to pivot to the transcendental argument for God. Because you're not able to defend your worldview, you need to run away from the internal critique and pivot it towards an external critique.
Okay, sorry, Ian. Are you done your internal critique? Is there more you want to add?
Wait, yeah, of course there is. Yeah, yes, correct. Yeah. I want to know where the verse is because you made the affirmative claim. Do you want, unless you, of course, you want to concede your affirmative claim that you would be able to find these verses in the Quran or the Hadith?
I never made that claim.
Yeah, wait, are
I never made that claim.
You did. Wait, you said that you found these things in the Hadith based on interpretation of Hadith.
Interpretation of Hadith, correct. That's what I said.
Yeah, gotcha. Wait, so can I just see the interpretation of the Hadith that says that unaliving a child or unaliving a person, not a child, for stealing a candy bar is wrong? Can I just get that?
Yeah, no problem. Go to Sistani's website there and any.
How do I spell this?
Yeah, Sistani and SISTANI and go. And then if you don't see the direct answer, you can submit a question and you'll get an answer back within a week.
Oh, so you're literally just telling me like go and check it out? Okay, yeah, cool. Wait, so let's do this. So, okay.
SISTANI. Go ahead.
Gotcha. So you're literally just directing me to a Q&A website.
No, this is literally a man who dedicated his entire.
Wait, so I just want to be clear. So until you get the answer back, you actually have no grounds for saying that it's wrong or it's unjust to unalive someone for stealing a candy bar. Is that correct?
Yes, you can, bro, because it's reasonable to think that it's not, given the answers that already exist on the site.
Yeah, so give me an answer that already exists on there that would lead you to believe this.
Go search it up.
Oh wait, go. Oh yeah, sure. So death penalty candy bar.
Yeah, search that up.
No results were found, unfortunately.
You probably spelled candy bar wrong.
Oh yeah. Do you want to check?
Yeah, I want to check.
Yeah.
Actually, do I swear, please. Nice kitchen. That's actually a nice kitchen, bro.
Yeah. So there it is. Death penalty candy bar.
What the fuck?
Search up.
What the fuck?
Are you making fun of a bearded man with a turban? Are you making fun of a bearded man with a turban?
Nah, it's just like the fucking like Windows 97 ass like website.
It is a pretty shitty website. Okay, Ian. Great. So I will give you this, Ian. Great. Moshe can't find an interpretation from Sistani that talks about the death penalty with a candy bar. Great. You're right there. So I give you a point there. Great.
So then your worldview has been reduced to absurdity because you now have no ground to say that it's unjust to kill a kid for stealing a candy bar.
No. Actually, I do have grounds for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Killing an adult for stealing a candy bar. My bad.
Adult. Exactly. No problem.
Yep. Yeah. So you have. So to concede, you have no ground. You would not make the affirmative claim that it's unjust to give an adult the death penalty for stealing a candy bar.
Yeah, Ian. Absolutely. There's nothing on Sistani's website about a death penalty for a candy bar for an adult man. No problem. So now that you got that, we're done beating a dead horse.
Gotcha. So your worldview has been reduced to absurdity, and we can move on to the next argument.
Okay, thank you so much. So now let's actually go to what your title's about, the actual topic.
Yeah, gotcha. So the argument's going to be this.
Why, Ian, why can't I speak? Let me speak.
Oh, wait. Oh, did you want to put forward an affirmative argument?
Ian, I'm going to ask you the question. You can respond with your argument.
Yeah, go for it.
So, thank you very much, Ian. I really appreciate it, man. So the question is this. It's very simple, okay? You, Ian, you don't think, right, it's okay to give someone eternal punishment. You think that this is wrong. You think that it's evil and not just. My question for you is, what's your argument? Earlier you said your intuition and your subjective opinion, as if that has any bearing on objective reality. Do you have anything other than your subjective opinion? Go ahead.
Yeah, we got a little bit of quivering in your voice there just now. That's fine. So, yeah, all morality is subjective, including yours. It's just going to be the Euthyphro's dilemma.
Argument, bro. Please, okay, go.
Yeah. So it's just going to be that
What is it?
either God prefers it because it's good, in which case goodness exists external to God and we don't need God and we can just have like objective morality, or it's good because God likes it, in which case your morality is subjective.
Sorry, you missed my question. Sorry, I'm gonna ask it again and I'll explain.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, pay attention this time, okay?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not saying to disprove God right now. I'm saying I'm now doing the internal critique. I'm saying within your worldview, you say it's not just. In your worldview, you say it's not just. Explain to me the criterias, your epistemic framework to determine whether a thing is just or not, other than your own subjective intuition, like you have stated.
Wait, so this you're just like barring off the thing that I believe. I believe that all morality and all justice is going to be fundamentally subjective. It's just based on people's preferences. Mine is based on my preferences. Yours is based on your God's preferences.
Say it again. Say it's subjective again. I want everyone to hear.
Yeah, it is. It is subjective, as is yours.
Everybody, write down.
Is this supposed to be like a killer reductio?
It's the gotcha. Here's the problem, Ian, and I want you.
Is this supposed to be like a killer gotcha?
It is. I will tell you the problem, and I want you to attack it directly. Don't run away. Here's the problem with what you're saying now. My name is Ian. I'm gonna make the objective claim that God doesn't exist. Ian, that's a very bold claim. What do you base that off of? It's an objective claim. I'm gonna base it off my subjective opinion. So, Ian, I have a question. What if I say, in my subjective opinion, eternal punishment is okay? Who's right and wrong? It's just subjective.
You're gonna be wrong in the eyes of everyone, unfortunately.
Ian, you're not allowed to say I'm wrong because
I am. Absolutely I am. You go against my preferences. Of course I am. Wait, of course I am. Wait. Your morality is also subjective, big dog. Your morality is also subjective. All these critiques apply to you as well. All these critiques apply to you as well. The grandstanding's not going to help you.
That does not help your case. You know why? Because you just said something funny. You just said, Moshe, you're actually wrong because everybody disagrees with you. So, Ian, is morality subjective, but the majority opinion decide what's right and wrong? Because back in the day, the majority of people thought that it was okay to feed black babies to alligators. Just because the majority of people thought that, does that
No,
make
certainly not. That's not my argument.
Well, then that means the majority
Wait,
opinion,
Moshe, let's just chill out. Are you interested in the argument, or do you just want to hear yourself yap more? I'd probably be yapping this much too. Yeah, wait, Luke, do you want to bridge the gap?
Yeah, I think I might be able to help. Moshe, sorry. I think I might be able to help sort of clear. It seems like there's some sort of talking past each other. So to clarify, your issue, right, with Ian's argument is that there's, that a subjective understanding of morality is in some way inadequate, right?
No, that's not that.
Okay. Then I'm unclear on why you kept sort of grandstanding about the subjectivity, right?
Oh, so then maybe I misunderstood you on how you understood my argument. Maybe you did get it correctly then. What I'm saying is this. I don't see how he can say I'm objectively wrong in believing eternal punishment when he himself already admitted that he believes morality is subjective. So all he can ever say is that in his opinion, he thinks I'm wrong, but there's a possibility that it's right for me and it's wrong for him. He can't say that it's
right. So there's some confusion about what the subjectivist is committed to, right? So what the subjectivist isn't committed to is some view that like all of these evaluative judgments are in some way equal, right? The subjectivist, there's a bunch of views that are compatible with subjectivism on which certain subjective judgments are going to be more valuable, right? And that's not going to turn on, any facts about like moral properties or whatever, right? So there's some confusion there. Also, I'm just sort of still unclear what's supposed to be an issue here, right? Because if it's the case that a subjective moral position is going to be an issue for grounding these sorts of judgments, I'm not sure why you seem to be unable to engage with sort of Ian's position that your position is also subjective, right? So it's going to be an issue for you as well, given that it seems like you're committed to some sort of divine command theory, which is itself like a subjectivist position, right?
Whoa, Philodragon, thank you so much. That's sick as fuck. Big W Philodragon in that comment section.
Everyone, W Philodragon right now. W Philodragon. Thank you for the Philodragon. Shout out to giving it. Okay, bro. This is what it is. Okay, the issue that I would have in this case, okay, is the fact that he would tie it to a metaphysical claim, right? Is that he would say that God objectively doesn't exist because it is the case that it's wrong, right? Subjectively, for eternal punishment. So the question, I just don't understand how you can make a objective claim tied to something like how it's your subjective opinion to begin with. It's not
Maybe an analogy would be helpful here. Do you believe that there's objectively good and bad tasting foods?
Sorry?
Do you believe that there's objectively good and bad tasting foods? Do you think that, you know, how things taste is a sort of subjective preference? There's not really facts about good and bad tasting foods.
Wait, when we're talking about good and bad, I'm referring to like normative things.
No, I know it's an analogy. I think it might help sort of clarify, right?
Yeah, like that's subjective.
Okay, so we agree that that's subjective. Okay, but if a position commits you to a view that's a sort of a realism about judgments about food, right? And that view also commits you to believing that that a being would only create objectively good foods, and then we observe that this theory or that this position also commits you to a belief that the creator is creating something that is an objectively bad food, right? The fact that Ian doesn't believe in objective facts about good and bad foods isn't an issue for the critique of the theory, right?
Yes. Okay, here's the issue with that.
Okay, so to clarify, you take the view that that would be an issue with the theory, that Ian isn't committed to. Okay, I want you to know that that's moronic.
This is where it's kind of a disanalogy, I think, in my opinion, is because if I have an apple and I taste it, I'm like, this is a good apple, and Ian tastes it, he's like, yo, this is like a bad apple in my opinion. We both have to acknowledge the existence of the apple. So his position is literally.
How do you think that that's an issue for the analogy?
Yes, I'll tell you why the issue with the analogy, because his opinion.
You don't understand the analogy.
Yes, bro. I'm trying to respond. So his position.
Okay, I thought I could come up and clarify, but it seems like you're hopelessly lost. I'll let Ian take over again. Have a good one.
Yeah, Luke. The point of your analogy, of course, was just like, well, you know, the food exists, right? Haha, the food exists.
That's
right. What I'm saying, guys, pay attention. The best that Ian can do with that analogy is he can say, okay, God does exist, and I just don't like, and I think that he's an evil God, but at least acknowledge his existence. That he doesn't like the taste as to what God is doing. That's what he could do, but he's not even doing that. He's saying, because I don't like the taste, God doesn't exist. But you cannot say I don't like the taste and deny where you got the taste from. That's my point.
Yeah, that's like a nice like injection of content into the analogy that did not have it there. It's like a good like changing of the hypothetical. But if you want to go back to the spirit of the hypothetical is just demonstrating that you can use your subjective like tastes and preference to come to conclusions about objective reality. That if you're of the belief that God would only make good foods and subjectively all these foods suck, then you can conclude based on that God doesn't exist, because if he did exist, all the food would be good.
No, that's okay. Can I tell you why that's wrong? Sorry. You're saying this. Just think about what you're saying. You're saying if God only makes good food and I eat something and all the food I eat is bad food, therefore we know that God is a bad chef, right? He makes bad food. Okay, bro. The problem is when you eat it and you're like, that's bad food, who decided? Who's the verifier that it was bad food? It was you, was it not?
Yes, it's you. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's us coming to the conclusion that God doesn't exist. You get it? Yes.
Wait, us? The society or you? Us or your?
It's us. It's the individual. It's not society. My morality is not based on society. Good try.
Exactly. It's based off the individual, right?
Based on the individual. Yes.
Okay, so Ian, don't interrupt me now. So if someone is going to go unalive someone or grape a little girl, to the individual, he thinks it's okay. So it should be okay. Is it not the case?
No, fuck no, it's not okay.
What? But it's based off the individual.
Yeah, but to me, that's always going to be wrong. Based on my individual subjectivity, raping little children is always wrong. Can't say the same about your prophet, though.
Okay, so this is the point that I'm making, Ian. To the individual that's graping little girls, by your worldview, for him it's okay, right? So the point is this: when you eat an apple and you say that's bad, but another person eats it and says, "No, brother, that's actually a good apple," the case stands that God created these apples, and you're tasting it, and your opinion is that it's bad. But in reality, it could be good. But because you don't like the taste, you have a type of view on reality that is not coherent. Like, for example, someone can live life saying life is evil, life is hard, but someone lives life and says life is easy, life is great. Who's actually correct? They can't both be correct. Do you understand my point? Like how can you say that graping is wrong, and then in the same breath say, but it's subjective to the individual? So if someone thinks that graping is okay, then for them it's okay. You see how that's a contradiction?
Well, so no, not at all. Because for me, it's always going to be bad. Just
So
because
is
somebody
graping
else,
okay for an
somebody
individual
else, somebody else likes the color red, and I like the color blue. That doesn't mean that it's incorrect. This is just not what the grammar means. It's not what the syntax is saying. The meaning behind these sentences at a fundamental level is literally just, to me, this thing is wrong. To me, graping children is wrong. To Muhammad, police be upon him, graping children is not wrong.
Okay, no problem, bro. I know you don't know what you're talking about. It's okay about that, to be honest, respectfully. And by the way, most Muslims don't know either. So Ian, I don't blame you there. I swear to God. But he actually didn't. That aside, bro. That aside, okay?
Oh, that's weird that all the scholars seem to think that, and that was the consensus until the last 100 years or so, when they realized, oh fuck, our worldview looks crazy.
No, not all the scholars agreed. Actually.
Wait, so can you cite me a medieval scholar who raised issue with the age? Could you cite me the scholar?
Of scholars that raised issue with the age?
Yeah, with the age of Aisha, or the way that Aisha, her age had been. Could you rate like from like the medieval time period? Could you find me that one?
Imam Jafar al-Sadiq alayhi salam.
Yeah, how are we spelling this name?
Imam Jafar al-Sadiq. J-A-F-A-R-S-A-D-I.
Jafar.
Bro, just so you know, Ian, Ian.
And I'm sorry, wait, and where can I see the writing that says that, so the claim about Aisha is that she was how old?
Bro, she was probably between the ages of 17 to 21, or 16 to 21.
Aisha age, for this person, so...
You don't even... Okay, Ian, do you actually want to...
So which document, where does this person claim that for her age?
Okay, one sec. For example, the way we know that this is not historically accurate is if we look at early historian works, for example, by Ibn Kathir, we see it's very evident.
Are you moving to a new scholar?
You don't even know the problem. You don't even know you don't even know. So
I don't speak Arabic, unfortunately.
I'm giving you names, brother. Names.
Yeah, okay. Can you spell the name out?
Yes, I said Imam Jafar al-Sadiq. I said Ibn Kathir, Katheer. There's also there's many early historians that allude to her being 17 to 23. Just so you know.
Yeah, wait. So when I look up the JAFARALSADIQ person, and Aisha age, seemingly no results come up. So were you just freestyled spitballing, or can you provide me the document that this person wrote, or whatever, that claims that Aisha was 21 to 17?
I made a full series literally on my TikTok. If you want 2 video series.
Wait, can I just get like the source, please?
Okay, bro. You want me to give you?
So with your source, watch my TikToks.
Ian. So and your source is it doesn't exist because it doesn't exist within the first page.
Well, wait, no, I can give you my source about like how it's like the consensus among all the scholars, or I can like give you lots of scholars who.
Okay, if you want, I can give you the argument as to why it's impossible for her to have been that age. I can say go watch the video where I give you the exact sources. But if you want me to give you a direct URL from my mouth, I'm not going to do that, bro.
So what you said? You made the specific claim. You made the specific claim that this scholar advocated and said that it was this age, that Aisha was 17 to 21. This scholar said that. So could you go ahead and demonstrate that this scholar said that?
Yeah, bro, I can send it to you after this. Or if you
wait. Can I just get the name of it?
The name of it. I just told you his name.
Do you want to take like 5 to go find the name? Because I'm really curious about the name of the document.
Bro, honestly, man, I'm in Morocco. I'm not gonna go to my laptop at my residence and freaking this is not a.
Because it sounds like you just made it up, and now you're getting really quiet as if you just got caught.
Okay, do you know the difference, bro? You don't even know.
I would like the source because you said that it existed from this person saying that Aisha was 17 to 21. Would you be willing to provide that source kindly?
You can have a person you can use him as proof as to why she wasn't that age without him directly saying it.
Gotcha. And so where am I looking to find this?
I will give you examples. I'm going to give you examples. For example, okay, here's a way to use a historian scholar to know that she wasn't that age without him actually saying it. Here's an example. Another example, Ibn Kathir. Every single scholar, Shi'i and Sunni, agree that Aisha had an older sister named Asma. Every scholar agrees that Asma was 10 years older than Aisha.
Wait, I'm so sorry because this is just a new claim. Wait, so do you want to concede your first initial claim? Because your first initial claim was that according to this scholar, she is 17 to 21. So can I get the source from this scholar claiming as much?
Ian, do you actually care for truth or no?
Yeah, I do. I just want the name of the source so I can just read it.
Bro, I don't have it on me. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. So you're not going to be able to produce the source, so you'll concede that claim.
I will tell you, yes, I can give you the source after if you'd like. But if you want, I can tell you right now, logically, given other sources as to why she cannot have been 6 years old, if you'd like it. If you don't want
Yeah, so wait, but can I just ask you, so why did all of this, like, Aisha age revisionism, why did this only start occurring in the last, like, 100 years or so?
No, actually, that is not true.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at so
that is not true at all. Actually, can you prove that it only happened in the last 100 years? You can't.
Yeah, so beginning in the late 19th century with the East, yeah, that's gonna be true according to.
No, it's not. You even know, brother.
Mother of the Faithful, Kishia Ali.
No, bro. Okay, listen carefully. There are two different main branches of Islam. There's the Sunni sect and the Shi'i sect. The Shi'i sect has existed for 1400 years. Every single Shi'i from 1400 years ago till today, they never believed that she was 6 or 9 because these are in these Sunni books. In these Shi'i books, she has always been 16 to 21. So the fact that you're saying it's only been the last 100 years people are making this claim, that's not true. Shi'is have been preaching this for the past 1400 years. So don't say it was the last 100 years. You're literally denouncing 1400 years of Shi'i history.
Yeah, wait, just give me 1 second.
Oh my God. It's not true that only the last 100 years people are saying she wasn't 6, guys. It's literally been in documents for 1400 years. There's a whole branch of Islam that only believes that.
All right, we're back with The Legacy, or so Politics, Gender, and Islamic Past, The Legacy of Aisha by D.A. Spellberg.
Perfect, read it.
So we're just going to turn to page 39. Aisha's married life with the Prophet spanned only 12 years. As recorded, she narrates key aspects in this brief marital chronology. I was 6 years old when the Prophet married me, and I was 9 years old when he consummated the marriage. When he died, I was 18 years old. Aisha would live almost 50 additional years within the Islamic community as a widow forbidden by the Quran to remarry, along with Muhammad's other wives. Having benefited from the ascribed status conferred by the prestige of her husband and father, she would maintain her prominence in the community despite actions for all what she's done was responsible for factors found in the two lists of specific mentions of Aisha's marriage. In the first list, Aisha states that she was the only woman the Prophet married as a virgin. This obviously prized, though fleeting, physical asset allowed Aisha to remind her husband that all her other wives as widows had been physically intimate with other men. Reference to her unique virginity narrated on Aisha's authority caused the Prophet to smile. Aisha's virginity, defined as a special attribute, emphasizes her sexuality as the Prophet's marital prize, a mark of distinction which supports male definition and control of female honor and chastity, unlike the Prophet's daughter Fatima, whose designation in later medieval sources as the Virgin will allow her to transcend aspects of more mundane female biology, not the conception of her children, but in matters of menstruation and imperation. Aisha's virginity merits no honorary epithet, but remains part of her sensual legacy as the Prophet's spouse. The second list confirms blah blah blah. Is there anything more about age?
Bro, can I?
Yeah, wait. So I'm just confused as to why I would take your credentials over. Let's find out what this person's credentials are.
We're just gonna pretend this isn't a fallacy. It's okay. Ian, I already responded to you. Do you remember my response?
Yeah. Wait. So I was busy talking over you, but so Denise A. Spellberg is an American scholar of Islamic history. She's a professor of Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. And I'm sorry, your credentials are what?
Yeah, appeal to authority. This is obviously a fallacy, and you as well. You are smart enough to know that, and I already addressed this argument. Ian, I'm gonna say the same thing. Don't talk over me, and I want you to actually address it and don't run away to a book. Put that book down and pay attention. you made a claim that only the last 100 years people started changing the narrative, revising, and saying that she wasn't 6 or 9. My answer to you, Ian, is this, and I want you to address it and do not run away to your little books, okay?
Yeah, I too hate books.
Do not run away. If this is the case, if it's only the last 100 years people claimed that she wasn't 6 or 9, then why is it the case that Shi'i Muslims have been saying this for 1400 years? How could it be the case in one breath that Shi'is have been saying it for 1400 years and in another breath say it only happened in the last 100 years? Did Shia Islam only start 100 years ago? Is this the claim you're going to make?
Gotcha. Wait, and so where's the who's the person who's making that claim?
Making what claim?
The claim that her age was something different.
Yeah, it's in the Shi'i hadiths, not the Sunni ones.
Oh, and where are these?
Search them up. Search up Shi'i hadiths. Search up search this up. Search up what do Shi'as believe Aisha's age was. You'll see that it'll say not 6 and not 9. And search up how long has Shi'as been around for. You'll see 1400 years, which means it wasn't the last 100 years they said this, and therefore you're wrong, and you have to admit you're wrong.
Wait, so according, she was 14 to 19.
Not 6, not 9.
So, okay, wait, what do you think the age of consent should be?
I think, no. From my history, she was between 17 to 21. 16 earliest.
But what do you think the age of consent should be?
I don't think it's tied to a number. I think it's going to be based off the maturity of an individual.
So if I bring you a really mature, like 16-year-old.
Yeah, if a girl's very mature, she's 16, and it was at a time, I'd say, 16 is like the minimum, 17, but it's very rare. Like, probably not. Absolutely.
So you think adults should be with 16-year-olds who are mature enough?
Ian, here's the thing, man. Right now, your standards of something being wrong in another country, it's right. A good Samaritan here is a criminal in another country if you just walk 2 steps. In other countries, it's okay for a girl to have sexual intercourse 16 with a person that's up to 22. In other countries, this is considered like predatorial. Who's to decide what's right and wrong?
Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta cut in for this specific point because I find this to be very scary. So, number one, this wouldn't be like moral superiority on our part being an American citizen. As someone from New Jersey, the age of consent in New Jersey is 16. I think that's gross. The reason for that is because we know the psychological effects of intercourse and the like on people who are under the age of 18 or even under the age of 21. So I don't think that the law saying something is okay is enough. Me disagreeing with the law as being like, but you're saying that country is this, that, yes.
Yes,
and I'm saying the same thing about the entire state that I grew up in. Yes, it's fucking creepy.
Damn, wait, so this is why they call you the Muslim Q-top.
Okay, so here's the issue, okay? Here's the issue with what just happened. You made a claim that only the last 100 years people said Aisha was not 6 or 9.
Dog, wait, dog, you're a pedophile.
Running away,
wait, big dog, I don't think you understand this. Wait, I don't give a fuck about the argument. You're literally a pedophile. You literally think that the age of that people can consent at the age of 16. The argument doesn't matter. You're a pedophile. Big dog.
Since I'm a pedophile and since I'm obviously wrong, then why can't I speak?
Because I'm kicking you. The fuck?
What do you mean if I'm a pedophile? Why can't I speak?
Oh wait. The person who said Ian can't argue in the comments section. Alexis, if you want to hop up and defend the age of consent as being 16, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, please.
I don't really like talking to pedophiles, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not.
If anybody wants to come up and defend that the age of consent should be 16, more than welcome to.
Please. That's not. Oh, that's not. Nah, you've lost all credibility.
Fuck?
You're done. You're cooked.
Yeah.
No, there's no more of a conversation to be had. The fuck you mean it should be 16?
The fuck? I'm not.
Sorry?
I'm not going back to like a scholarly discussion. You said the age of consent should be 16. What
This
the
ain't
fuck?
about philosophy no more, homie. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god. What the fuck? That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
That's not.
But
Wait, and then when you found that it was like between 14 and 19, he was like, but it's not 6 or 9. Okay. okay.
Actually, the prophet didn't have sex with her when she was 9. She was actually 14.
Right? What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing? No. No. Absolutely the fuck not. Oh my god.
All right, we got someone on who's gonna defend the age of consent being 16.
Let's go.
We're about to hop
hello.
on a plane, so let's just call this one a draw.
Why
and,
why do you
let
think the
bygones
age
be
of consent
bygones.
should be 16? Oh my god, just like that! Folded just like that! No, I did Athene so dirty there. No, Athene doesn't think that. That's cap.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, I have a number of people to thank for gifts though. I'm so sorry. To Grimlock. Oh my god, you gave like 5 times. So let's get five big W's, Grimlock. Hail Grimlock. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Big W Grimlock in that comment section. Of course Q-Top is saying W Moshi. Birds of a feather are
Ew.
attracted to 16-year-olds together.
Ew. A few days ago, Lil QB was watching my live for a substantial amount of time, and I did feel great. Yeah, exactly. I almost wanted to end the live. I felt disgusted with myself. Like, what is it about me that's appealing to this person? Like, maybe I should just cut the cameras altogether. That's not it.
Yona, thank you so much for the I'm butchering this, but YHONA, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Yona, hail 666, hail Satan, big W, and Kai, thank you so much for the $1 on Cash App. Appreciate you. Okay, in terms of the Venmo gifters, Flip, come on.
Flip.
Yeah, just trying to access this shit. Tracy, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Tracy, hail 666, hail Satan. Steven, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Heath, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Huge W Heath in that comment section. I appreciate the hell out of you. And Enoch, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Also, your dog is cute. Hail, Enoch. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Enoch, in that comment section. I appreciate you. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I appreciate all of you being there if you're 18 or older. It's a great place. I tag you every time I go live. You really have nothing to miss. It's just a good time. What's up? How's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
How young of a Christian are you?
Oh, I'm 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
What year were you born?
2002. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. And I assume you're a Christian. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, so first I joined because, it just says request if you disagree. And I guess my question to you would be, why couldn't I use a personal experience if it's me joining to tell you why I disagree? Does that make sense?
So, because what I'm looking for is debates, and I can't debate your personal experience.
Okay. All right. So what
Nor,
if I?
and I mean, like, nor should I. Like, lots of these personal experiences are like deeply personal to people, and I think it's like kind of fucked up to be like, hey, well, this this thing happened to me in my life, and it like really turned my life around, and then for me to be like, actually, your understanding of this thing that happened to you is wrong. I don't know. It feels weird.
Yeah. So what if I told you about then stories? Because I've been listening on here for I think it's been like an hour or two, and I would say that I would not be able to keep up with what y'all have been going back and forth on. But I do know that I have heard and seen specific events take place in other people's life where it goes beyond, the the present moment, this world, it goes to the supernatural, if that makes sense. Like, for example, hearing of what we call miracles take place in the medical field when the doctors have no explanation of certain events that take place. I've had that happen in a family member's life. I've heard people throughout the whole world testify on it, and
Wait,
so
I'm so sorry because this all sounds like a personal experience, and
Yeah,
again,
aside from like the reasons that Ian's previously given, which are stellar reasons for why personal experience doesn't really work, I think one that might be a little bit easier to grasp, like for this conversation, is your personal experience is not verifiable or repeatable in the same way that other things are. And also, with no disrespect to you, you are a stranger on the internet, and for all we know, you are literally lying to our faces. So like,
no, yeah, I get that, and so I'm getting to a point is like I would ask you like, what would your argument be against someone that against a doctor, so to say, that had no medical explanation to someone that was pronounced dead for what, say, let's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then suddenly there's a heartbeat and this person who was dead, supposed to be lifeless, a good amount of time passed and suddenly they are back.
I imagine if you dug into the literature, so first of all, I would need verifiable evidence that this actually happens, and if it does happen, it's probably happened a lot more times than just this once.
Okay. All right. Okay then. Well, I guess I don't have much more to say then, since, well, there is one thing actually, if it is allowed. I do want to say that a lot of people, like I said, I've been listening for a while, have been coming on here claiming that they're Christian. And I want to say that a lot of people can take on that title easily. And it's one thing to call yourself a Christian, but it's another thing to actually live it out. And so at the end of the day, in your life, you disagree that God isn't real, and you have the freedom to make that choice. And that's why a lot of people are coming in here arguing back, and it all points back to one thing. It's faith. The thing that they go with is faith. Because I understand that we can't prove to you, with you seeing with your eyes, that God exists. And it's the same way where, a lot of atheists and, such as you and other people that are doing the same thing can't prove that God does not exist. And so then it goes to the both are going to choose to believe in one thing. I guess Christians, all we're doing is we're just choosing to have faith. And it's by faith why we choose to disagree, why, you choose to not have faith because you want to see. And Christianity is, a majority of Christianity is by having faith.
Okay, why would I want to have faith in someone who says that it's okay to own slaves?
Okay, so I was listening to that, and I will say this, and before I get deep into it, I do not have deep knowledge. Like I said, I probably wouldn't last long in here because y'all were going deep into history and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. I have personally not done a lot of research, but I will say this by what I do know. There is Old Covenant, New Covenant. There was Jesus had not yet came according to the word to die for humanity's sins and stuff like that. So therefore, there was, again, Old Covenant and things were done a certain way. And then the New Covenant, I noticed so far y'all weren't really focused on the New Covenant, just a lot of the Old Covenant. And, according to this book that we're talking about, God has different personality traits, so to say, right? And in the Old Testament, there's the Jews and the Gentiles. In the Old Testament, it was just about the Jews with their relationship with Jesus Christ, but the Gentiles were separated. So with that being said, because there was an old covenant, God had not yet sent his son, I'm pretty sure y'all know about all that. Things were done a certain way. And I don't know the depth as to why. I've never actually read into that, but I will say this, that I know for a fact that it had to do with it was something to do with the old covenant. And now God is not one to contradict himself. For example, in the New Testament, God says, "Thou shalt not judge." Right?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, but when God says that it's okay, in Leviticus, you're right, Old Covenant, yes. But in Leviticus, was God wrong, or was God like saying something like immoral when he said that it's okay to own humans as farming equipment and like beat them with a rod? Was that wrong for God to have said?
Well, I would say that on my end more, and possibly on your end as well, more needs to be studied. And this is why I say that, because God, again, is not one that contradicts himself. In the New Testament, who God displays himself to be and what he tells of us to follow completely goes against slavery and stuff like that. So therefore, that tells me I need to study deeper on what is actually going on. Who is the audience? Why is this happening? What did it look like at this time? And so on and so forth, if that makes sense.
Okay, so and if Jesus was against slavery, was there a verse where he says, "Thou shalt not own slaves," or is this like his opposition to slavery is entirely a matter of interpretation?
So there's a lot of scriptures where he doesn't specifically say, no, answer your question. No, he doesn't specifically say in his word, "Thou shalt not own slaves." But there are a lot of things that he tells us to be like that would completely go with, obviously, if God tells me to be this way, that applies me not being able to own a slave, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so God had the gumption in the Hebrew Bible to come out and say that you can own slaves. So why didn't he have the gumption in the New Testament to come out and say that you cannot own slaves?
Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. And if I may ask, do you know the full depth of who he was talking to, what he meant when he said that, and all that stuff?
Yep.
Who, where, when, why, and all that.
Yes, I know all of these things. Yes.
Okay, and then another thing I want to ask is, what translation are you reading again?
NRSVUE, New Standard Revised Version, updated edition, maybe.
Okay, so I don't have every single question for you, and I would just throw to you what you got, and you'll just do with it what you want, and that's okay. And I'm just going to tell you this, that we got to be careful when we use different translations, because a lot of them have been misrepresented. There's a lot of translations that scriptures have been taken out. Me personally, by what I've heard and understood, I have a bad memory, so bear with me, but KJV has been something that has been most accurate to the scriptures that have been found over time and put together and stuff
that's
like
not
that.
true.
I mean, even if that is true, I can just read to you the verse from KJV.
And
I mean, it's not, but
That's true, but the NRSVUE is literally it's the academic, it's the scholarly one. If you go to like a university to study the Bible, if you get like a master's of divinity or like a PhD in theology, what they'll put into your hands is a copy of the NRSVUE.
Okay. I mean, that's if that's what you want to believe is true, then that's okay.
Well,
and
that's like literally true. That's like literally just a fact.
Okay. Well, then that's cool. But again, that scripture itself would be completely contradicting who God is, and therefore that's when we have an issue with the word that we're reading, because the word that you're reading cannot contradict what God is saying. He cannot contradict himself. It has to come together, if that makes sense, because the God in the New Testament does not display that. And even in the Old Testament, God is not going to say you can have slaves, beat them, have sex with them, this and that. But
why would he ever say this?
Huh?
What would ever make this okay? What circumstances ever possibly could make something like that okay?
I completely agree. It's not okay.
Then God was wrong when he said it?
that's why I said I personally was going to read more into it, because what I believe is that God is just, he is good, so to say. He is good. And so that tells me I have to look deeper into this, because then I have a problem on my hands. But so far, I am fully persuaded that God is good. God is not one who will say this, or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So maybe I can give you like a drawing really quick.
Yeah.
So let this
I think you
circle.
did this earlier.
Yeah. So this circle represents all the things that God does, has done, etc. This dot represents slavery. So do you agree that everything in this circle is good?
Slavery is bad. I know that.
Yeah, gotcha. So then which part of this are you rejecting? Are you rejecting that God said that it's okay to do slavery? Or are you rejecting that everything that God does is good?
No, okay, ask that again. Sorry.
So are you rejecting that God said that it's okay to do slavery, or are you rejecting that everything that God does is good?
Am I rejecting that God... Say that one more time. I'm having trouble.
Are you rejecting that God said that it's okay to do slavery, or are you rejecting that God, or that everything God does is good?
Okay, as of right now, because I don't have so much evidence and have fully read that scripture myself, I am rejecting that God had said that.
Okay, I can read you the scripture if you're interested.
Yeah, we can go there.
Yeah, let's read the scripture. Pulling up my version of the NRSV.
And I have the KJV, so it's probably gonna say something different.
I mean, I can read the KJV for you right now. I have it pulled up, and then Ian can
Yeah,
read
if you're already there.
Okay. Both thy bondsmen and thy bondsmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondsmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begot in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor.
Okay, so aside from God, saying this, I still have to look into it myself. But aside from God saying this, are we calling the people in this present moment, because we know that was years ago, and we don't know as a society today how that society was back then.
So the problem with this is God said before, like one of the 10 commandments is that schmurder is wrong. And we can agree schmurder is wrong, right?
Yeah.
Something that was very common around this time was schmurdering people for things that we definitely would not think schmurdering people is okay for. And with God knowing that being the reality that they're living in, he still said schmurder is bad. So why wouldn't he do the exact same thing for slavery, which was also more common than it is now?
And you both have fully read the complete Old Testament and have verified that?
Well, I've read Leviticus.
And that's it?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, in me, same thing. I have not fully read the whole Testament. And so is it safe to say it's not 100% good to get one scripture in the entire Bible and run with it and say that God has never once said something against slavery or grape or whatever, not stuff like that?
Oh no, the problem is not that he never said that it was okay. Even if he does say in some part of the Bible that slavery is bad, he also said in the exact same Bible that they should go do the slavery. So either God is being contradictory, which you already pointed out is not a thing that he can do, or either like he was wrong at some point, which wouldn't make sense because God is all-knowing / perfect.
Okay. Now, in his word, there's a lot of times where God can be, how do I say this? Like, this is the example I was pulling up earlier. In the New Testament, he says, "Thou shalt not judge." Right? So one reads that and they're like, okay, we can't judge. But later on, he says, "Thou shalt judge righteously." So therefore, you have two things that are kind of contradicting each other. And at that point, that's when you got to dig into the word and understand what he's saying. You got to get the context clues, so to say.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the case with this because when God said, "Thou shalt not judge," but then, I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
No worries.
When you're just trying to have a debate about the Bible and then your mom walks in.
It's
Fucking
the
damn it.
dog.
Wait,
Oh,
hold
okay.
on. Ian,
Come on, babe.
Ian, look. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, what am I looking at? Whoa, that's, oh my god.
They're so hot and
Fuck
sexy.
yeah.
They're so hot and
That's
sexy.
so
Ian.
cool.
I fucking
Oh my
love them.
fucking, that's
I
awesome.
got them for 50% off. These bitches only cost me $60.
Oh my, that's crazy. Those are the coolest
so-
looking
they're
boots
so
I've
hot
ever
and sexy.
fucking seen.
Oh, I love them so much.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
So I guess my point with that being said is that I believe by what y'all have given me, I think more needs to be studied on that specific scripture, like the past, and then going on forward, just getting the context clues on that scripture, because God has been known to say things like that. And it's not, the word of God is not just a normal book. I'll say that. It's not
Do you-
just a, oh,
Do you know what the context of Leviticus is? Do you know what's happening in Leviticus?
not all of it, no.
Gotcha. So what's happening in Leviticus? So after Exodus, they like left Egypt. The
Yes,
Jewish people left
Moses, all
Egypt
that
with
stuff.
Moses. Yeah, all that. They convene with God. The people are like, we don't like God's scary, like lightning bolts, whatever. So then Moses goes into like this like shroud storm place with God, and they convene with each other, and they like God gives Moses all of the rules.
Yeah.
Leviticus is God giving Moses all
Is
of
it
the
the
rules.
Ten Commandments?
Ten Commandments happen in Exodus.
Okay.
But it's like the same interaction, right?
Gotcha.
Like it's God explaining to Moses what his people will do and what they will not do. This is
Okay.
not a metaphor, this is a law.
Okay. Now, do you know at this present moment, we as believers, now that the new covenant has come in, we no longer keep a majority of those.
Yeah, and that's totally fine, but the problem
Yes.
is, the contradiction is not that you believe something like messed up right now. It's that God's perfect, but also he does something that's like deeply imperfect. That
Yeah.
God cannot both be perfect and also not perfect. Saying that it's okay to do slavery is imperfect,
Right.
which means that God couldn't possibly exist just because there's a contradiction in him ever saying this. So I'm not saying that you currently believe this right now, just that God can't exist because he
That
can't
at
be
some
both
point he
perfect and
was-
also not perfect.
Yeah. And with that being said, I think until I'm able to read, because I understand completely where you're coming from. If I was new to the faith-based and some faith Christianity and someone presented this to me, I would want to look into more deeper to it, because if I'm being told God is not one who contradicts his son, yet someone brings this argument to me, I'm like, okay, someone's right, someone's wrong. And then I want to make sure where I'm getting this, the source is true, it is correct, and it's not, because like I said, we have a bunch of different books, different translation, this and that. So I think that you've made a good point to debate with, and you've given me an idea of wanting to go back and read that. And until I do that, I don't think I have more to say on that. But I do appreciate you allowing me to come on here and talk. And unless you have anything else more you want to say.
No, that's totally fine. Well, I appreciate coming on up.
All right. You have a good day.
Yeah, you as well. Hey, make sure you're dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debates. You don't want to miss one in the future. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. We talk politics, religion, and philosophy. I notify you every time I go live. I'm active in the server. I try to hang out there. I read messages. Live chat's always bumping. There's always people talking. Shout out to live chat. People play bingo in the server as well. You can go in, do $God, and a bingo sheet will pop up just for you. Just for you, a bingo sheet can pop up. And you can use that bingo sheet to play God bingo. It'll be customized, it'll be randomized, it'll be great. So consider joining. There's lots of cool people, cool friends. We do a book club every Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We're reading something about presuppositional apologetics. It's great. It's phenomenal. You should join the Discord. I'm ending stream. Sam, do you want me to send them over to you?
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna debate whether or not being lesbian is wrong. I don't know if you can tell from looking at me or not, or associating with this motherfucker. I don't think being lesbian is wrong. I think that's pretty clear. So yeah, we're gonna go over there. I'm only gonna debate for like an hour because the brain rot has been too substantial today. I'm not okay. But as always, thank you for allowing me onto your platform.
Of course, can only endure so many people saying slavery is fine.
No, after a certain amount, no. No.
Yeah.
Also, when I was asking if we can watch Inside Out, I was being
Inside.
fully serious.
Yeah, totally. No, that'd be chill. That'd be fun. Wait, we'll
obviously not
text.
today,
We'll text.
but
Yeah,
okay.
of course. I gotta go to bed in like 2 hours, but yeah.
You fucking grandpa. Okay.
I know.
This new elderly. Oh my
I go into
God.
the office early so I can leave early so I can stream for y'all.
I guess in that case, it's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, make sure you're dropping that follow and joining the Discord. Seriously, join the fucking Discord. If you don't join the Discord, it's discord.gg/allegedlyian. I don't even know, like, if you are trying to learn stuff, if you don't know where to start with philosophy, literally just join the Discord. I'm active. I literally hang out in VC all the time. It's literally a really great place. You should literally join it if you want to learn how to debate, if you want to learn about philosophy. It's just a great place. It's a great place to make friends. All right, I love all of you.